enlightened dawn of righteousness will appear from the darkened night of falsehood, and pure truth will remain, and the dust of blasphemy, infidelity, and ingratitude due to the apostasy of the people will disappear. If I had destroyed the infidels, leaving alone the apostates, my promise to the believers that I would cause them to inherit the earth would have applied to them too. And if I had granted them kingdom and caliphate, the hidden hypocrisy and infidelity would have caused untold dissension among the people, and instead of true faith the earth would have been in chaos. After this, the Almighty ordered Noah to build the ark. In another reliable tradition related from the same Imam, it is mentioned that Noah was commanded 10 times to plant the seeds of dates, and every time when the fruits ripened, his companions would come and demand the fulfillment of the promise, and when they were told to plant the seeds again, the companions would divide into 3 groups. One group would become apostate, another hypocrite, and only one would remain firm on faith. So much so that when the people came to Noah for the 10th time and said, "O Prophet of Allah, you may delay the fulfillment of the promise as much as you wish. We believe that you have been sent by Allah and are the true prophet. We do not doubt your prophethood." At this, Allah saved them through the ark, and the rest were destroyed. 3. According to an authentic tradition, it is related from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that Noah accepted all the waters except the sulfur. 4. It is related from Imam al-Hasan and Imam al-Hussein that Noah invited all. The springs that did not accept his command were cursed. As a result, they became bitter and salty. From an authentic report, it is related from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that Noah boarded the ship on the first day of the month of Rajab, and he ordered all those who were with him to fast on that day. An authentic tradition mentions that a Syrian asked the explanation of the verse of Qur'an, "The day on which a man shall fly from his brother, and his mother, and his father, and his spouse, and his son." 34-36. From the commander of the faithful, he replied, "On the day of resurrection, one who will avoid his own son will be Noah and Canaan." The man inquired about the dimensions of Noah's ark. Imam said that the length of the ship was 800 hands, breadth 500 hands, and height 80.5. It is mentioned in reliable tradition from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that the length of the ship was 1,200 hands, breadth 800 hands, and height 80 hands. It circled the holy Kaaba 7 times, trotted between the Safa and Marwa, and then halted at Mount Judi. In another tradition, it is quoted from Ibn Abbas that the Messenger of Allah said that 90 rooms were built for animals on the ark. It is quoted from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that except for the holy house of Kaaba, the Almighty had submerged the whole earth in the deluge, and for this reason it is named Al-Bayt al-Atiq, because it remained unsubmerged during the great deluge. The narrator asked if it was lifted to the heaven. Imam replied, "No, it did not come in contact with water. It rose around it." It is quoted from reliable sources that people asked Imam al-Rida why the Almighty had submerged all the world in water while there were many innocent people, like children and insane men, upon it. Imam replied, "There were no children because for 40 years the women had been barren. Allah would never cause innocent people to perish by his wrath. He destroyed the people of Noah because they had continuously refused to bring faith. The other remaining people perished because they were content with the denial of the disbelievers. One who is satisfied with some action, even though he may himself not perform it, is an accomplice." In another reliable tradition, he says that the Almighty told Noah that his son was not from his household, like he said, "Inna huwa malan garusali." 6. It is mentioned from reliable sources that when Noah descended from the ship, Satan came and said, "You have done the greatest favor for me. You cursed the people and they all perished. Thus you saved me the trouble of deviating them from the right path. In appreciation of your favor, I inform you of 2 attributes. One is that you should never be jealous of anyone because whatever harm has come to me is due to jealousy. Secondly, never be greedy because whatever harm came to Adam was due to his greed." Reliable reporters state from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that when Noah cursed his people and they were destroyed, the Satan came to him and said, "You have done me a favor, I want to repay it." Noah said, "I hated to do you a favor. What was it?" Satan said, "You have done me a favor by cursing your people. Now there is no one left for me to deviate from the right path. I can rest in ease until the next century." Noah asked him in what way he wished to repay the favor. Satan said, "Remember, there are 3 situations when I find it very easy to gain control over a person. 1. When he is angry. Secondly, when there is arbitration between two parties, and thirdly, when a servant is alone with a woman. From reliable documents, it is narrated from the commander of the faithful that when Noah was loading the animals, the goat disobeyed and was thrashed. As a result, its tail came away and the private parts were exposed. The lamb took precedence in boarding the ship and Noah patted its back and tail. Therefore, its tail grew long and covered its private parts. Again, from a reliable channel, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported to have said that Najaf was the tallest of all the mountains of the world, and the son of Noah had referred to it when he said that he would take refuge upon it from the deluge. At that very moment, Allah revealed to that mountain that some evil people are about to take refuge upon it. It was so frightened that it crashed and pulverized into soft sand. In its place, a river came into existence. This river was called Ni. Later, that river dried and got the name of Najaf. Due to frequent usage, it changed to Najaf. According to reliable narrators, Imam al-Ridha said that when Noah landed, his followers numbered 80. He laid the foundation of a village and named it the village of Thamanin, that is the village of 80 people. Ibn Babawayh has related from Wahab that when Noah boarded the ship, the Almighty revealed to all the creatures, including animals, a state of calmness. At this they all became peaceful and did not harm each other. The lamb stayed with the wolf, cow with the lion, the sparrow would sit in the mouth of the snake. There was no quarreling or screams for help, neither abuses nor curses. Everyone was thoughtful of one's own soul. Allah had expelled the poison from every poisonous being until they disembarked from the ship. In the ship, there were a lot of rats. Allah revealed to Noah to pat the lion. The lion sneezed and two cats, a male and a female, emerged from its nasal openings. They attacked the rats and reduced their number. Then Noah patted that elephant with his blessed hand. It sneezed and at these two pigs, a male and a female, came out of the two nasal openings, because of which the facial matter was eliminated. A reliable tradition related from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that the people of Noah complained to him about the pestilence of rats. Allah ordered the tiger and it sneezed. A cat fell out of its nose. When the people complained about waste matter, Allah ordered the elephant. It sneezed and pigs dropped out from its nose. In another tradition, he said that when Noah wanted to bore the wild ass onto the ship, it stopped because Satan was lodged between its two legs. Noah said, "O Satan, enter," and hit the wild ass with a stick from the palm tree. The wild ass entered, and so also the Satan. And he said, "I am teaching you two qualities." Noah said, "I don't want to speak to you." Satan said, "Abstain from greed, which forced out Adam from the paradise, and avoid jealousy, which drove me out of the paradise." At this moment, Allah revealed unto Noah that even though he was accursed, what he said was true. From reliable chains of narrators, it is related from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that during the deluge of Noah, the water was 15 hands high over every mountain and plain. Another authentic tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that when Noah invited his people, the children of Shith verified his call from the knowledge they had inherited from their ancestors. However, the descendants of cattle refuted the claim of Noah. They said, "We have heard whatever you say about your forefathers. Should we bring faith on you? WHN people lower than us have followed you?" By this they meant the descendants of Shith. In a reliable tradition, it is quoted from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that according to the religious law of Noah, the worship of Allah should be with sincerity and with the belief in the unity of Godhead. And one should abandon the traditions of those who attributed likeness and partners to Allah. This is the nature on which Allah has created everyone. Allah took promise from Noah and from all the prophets to worship Him alone. He taught and made them aware of ritual prayers, prohibitions, and obligations, exhorting people to do good and refrain from evil, permissible, and unlawful acts. But there were no jurists and jurisdiction with regard to inheritance. Noah was among them for 950 years and continued to preach the truth, but they continued to deny and rebel. Upon this, Noah said, "O Allah, I give up. You take my revenge." Allah revealed to him that now no more people would bring faith. Hence, he should not feel offended because of their deeds. For this reason, while cursing them, Noah declared that the children born to them will be lewd and infidels. Reliable chains of narrators quote Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that Noah and his people lived on the western part al-Kufa along the banks of Euphrates. Noah was a carpenter by profession. Then Almighty Allah exalted him and made him a prophet. He was instrumental in constructing the ship and set it afloat. He invited his people toward the religion of truth for 950 years, and they continued to laugh and mock him. When he was sure they would never accept guidance, he cursed them. Allah revealed to him to make a spacious boat soon. Noah brought wood from the forest and started to build the boat in the mosque of Al-Kufa. In the same mosque, the idols by the name of Ya'ab, Ya'ak, and Tasrak were installed by the people. A narrator inquired, "May I be sacrificed for you? In how many days did Noah accomplish the task of building the ship?" He replied, "In 2 periods of time totaling 80 years. The person further asked, "The Sunnis say that it was built in 500 years. He said, "It is not like this, and how can it be like this?" While Allah said, "Wa wahina," and "Wah," he means quick. Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said that the ship was covered from the top due to which one could not see the sun and the moon. Noah had a couple of seats. One of them shone during daytime and the other during the night. And from this, the prayer times were determined. Noah had brought with him the blessed body of Adam. When he landed from the ship, he buried him in the basement of the minaret of the Mosque of Mana.7. According to reliable traditions, it is related from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that Noah's Ark was built in 30 years, and in another tradition quoted from the same Imam, it was built in 100 years. Tate. It is related from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that menstruation is an impurity affecting women. During the time of Noah, women menstruated once a year. At that time, 700 women gave up veils and roamed the cities in makeup, gaudy dresses, and jewelry. They attended mixed gatherings and intermingled freely with men. Hence, Allah afflicted these evil women with menstruation every month. As a result, men drove them out of their houses, but after some time the sexual urge of men got the better of them and they took back the women. Other women, however, continued to have normal periods once a year. The children of women of both types married with each other. They became a homogeneous group. Women who menstruated every month had cleaner blood and few male children. For this reason, women menstruating once a year became rare. 9. From reliable chains, it is quoted from Imam as-Sadiq that when Noah disembarked, the water dried up and even dehydrated the bones of infidels. When Noah saw the bones of his people, he was distressed beyond limit. Allah revealed to him to eat black grapes to expel the grief. In another tradition, it is quoted from the same Imam that Noah stayed in the ship for 7 days, and the ship circled the Kaaba and halted at Judi in Al-Kufa on the bank of Euphrates. 10. It has come in authentic traditions that an illegitimate child is the worst of all creation. Noah took dogs, pigs, and all the animals on the ship, but he did not take any illegitimate born. In reliable traditions, the explanation of Allah's saying, "They did not bring faith on Noah, but a very few." It is quoted from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that only 8 people brought faith. 11. In authentic traditions, it is quoted from Imam as-Sadiq that the oven was inside the mosque of Al-Kufa to the left side and faced the Qibla. One day while he was busy building the ship, the wife of Noah came to him and said that water is gushing out of the oven. Noah came running and sealed it with a baked brick. The water stopped. When he completed the ship and placed everything, he removed the seal. Water gushed out. The river Euphrates and other springs also gushed in fury. In a few authentic traditions, it is quoted that when all the infidels were drowned, Allah revealed to the earth, "O earth, absorb your water." The earth absorbed the water that had gushed out, but whatever had descended from the heavens remained on the earth in form of oceans. From authentic traditions, it is quoted from Imam Musa ibn Ja'far that when Noah boarded the ship and started sailing by the order of Allah, Allah revealed to the mountains, "I want to make my servant Noah stay on one of you." Hearing this, all the mountains raised their heads except for Mount Judi and Mosul. It remained humble and modest and said, "I am not worthy enough that Noah's ark may birth upon me." Allah appreciated the humility and designated the ship to halt on Mount Judi. Hence, when the ship touched Mount Judi trembled, the people thought the ship might reek and sink. Noah looked out from a small window of the ship and said, "My Lord, steady the boat." And in some traditions it has come that he said, "O Sustainer, do us a favor." In another reliable tradition it has come that Noah took resort of the holy rite of Messenger of Allah, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, Fatima al-Zahra, Imam al-Hassan, Imam al-Hussein, and all the Imams, and took them as his intercessors. There is no controversy in all this. It is possible that all of this might have happened. In an authentic tradition, it is quoted from Imam as-Sadiq that Noah's ark touched Judi on the day of Navroz 21st March. Sayyid ibn Tawas has narrated from Muhammad ibn Jarir Tabari that Allah exalted Noah with prophethood because he used to worship Allah in excess and used to seclude himself from the general public and his height was 308 hands according to the standards of his times. His dress was woolen, whereas prior to him, the dress of Idris was made of deer skin. Nuh lived in the mountains. His staple diet consisted of grass. When he reached the age of 460 years, Archangel Gabriel brought him the robe of prophethood and said, "Why have you secluded yourself from the people?" He replied, "My people do not recognize Allah. Therefore I have become aloof from them." Archangel Gabriel said, "Wage holy war against them." He replied, "I do not possess the might to confront them, and if they come to know that I am not on their religion, they would surely kill me." Archangel Gabriel said, "If you get that might, will you wage a holy war against them?" He replied, "With much pleasure, I wish I had that might." He inquired, "Who are you?" Archangel Gabriel raised a loud cry, and the mountains almost shattered. In response to that cry, the angels and all the creatures of the earth replied, "Here we are. Here we are, O Messenger of Allah." Noah was filled with terror. Archangel Gabriel said, "I am that person who lived with your two forefathers, Adam and Idris. The ever-forgiving Allah sends his salutations, and I have brought good tidings for you. Take this dress of patience and garment of staunch faith and the honorable robe of prophethood and messengership. And Allah orders that you marry Amora, daughter of Himran, son of Idris, because she would be the foremost to have faith in you." Nuh came to his people on the day of Ashura. He used to carry a white walking stick, which informed him about the secret affairs of his people. This was a festive day, and all of them had gathered before their idols. Nuh went to them and said, "La ilaha illallah," meaning that there is no God but Allah. And Adam was chosen by Allah. Idris is one exalted by him. Ibrahim is his friend, and Musa is one who spoke with Allah. And that Isa was created by the means of the Holy Spirit, and Muhammad al-Mustafa is the last of the prophets, and they are my witness on you that I have preached the divine message to you. Hearing this, the idols trembled, fires in the fire temples were extinguished, and everyone was terrified. The leaders and oppressors asked him who he was. Nuh replied, "I am a servant of Allah and a son of his servant. He has sent me to you after appointing me his prophet." Saying this, he began to weep. Then he said, "I warn you about the wrath of Allah." When Amora heard the words of Nuh, she immediately brought faith. Her father became angry and said, "A sentence of Nuh had such effect on you. I fear when the king comes to know about this he will kill you." Amora replied, "Father, where is your reason and intelligence? Nuh is a lonely, weak person, and without being designated by Allah, how can he raise a voice that has frightened you so much?" This had no effect on the father. He imprisoned Amora for a year and starved her. Throughout the year, people heard of her distress. When they released her, the people observed a great light in her and found her condition better than before. Everyone was surprised as to how she could remain alive for a year without any food and water. They inquired from her, and she said that she had appealed to the sustainer of Nuh, and hence Nuh used to bring food for her miraculously. Then Nuh married her, and Sam was born. Nuh had two wives. One was infidel named Rabia, who perished in the storm. The other was faithful, who remained with him on the ark. Some traditionists have stated that the name of the faithful wife was Hakel. In reliable traditions, Amir al-Mu'minin wrote in his will to Imam al-Hasan and Imam al-Husayn, "After my demise, when you bath and shroud me, raise my bier of the rear. Do not hold it in Barant, because when the angels will lift it at whatever place my bier is lowered, you put it down. Then strike a pickaxe on the ground, and a grave will appear which my father Nuh had made for me near his chest." The two sons acted according to the will, and a tablet was found with an inscription in Syriac, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. This grave was prepared by Nuh for the successor of Muhammad al-Mustafa Ali 700 years before the deluge. There are many traditions indicating that Adam and Nuh are buried near the tomb of Ali, and that after reciting the Ziyarah of Ali, the ziyarahs of these prophets should also be recited. But all these stated traditions are compatible with each other, and it is possible that in accounting the age of Nuh, the time period during when he was not attending to the religion's affairs was not considered. There is slight difference in the words of this invocation, which I have mentioned in the book of Invocation of Bahar al-Anwar, the author 3. It is very difficult to reconcile the conflicting traditions. It is possible that some were mistaken, or some traditions may have been registered because of in accordance with the general traditions. Some of the events have been mentioned repeatedly. Likewise, it is possible that in respect to the arrival of the angels from the second or sixth heaven, both events have occurred. Similarly, about the number of 70-odd followers, it's possible that the children of Nuh have been taken into consideration, and that the delay in the fulfillment of promise may be because the promise was not an absolute one, but that it was subject to some conditions. Or in fact, the delay was in the wrath of Allah and not in the promise, and that if someone promises punishment of someone and does not execute, it is not considered immoral. Rather, it is a praiseworthy quality, and in these traditions, there may be signs in favor of the occultation of the 12th Imam and for the delay in the reappearance of that Imam for the people of reason. Though sulfur water here means hot water that smells like sulfur, water and bitter water. The tradition quoted previously is more reliable. The difference in the breadth could be due to the hand as a unit. There is difference of opinion between commentators, historians, and the religious scholars whether he was actually the son of Nuh or that of his wife from her previous marriage, legitimate or illegitimate. It is well known amongst the Shia tradition that he was the son of Nuh and was legitimate. According to the first recitation, some have said that he had performed the indecent act, and some have said that he himself was the result of an indecent act and was not legitimate. The Shias do not accept this meaning. From Imam al-Rai currency's sign and all the Imams, there are many traditions quoting that what the Sunnis say is wrong. He was Nuh's son. It was due to the fact that he was an infidel and an evildoer that the Almighty had said that he was not from the household of Nuh, and those who had obeyed Nuh were said to be from his household. Just as Prophet has said, "Whosoever follows me is from my household." In fact, after the deluge, the body of Adam was buried in the city of Najaf as stated earlier. Perhaps this tradition is based on dissimulation. But the various traditions could be reconciled that some of them were stated in dissimulation to support the Sunni view. It is also possible that in some traditions, the time taken for smoothing the wood is also included. In some, this period is excluded period spent in acquiring wood, nails, and other materials. At that time Allah ordered him to take on the ship from every pairs that Adam had brought from the paradise, so that the children of Nuh after disembarking from the ship may live in comfort on the land, just like the Almighty has said in the Holy Qur'an that we descended 8 pairs of quadruped for your 2 pairs of lambs, 2 pairs of goats, 2 pairs of camels, and 2 pairs of cows. 1 pair each was domestic, and the other was wild. Their hunting was permissible. Similarly, 1 pair of goats was domestic and the other wild. 1 pair of cows was domestic and the other wild. 1 pair of cows was domestic and the other from mountains. 1 pair of camels was Khurasani and the other Arabian. Likewise, birds were also from wild and domestic. 9. This characteristic of becoming rare appears to belong to women who have menstruation once a year, who do not exist anymore. Their numbers kept on reducing and at last became non-existent. It is possible that the traditionalist has committed an error. There is difference of opinion in respect of the time period that Nuh stayed in this ship. Some accept this tradition because it's the most reliable. Some, however, state that he stayed on the ship for 150 days. A few have also stated the period to be 6 and 5 months respectively. 11. Perhaps apart from his sons and daughters, only 8 people brought faith, and altogether were 80 in number, or one of these traditions is based on taqiyya. Circumstances of Hud and his people. Ibn Babawayh and Al-Qut al-Rawandi have mentioned that Hud was the son of Abdullah, son of Ad-Ruba. He was the son of Haluz, son of Ad, son of Oz, son of Aram, son of Sam, son of Nuh. Some other historians have mentioned that the actual name of Hud was Abra, the son of Sali, son of Esmikshad, son of Sam, son of Nuh. According to Ibn Babawayh, the reason he is given the Lil of Hud is because he was the guided one among his people. Authentic chains of narrators have conveyed a tradition from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, wherein he says, "When the time of death approached for Nuh, he summoned his people and followers and told them, 'Keep in mind, after me will be occultation of the proof of Allah. During this period, you shall be subjugated and oppressed by legitimate leaders and tyrannical kings. And the Almighty will relieve you of these difficulties through Al-Qam, one who rises, whose name is Hud. He shall be of good appearance, pleasing manners, calm and dignified. He shall resemble me in appearance. When he appears, the Almighty will destroy your enemies through wind.'" Thus, the majority of the believers began to anticipate The arrival of Hud, but a long time passed, and gradually the people strayed from the path. The Almighty sent Hud at a time when they had lost all hopes and were involved in extreme difficulties. Then Almighty Allah destroyed their enemies through Bad al-Hakim, as alluded to in the Holy Qur'an. Once again Hud went into occultation, and the unjust got the upper hand. This continued until the advent of Salih ibn Babawayh and Al-Qutb al-Rawani relate from Wahhab that when the Hud was 40, the Almighty Allah revealed to him to invite his people towards his worship and oneness tawhid. If they accept, I shall increase their strength and wealth. The people had gathered at a place when Hud approached them and said, "Worship Allah, the one who has created you. There is no deity except him." They said, "O Hud, you were upright, reliable, and trustworthy in our eyes. I have been sent by Allah towards you," replied Hud. "Give up idol worship." When the people heard this, they became angry and leapt at his neck to strangle him. He was on the verge of death when they finally released him. Hud was unconscious for one full night and a day. When he finally regained consciousness, he said, "My Lord, I have carried out your commands. You have also seen how the people dealt with me." At this moment, Archangel Gabriel descended and said, "The Almighty says that you have become sorrowful and disheartened and given to sloth in the matter of guiding your people, when he has promised to instill their hearts with your fear. After this they shall never be able to supersede your authority." After this revelation, Hud returned to his people and said, "You have resorted to mischief and sinfulness." The people told him to abstain from such discourse and warned him that if he did not desist, they will again punish him with such intensity that he would forget his previous suffering. Hud told them to forego disobedience and repent to the Almighty. Gradually, the hearts of the people were instilled by the awe and majesty of Hud. They thought that now they would never be able to exceed the power of Hud, and hence resolved to collectively subject him to different kinds of torture. Hud raised his slogan with such an intensity that the people ran away in terror. He said, "You people are stubborn in disbelief like the people of Nuh. You also deserve a curse like Nuh. Invoke the wrath of Allah for his people." The people said, "The gods of the people of Nuh were weak and powerless, whereas our gods are strong and mighty. You are also aware of our strength." The height of those people was 120 spans according to present standards, and their bodies were 60 spans wide. Whenever one of them desired, he could easily uproot a small hillock and toss it aside. Thus for 760 years Hud continued to invite them towards Allah. When Allah decided to destroy them, he created hillocks of sand and stone. Hud told them, "I fear that these hillocks may be a punishment for you from Allah." Thus, Hud became very distraught due to the obstinacy of his people regarding sinfulness. The hillocks called out him to be happy that one day the people of Ad shall be punished through them. When Hud heard this, he renewed his exhortations to the people and said, "Fear Allah and worship him. If you do not testify to the belief in Allah, these very hillocks and dunes will be the punishment and divine wrath for you." When the people heard this, they began to uproot the hillocks and remove them from their place. However, more they endeavored, hillocks reappeared in larger number. Hud addressed Allah thus, "O my Lord, the more I persist in conveying your message, the more these people persist in disbelief." The Almighty revealed to him that he would prevent rain. Hud told his people that the Almighty has assured him that he will destroy the people. This warning of Hud reached every nook and corner of the earth, and the wild animals, birds, and other creatures heard it too. They all rushed to Hud and pleaded, "Surely you don't intend to destroy as with the disobedient people?" Hud heard their plaintive cry and prayed for them to the Almighty. The Almighty revealed to him that he would not destroy those who have not disobeyed him. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that Ad was a tribe of the people of Hud inhabiting a village that stretched from Shuguk to Aksar. They had 4-storied cities, a flourishing agriculture, and numerous date palms. They had long lifespans and towering buildings, but they were idol worshippers. Hud was sent by Allah to invite them towards Islam and restrain them from idolatry. The people refused to accept this and instead began to torture Hud in various ways. The Almighty prevented rain for 7 years, causing a terrible famine. Hud himself practiced agriculture and irrigated his fields. One day, a group of people came to the door of Hud. The door was opened by a woman, gray-haired and one-eyed. "Who are you?" she asked them. "We have come from a certain town and are inflicted with drought. We have come to request Hud to pray for rain." The old woman told them that if the prayers of Hud were effective for this purpose, he himself would have prayed, for his own crops have withered away due to lack of rain. The people asked for the whereabouts of Hud. She told them. The people came to him and said, "O Prophet of Allah, our towns have dried up. There is no rain. Please pray to the Almighty to send rain for us and bestow us with excessive bounties." Hud listened to them and prepared for prayers. After the prayers, he told the people to return and that the Almighty will send rain and bounties for them. The people said, "O Messenger of Allah, we have beheld an astonishing sight." Asked Hud. They told him of the old, gray-haired and one-eyed woman at his house who had spoken to them. Hud said, "She is my wife, and I pray to the Almighty to grant her a long life." When the people asked him why he prayed thus, he said, "Allah has not created any believer but that he is an enemy too, who continues to torture him. And my enemy is that woman. I am the master of my foe. It is better that my enemy is not my master." Thus Hud remained among the people and continued to invite them towards Allah and restrained them from idol worship. He used to exhort them to give up idolatry and worship the one and only Allah, so that Allah may bestow them with rain and increase the population of their cities. Yet the people refused to believe. Consequently, the Almighty sent a chilly and biting wind. It continued to blow for 7 days. It is related through authentic chains of narrators that Imam Al-Baqir said, "Indeed, the realm of the Almighty has the breeze of mercy and the breeze of wrath also. Whenever the Almighty desires, He transforms the breeze of wrath into a breeze of mercy. However, He never transforms the breeze of wrath into the breeze of mercy, because Allah is never wrathful to the people who obey Him. He is enraged when they begin to go astray." Then Imam states that the Almighty dealt with the people Yunus in this very fashion. He had already decreed punishment for them. They were about to be seized by divine punishment, but the people accepted belief and pleaded for mercy, and punishment was suspended. And Bad al-Hakim is the wind of punishment. There is mercy in it. Not a blade of grass sprouts in its presence. It emanates from the 7th layer beneath the earth. This particular wind never appeared except for the people of Ad. Even at that time, it was allowed only as much as the sizes of a finger ring. But it was so infuriated at the people of Hud that it came out in great magnitude. The controllers complained, "O Allah, this wind has leashed such a fury upon us that we fear that even the righteous ones of us will perish with the wrongdoers." Almighty Allah sent Archangel Gabriel to curtail the wind with his breeze and bring a part of it back, leaving only the quantity desired by Allah. Thus only part of it that Allah desired remained and rest receded, and it was enough to destroy the people of Ad and their associates. According to a good tradition, a well was being dug in the vicinity of Batniya by the order of Mudassam. However, even after 300 units of depth, there was not a single drop of water. Mudassam gave up and did not order for a second well. When Mutawakkil succeeded him, he ordered that digging should continue until water is struck. The digging began. After every 100 units, a platform was constructed. At last they reached a stone. When they broke it, a whiff of cool breeze emerged, killing all those who were around. They never reached Mutawakkil. He and his scholars could not think of a logical explanation. Finally, they wrote a letter to Imam Ali and Aki. Imam replied that they were killed like the people of Akath, that is, like the people of Ad. They were destroyed by the Almighty by a swift and cold breeze. The prophet of that community was Hud. They had populous and flourishing cities. Imam explained the disobedience of people and the shortage of rain. He said that when chastisement arrived, the people decried a cloud approaching. They became happy, thinking that it would now rain. Hud told them it was not so. It was the punishment they had themselves invited. The Messenger of Allah is reported to have said, "Not a breeze blows, but in specified intensity and quantity, but the breeze that blew in the time of Ad against the control of treasurers with great intensity, and it was like the eye of the needle. It destroyed the people of Ad." It is narrated from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali that he said, "Winds are of 5 types. One of them is Hakim, and we seek refuge of the Almighty from its peril." Ibn Babawayh relates from Wahab that the breeze of Hakim is from the earth that we inhabit. It is tied up with 70,000 chains, and 70,000 angels guard each of the chains. When the Almighty decided to unleash it upon the people of Ad, its controllers were permitted only to the extent equal to the breath that comes out of a cow's nostril. If Allah had permitted, it would not have left anything standing on this earth. However, He ordered the angels to release it only equal to the size of a finger ring. The people of Ad perished due to this wind. The Almighty will employ the same breeze to demolish the mountains. hillocks, cities, and fortifications, and flatter thee in the initial stages of the resurrection day. It is called Akim because it perpetrates chastisement and is absolutely bereft of mercy. When it descended upon the people of Ad, it destroyed their palaces, buildings, and cities and reduced them to sand, as mentioned by the Holy Qur'an. It did not leave aught on which it blew, but it made it like ashes. 51:42. Due to this, their cities were so full of sand as they had been pounded upon by the vicious wind. It continued to blow for 7 nights and 8 days. It used to lift up men and women and throw them headlong to the earth. It uprooted the mountains in the same way as it destroyed and powdered the houses. That is why there are no mountains in sandy regions, and it is for this very fact that the Almighty has turned them Hayat Al-Qulub, because the people of Ad used to carve pillars from mountains as high as the mountains themselves and fix them to the earth. Moreover, Wahhab says the fate of the people of Ad was so terrible that all places that have sandy landscapes were once inhabited by the people of Ad. Prior to this, there was only limited sand in cities. It has assumed gigantic proportion in the last period of time. They were originally the strong forts, fortresses, cities, houses, and the gardens of the people of Ad. Their cities were the most populous among the Arabs. They had more gardens and streams than any other city. When these people took the path of disobedience and began idol worship, the Almighty became angry and sent the breeze of Akim. It pulverized into sand their forts, cities, fortresses, houses, and buildings. They consisted of 13 tribes. Hud was the most noble and respected among them. He was very prosperous and to a great extent resembled Adam. He was weak complexion. He had a hairy body and was quite handsome. No resembled Adam more than him, except Yusuf. Hud remained among his people for a long time. He used to invite the people towards Allah and prohibit them from ascribing partners to him and from oppressing the people. He also warned them of divine chastisement, but the people did not forego sinfulness and illegitimate ways. They used to inhabit an area called Akaf. No community surpassed them in numerical strength, power, and might. When they felt the approaching breeze, they told Hud, "Do you frighten us with this breeze?" Then they took their children, their weak ones, and belongings and entered a shelter. They themselves remained at the entrance to shield their women and children from the wind. But when a breeze reached their feet, it lifted them high in the air and hurled through them into the seas. Previously, the Almighty had sent ants for their chastisement. They were unable to save themselves from these ants. The ants entered their ears, nose, and mouth. At last they fled the cities, leaving behind all their wealth and property. The Almighty Allah allowed them to take refuge in the mountains, and they made it their home. Allah also bestowed them with such strength and hard work that He had not bestowed anyone, neither before them or afterwards. The majority of them inhabited Dahana, Bahrain, and Alaj. The area was bordered by Yemen on one side and Hadramaut on the other. After the descent of punishment on Ad, Hud came with his followers to Mecca and settled there until he departed from this world. Salih also performed the same ritual. 7,000 prophets went to the valley of Raha near Mecca with the intention of performing Hajj. All of them had dresses of spun hair. Even the reins of their camels were spun with hair. They announced various kinds of talbiyah, e.g. Allahumma labbaik. These prophets included Hud, Salih, and Ibrahim, Musa, Shaib, and Yunus. Hud was a traitor. According to authentic narrations, it is related from Ali ibn Yaqtin that Mansur the Abbasid Caliph ordered him to dig a well in the palace of a pious man. Yaqtin began to dig the well and continued for a considerable period of time. In the due course, Mansur died, but there was still no water in this well. When Al-Mahdi learnt of this, he said that he would continue digging until water is struck, even if the public treasury is exhausted in this venture. Hence, Yaqtin appointed his brother Abu Musa for this well. He continued the digging to such an extent that a hole appeared at the bottom of this well. A whiff of breeze came through the hole. The diggers were terrified, and they came and informed Abu Musa. He came to the well and asked to be lowered into the well. The well was 40 hands wide. The people lowered Abu Musa in a canopy tied with ropes. When he reached the bottom, he sensed a great peril from this hole. He heard the rumbling of wind below it. Then he ordered the widening of this hole and lowered 2 people to investigate the matter. The 2 of them remained inside for a long time and at last tugged their ropes to pull back. When they were pulled to the surface, they related astounding things. "We saw men who have turned to stones. All their belongings and houses, etc. have turned into stones. Their men and women are wearing clothes. Some of them are sitting and some lying on their sides. Some of them are resting on pillows. When we touched their clothes, they turned to dust and flew away in the breeze. Their houses retained their original structure. Abu Musa wrote to Al-Mahdi about it, and all the court scholars were astonished. But no one could think of a rational explanation. Allamah Al-Mahdi, the Abu, a letter Medina, Imam Imam traveled to Iraq. Al-Mahdi related the incident to Imam. Imam wept profusely and said that those were the remains of the people of Ad. The Almighty sent his wrath upon them, and they sunk below the earth along with their houses. And they were the people of Ahqaf. What is Ahqaf? Asked Al-Mahdi. Sand, replied Imam. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported in authentic traditions to have said that when Hud announced his prophethood, the descendants of Sam believed in him because they were having prior knowledge of his special characteristics. But the other people perished through the breeze of Akim. Hud made a bequest to them regarding Salih and gave them the glad tidings of his advent. Authentic chains of narrators relate that Imam as-Sadiq said, the age of the people of Hud was 400 years. First, the Almighty prevented rain for them for 3 years, yet they did not give up their disbelief. When the intensity of drought increased, they sent a group of people towards the mountains of Mecca. They were not familiar with the location of Kaaba, that they might have prayed there for rain. When they reached the mountains, they prayed for rain, and 3 types of clouds rose up in the sky. They neither selected the first nor the second. They selected the third cloud, that was the cloud of punishment. When a gust of wind came towards them, a rich man named Kalkan said to Hud, the approaching cloud has some creatures who are riding on camels and carrying maces. Hud said, they are the angels of Allah. If we believe in your God, would he give us power over these angels so that we can take revenge? Asked Kalkan. Allah does not give power to the sinners to subdue those who obey him, replied Hud. What happens after our people are destroyed? Asked Kalkan. Allah will bring other people in your place. They shall be better than you, informed Hud. Life is not worth living after them. So saying, Kalkan joined his people and perished with them. According to an authentic tradition, after the fatal blow, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali made a bequest to Imam al-Hasan and said, take me to Najaf and bury me between my 2 brothers Hud and Salih. In another tradition, Imam al-Hasan says that Amir al-Mu'minin Ali told him, bury me in the grave of my brother, Hud. Therefore, whatever is mentioned in the previous tradition can be reconciled by saying that it probably refers to the original burial site of Hud, and that later Hud was transferred to Najaf like Adam. 1. A reliable chain of narrators quote Imam Jafar as-Sadiq as saying that whenever there is wind carrying white, black or yellow dust, it is the pulverized bones and powdered houses of the people of Ad. In other reliable tradition, the tafsir of the verse, surely we sent on them a tornado in a day of bitter ill luck, 54:19, says that the ill luck mentioned is everlasting punishment for the people of Ad. According to authentic traditions, the day refers to the last Wednesday of the month. It is related from Imam al-Baqir that the Almighty Allah has confined this tornado in a house, the door of which is locked and bolted. If it were to be released, it will destroy all that exists between the earth and the heavens. It was sent to the people of Ad only equal to the circumference of a finger ring. The mother tongue of Hud, Salih, Shaib, Ismail, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all, was Arabic. In another tradition from the same Imam, it is narrated that the people of Hud were of towering heights, like the date palms. They used to break chunks of mountains with their bare hands. Wahab narrates that the 8 days when they were hit by the wind are known as Bardal Ajuz in Arabic. These days that there is a windy weather in most of the countries. There is also extreme cold. It is associated with Ajuz because an old woman of Ad entered the earth, and due to the punishment this wind blew and destroyed the people on the 8th day. The Almighty has related the incident of Ad in a number of Quranic ayats. At one place he says, and to Ad we sent their brother Hud. He said, O my people, serve Allah, you have no God other than him. Will you not then guard against evil? The chiefs of those who disbelieved from among his people said, most surely we see you in folly, and most surely we think you to be of the liars. He said, O my people, there is no folly in me, but I am an apostle of the Lord of the worlds. I deliver to you the messages of my Lord, and I am a faithful advisor to you. What? Do you wonder that a reminder has come to you from your Lord through a man from among you that he might warn you? And remember when he made you successors after Nuh's people and increased you in excellence in respect of make, Therefore remember the benefits of Allah, that you may be successful. They said, have you come to us that we may serve Allah alone and give up what our fathers used to serve? Then bring to us what you threaten us with if you are of the truthful ones. He said, indeed uncleanness and wrath from your Lord have lighted upon you. What? Do you dispute with me about names, which you and your fathers have given? Allah has not sent any authority for them. Wait then, I too with you will be of those who wait. So we delivered him and those with him by mercy from us, and we cut off the last of those who rejected our communications and were not believers. 765-72. In another place, Allah says, and to add, we sent their brother Hud. He said, O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than He. You are nothing but forgers of lies. O my people, I do not ask of you any reward for it. My reward is only with Him who created me. Do you not then understand? And, O my people, ask forgiveness of your Lord. Then turn to Him. He will send on you clouds pouring down abundance of rain and add strength to your strength. And do not turn back guilty. They said, O Hud, you have not brought to us any clear argument, and we are not going to desert our gods for your word, and we are not believers in you. We cannot say aught but that some of our gods have smitten you with evil. He said, surely I call Allah to witness, and do you bear witness too, that I am clear of what you associate with Allah, besides Him. Therefore scheme against me altogether, then give me no respite. Surely I rely on Allah, my Lord and your Lord. There is no living creature but He holds it by its forelock. Surely my Lord is on the right path. What have you ever done into that other to entered without even help you, and what have not be what do it, and you can't have any harm. Show them a voice that are very well of things. And when our decree came to pass, we delivered Hud and those who believed with him with mercy from us, and we delivered them from a hard chastisement. 1150-58. Again the Lord says, Ad gave the lie to the apostles, when their brother Hud said to them, will you not guard against evil? Surely I am a faithful apostle to you. Therefore guard against the punishment of Allah, and obey me, and I do not ask you any reward for it. Surely my reward is only with the Lord of the worlds. Do you build on every height a monument? Vain is it that you do, and you make strong fortresses that perhaps you may. And when you lay hands on men, you lay hands like tyrants. So guard against the punishment of Allah and obey me. And be careful of your duty to Him. Who has given you abundance of what you know? He has given you abundance of cattle and children, and gardens and fountains. Surely I fear for you the chastisement of a grievous day. They said, it is the same to us whether you admonish or are not one of the admonishers. This is not but a custom of the ancients, and we are not going to be punished. So they gave him the lie. Then we destroyed them. Most surely there is a sign in this, but most of them do not believe. 26:123-139. In yet another place the Almighty tells His Prophet to inform those who are obstinate in disbelief. Then as to Ad, they were unjustly proud in the land, and they said, who is mightier in strength than we? Did they not see that Allah, who created them, was mightier than they in strength? And they denied our communications. 41:15-16. Furthermore, Allah says, and mention the brother of Ad, when he warned his people in the sandy plains, and indeed warners came before him and after him, saying, serve none but Allah. Surely I fear for you the punishment of a grievous day. They said, have you come to us to turn us away from our gods? Then bring us what you threaten us with, if you are of the truthful ones. He said, the knowledge is only with Allah, and I deliver to you the message with which I am sent, but I see you are a people who are ignorant. So when they saw it as a cloud appearing in the sky advancing toward their valleys, they said, this is a cloud which will give us rain. No, it is what you sought to hasten on, a blast of wind in which is a painful punishment, destroying everything by the command of its Lord, so they became such that naught could be seen except their dwellings. Thus do we reward the guilty people. 46:21-25. Commentators of the Holy Qur'an say that Hud had constructed a boundary and took refuge in it with those who believed in him. The wind was able to reach them only to the extent that pleased them. However, the people of Ad were lifted by the gale so high that they seemed like locusts. They were tossed headlong on the mountains, and their bones were pulverized. They had constructed strong buildings and walls to protect themselves from its fury. When these people entered their houses, the gale followed them inside, plucked them out, and carried them away. Shaddad, and the city of Iram, Ibn Babawayh, Sheikh Tabarsi and others have written that there was a person named Abdullah bin Kalaba who went in search for his lost camel. He was wandering in search of his camel in the wilderness of Ad. In that wilderness, he saw a city surrounded by a moat. There were many palaces and numerous standards flags. He came towards it thinking it would be inhabited and he would seek information regarding his camel, but he did not see anyone entering the city. He came to the gate, alighted from his she-camel and tied it on one side. Then he extracted his sword from the scabbard and entered the city. He saw 2 more gates, more lofty than anyone has seen in the world. They were made of incense wood and inlaid with yellow and red rubies that brighten up the surrounding houses with their glow. Seeing this, the man was mesmerized. He opened a door and entered. He saw another city within, as resplendent and as beautiful. He saw palaces in it. They were constructed on pillars of emeralds and rubies. All the palaces had windows, and above each window was another window, all made up of gold, silver, pearls, rubies, and emeralds. The gates of these palaces were like the gates of the city, of incense wood inlaid with rubies. The floor of the palaces was plastered with pearls, musk, and saffron. When the visitor beheld the sight and did not find any human, he was terrified. The palaces were surrounded by orchards of different kind of fruit-bearing trees. Streams flowed underneath the trees. He thought that it was the same paradise the Almighty has promised for the righteous. He thanked Allah for letting him enter the paradise in his worldly life. Then he began pluck as many pearls, musk, and as much saffron as he can, but he was not able to pull out a single ruby or emerald. Then he came out, mounted this she-camel and returned the way he had come, to Yemen. He showed the pearls, musk, and saffron balls he was having and related the whole incident. He even sold the pearls he had obtained, though they had yellowed due to their age. The information gained popularity and reached the ears of Muawiyah. He sent a messenger to the governor of Sana'a requesting him to send this person to him. Thus he came to Muawiyah. Muawiyah took him aside and he related the incident. He summoned Ka'b bin al-Bar and asked him, "Have heard or read in some book about a city of gold and silver with palaces on pillars of rubies and emeralds and windows and floors of pearls and orchards of fruit trees beneath which streams flow?" "Yes," replied Ka'b. "This city was constructed by Shaddad the son of Ad. It is the same Iram that is mentioned by Allah in the Qur'an and praised in the words, 'No city has been constructed like it.'" Muawiyah told him to relate the details. Ka'b said, "Apart from the people of Ad there was a person, Ad the first. He had 2 sons, Shadid and Shaddad. After the death of Ad they succeeded him and gained such power that the east and the west paid obeisance to them. Shadid died first and Shaddad became the foremost ruler of the world. He was an avid reader of books. When he came across the description of paradise, the inlaid rubies and pearls and other bounties, he wanted to construct a paradise at par with the paradise of Allah. Thus he appointed 100 people for building the paradise, and under each one of them he deputed 1,000 workers. Then he ordered them to look for a vast tract of land in the wilderness and construct a city of gold, silver, rubies, emeralds, and pearls, to construct pillars of emeralds, to construct palaces and fix windows to them and windows upon these windows. Below the palaces, they should plant fruit orchards and make streams flow underneath. I want a similar paradise on the earth, said Shaddad, just as I have seen the description of paradise in books. The people asked, "How can we obtain such huge quantities of gold, silver, and gems to construct such a city? You know that I am the master of the whole world." "We know that," they replied. Shaddad told them to appoint a group of people for each of the mines, that they may collect as much quantity as required by you. Apart from this, collect all the gold and silver owned by the people. Thus, letters were dispatched to the rulers of the East and West, and for full 10 years, valuables were accumulated. Then for 300 years continued the construction of the palatial city. The total age of Shaddad was 900 years. The people informed him that they had completed the task of building the paradise for him. Shaddad told them to construct a moat around the city and build 1,000 castles on the outskirts, each flying thousands of flags. "Each of these places will house one of my ministers," said Shaddad. The architects completed the additional task as ordered by Shaddad. Shaddad issued orders to the people that they should move toward Dihat al-Amad. The people prepared for the journey for full 10 years. Shaddad finally set on his journey with his army and people. When he was near his destination and only a day's journey remained, the Almighty sent a voice from the heavens that killed all of them. Neither Shaddad was able to enter Aram nor his people. O Muawiyah, a man from your people, from among the Muslims, red-faced, red-haired, and short stature, clean eyebrow and neck, will enter this city in search of his lost camel. The person was present with Muawiyah. When Ka'b saw him, he said, "This is the same man, by Allah." Then in the last period of time, the followers of the true path will enter that paradise. Ibn Babawayh says, "We have seen the book Al-Munarran that Hashim bin Sa'd has quoted. I saw a stone in Alexandria with the inscription, 'I am Shaddad the son of Ad, who built the city of Dihad al-Amad. No city has ever been constructed like it. I mobilized a large army and conquered lands with my might, and constructed the palaces of Iran at the time when there was no old age or death, and the stones were as soft as flowers. And I have sunk 12 stories deep, and no one shall be able to salvage it, but the Ummah of Muhammad will bring it out.'" What? Historians and commentators of Qur'an differ as to the site of the grave of Hud. Some say it is in Hadramaut, in a cave, and historians narrate from Amir al-Mu'minin that the grave is on a red hillock in Hadramaut. Some say that Hud is buried in the Har Ismail at Kaaba. Salih, his she-camel, and his people. The Almighty has mentioned this incident in a number of places in the Holy Qur'an to warn the heedless and ignorant people of the community. First, we quote the relevant verses to be followed by appropriate traditions. The Almighty says, "And to Thamud we sent their brother Salih. He said, 'O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than Him. Clear proof indeed have come to you from your Lord. This is Allah's she-camel for you, a sign. Therefore leave her alone to pasture on Allah's earth, and do not touch her with any harm. Otherwise painful chastisement will overtake you. And remember when He made you successors after Ad and settled you in the land. You make mansions on its plains and hew out houses in the mountains. Remember therefore Allah's benefits and do not act corruptly in the land making mischief.'" The chief of those who behaved proudly among his people said to those who were considered weak, to those who believed from among them, "Do you know that Salih is sent by his Lord?" They said, "Surely we are believers in what he has been sent with." Those who were haughty said, "Surely we are deniers of what you believe in." So they slew the she-camel and revolted against their Lord's commandment. And they said, "O Salih, bring us what you threaten us with if you are one of the apostles." Then the earthquake overtook them, so they became motionless bodies in their abode. Then he turned away from them and said, "O my people, I did certainly deliver to you the message of my Lord, and I gave you good advice, but you do not love those who give good advice." 773-79. And to Thamud we sent their brother Salih. He said, "O my people, serve Allah. You have no God other than He. He brought you into being from the earth, and made you dwell in it. Therefore ask forgiveness of Him, then turn to Him. Surely my Lord is nigh, answering." They said, "O Salih, surely you were one amongst us in whom great expectations were placed before this. Do you now forbid us from worshipping what our fathers worshipped? And as to that which you call us to, most surely we are in disquieting doubt." He said, "O my people, tell me if I have clear proof from my Lord and He has granted to me mercy from Himself. Who will then help me against Allah if I disobey Him? Therefore you do not add to me other than loss. And, O my people, this will be as Allah's she-camel for you, a sign. Therefore leave her to pasture on Allah's earth, and do not touch her with evil, for then a near chastisement will overtake you." But they slew her. So he said, "Enjoy yourselves in your abode for 3 days, that is a promise not to be belied." So when our decree came to pass, we delivered Salih and those who believed with him by mercy from us, and we saved them from the disgrace of that day. Surely your Lord is the strong, the mighty. And the rumbling overtook those who were unjust, so they became motionless bodies in their abodes, as though they had never dwelt in them. Now surely did Thamud disbelieve in their Lord. Now surely, away with Thamud. 1161-68. And the dwellers of the rocks certainly rejected the messengers, and we gave them our communications, but they turned aside from them, and they hewed houses in the mountains in security. So the rumbling overtook them in the morning. 1580-83. According to Al-Qutb al-Rawandi, Salih was the son of Thamud, son of Atir, son of Iran, son of Sam, son of Nah. Some believe that Salih was the son of Abid, son of Asif, son of Masik, son of Abid, son of Hawar, son of Thamud, son of Atir, son of Iran, son of Sam, son of Nah. According to authentic chains of narrators from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq in the tafsir of the ayahs, Thamud rejected the warning. So they said, "What? A single mortal from among us? Shall we follow him? Most surely, we shall in that case be in sure error and distress. Has the reminder been made to light upon him from among us? Nut, he is an insolent liar." 54:23-25. That he said it. It occurred when the people of Thamud belied Salih. For it never happened that Allah destroyed a community before He sent a warner who exhausted the argument upon them. Thus, the Almighty sent Salih to them, and He invited them toward Allah, but they did not accept. Rather, they opposed vehemently and were stubborn in disobedience. They said, "We shall not believe in you until you bring out from this rock a she-camel, 10 months pregnant." These people used to worship that particular rock and offered numerous sacrifices to it every year, and they congregated around it. They told Salih, "If you are truly a prophet and a messenger as you claim to be, pray to Allah that He may cause a she-camel 10 months pregnant to emerge from this rock." The Almighty acceded to their request, and a she-camel appeared from the rock. Allah revealed upon Salih to inform the people that the she-camel should be allowed exclusive access to drinking water on alternate days. So the she-camel consumed all the water on alternate days. She was milked, and all the people relished her milk on those days. On other days, the people and other animals drank water, and the she-camel did not come near the pond. This continued as long as the Almighty desired. The people began to deviate and hatched a plot to slaughter the she-camel. "We are not prepared to continue with the existing arrangement," they said. "The she-camel consumes all the water on alternate days. Whoever kills this camel shall be rewarded according to his wish." Upon hearing this, a red-complexioned, red-haired man with blue eyes approached the people. He was of illegitimate birth. His name was Kedar and was a vile and an evil person. The people determined his reward. On her day, the she-camel was on its way back after having a drink from the pond when this man stroked her with a sword. The stroke did not have any effect. He hit her the second time, and she fell down on her side, and her young one ran to the mountain. It raised its head thrice towards the sky and pleaded. The people gathered, and each of them hit the she-camel and participated in the outrageous crime. They divided the meat among themselves, and none remained without partaking of it. Salih was dismayed. He said, "O people, you have committed a serious transgression and disobeyed the Almighty." The Almighty revealed to Salih, "Your people have rebelled, transgressed, and killed the she-camel that I had sent for them as the final proof. They were not inconvenienced due to the she-camel. It was a great boon. Rather, so tell them that I will send chastisement within 3 days, and if they do not repent and forego sinfulness, I will surely send down the punishment for them." Salih came to his people and said, "People, I am the messenger of your Lord. He says that if you repent, forego sinfulness, and seek forgiveness, He will condone your sins and accept your repentance." When Salih said this, their obstinacy and transgression increased. They said to Salih, "If what you say is true, bring the punishment upon us." Salih said, "Indeed, tomorrow morning your faces shall turn yellow, the next day red, and then black on the 3rd day." Thus, next morning all their faces turned yellow. Some of them told others, what Salih had predicted was true, and the chastisement has come to you. The renegades and the transgressors said, "We shall not accept the word of Salih and would not believe him even if what he says is true." On the 2nd day, their faces turned red. Again, some of them said, "What Salih had predicted has come true." Obstinate transgressors said, "Even though we perish, we shall still not believe in Salih. We shall not forego worshipping the deities of our forefathers." They did not repent, and neither did they stop sinning. On the 3rd day, their faces turned black. Again some people went to them and repeated that whatever Salih had predicted was true, but the arrogant ones said, "Indeed, whatever Salih predicted has come to pass." At last, when at midnight, Archangel Gabriel descended and raised a loud call that shattered their eardrums. Their hearts exploded and livers disintegrated. On the 3rd day, they anointed and shrouded themselves, convinced of the imminent punishment. The Almighty killed all of them. By the morning, all of them lay dead in their houses and their bedrooms. Then Almighty Allah caused a loud noise with the fire that descended from the sky and burned all of them. This is an account of the people of Thamud. A good, rather an authentic tradition from Imam Hayat Al-Baqir says that the Messenger of Allah asked Archangel Gabriel why the people of Thamud were destroyed. Archangel Gabriel said, "Al-Muhammad, Salih was sent to his people when he was 16 years old. He remained among them until he was 120 years, but they were having 70 idols, whom they worshipped. When Sally saw this, he said, "O people, indeed, I was 16 years old when I was sent for your guidance. Today I have reached my 120th year. I give you two alternatives. Either of us makes a request to your gods and sees if they respond. After that, if still you do not agree, I will go away, for I am very distressed and hopeless regarding you." "Fair enough," said the people. "Promise that when they shall go to the wilderness and perform the test. On the appointed day, the misguided people took their idols to a desert. They ate and drank to satiation. After this, they invited Sally to present his demand. Sally came to largest idol and asked its name. The people told him, and Sally addressed the idol by its own name. It did not reply. "Why doesn't it reply?" asked Sally. The people suggested that he question another idol. It also did not respond. One by one, Sally called each and every idol, but none of them uttered a reply. Sally said, "People, you have seen that I called each of your gods, but not one of them responded. Now you present your demand, and if you are not able to achieve it, I shall pray to Allah, and He will surely grant it." The people addressed their idols and asked them as to why they had not responded to the call of Sally. Still they did not get a reply. Then the people told Sally to leave them alone with their idols. Sally obliged them. The people threw away the carpets and utensils and began to roll in the sand and said, "If you do not reply to Sally today, we shall be insulted." They called back Sally and told him to inquire again. Once more Sally addressed each of the idols, but there was no response. Sally said, "The whole day has passed in this. These idols do not respond. Now you express your demands so that I can pray to the Almighty. He will accept the prayers at this very moment." The people selected 70 senior leaders. They told Sally that they were prepared to present their demand. Sally asked the people if they agree. "Yes," replied the people. "If this group accepts your word, we too shall follow it," assured the people. The group of 70 said, "O Sally, we present a request to you. If your Lord accepts it, we shall obey you and follow your commands, and the rest of the people will also follow suit." Sally told them to ask whatever they wished. They indicated towards a nearby mountain and said, "Come, let's go to this mountain and we shall express our wish there." When they reached the mountain, they said, "O Sally, pray to your God that at this very moment, He may cause a red-haired she-camel 10 months pregnant and 3 parasang long to appear from this mountainside." Sally said, "You have made such a request that it is impossible for me, but it's easy for my Lord." He prayed to the Almighty, and at that very moment, the mountainside cracked with such a loud noise that the people nearly lost their senses. The mountain felt a terrible pain like a woman during childbirth. Suddenly the head had not yet emerged when the she-camel began to speak. Then the remaining portion came out and it stood erect. When the people beheld the astonishing scene, they exclaimed, "How quickly your Lord responded to your supplication. Now pray that you should deliver a young one too." Sally prayed, and the young emerged from its mother and ambled around it. "Anything else?" asked Sally. "No," admitted the people. "Let us go back to and relate all this to our people that they may also believe in you." They turned and had not yet reached their people when 64 of the 70 men reneged and said that Sally had performed magic. However, 6 of them remained steadfast. The situation turned serious, and those who belied Sally deserted him. From the 6 steadfast people, 1 fell into doubt. He remained among them until the time they slew the she-camel. The narrator says that I have seen the mountain with a mile-long aperture. The sides of the she-camel have left their impression on both sides of the mountain. According to a reliable chain of narrators, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that Sally was in occultation for a long time. He was middle-aged at that time. He had a handsome body and a flourishing beard and was of medium stature. When he reappeared, the people failed to recognize him. Prior to his return, there were 3 groups among the people. One group used to reject and said that Sally was no more alive and that he could never return. The second group was in doubt. The third group was sure that he would come back. When Sally returned, he first went to the group that was in doubt and said, "I am Sally." They rejected him, saying that he did not resemble him. Then Sally came to those were his deniers. They also did not accept him and expressed extreme dislike for him. Finally, he came to the group steadfast in faith and said, "I am Sally. Show us a sign to remove all doubts." They demanded, "We know that Allah is the creator and He can change the appearance of whomsoever He likes. We are aware of the special characteristics of Sally. We have also found in the books that he will return." "I am the one who had brought for you the she-camel," said Sally. "You speak the truth." accepted the people, we have read this in our books. Tell us the sign of the she-camel. One day is allotted for the she-camel to drink water and the next for you. They said, we believe in Allah and in all things that you have brought from him. The arrogant group who were harboring doubts said, we do not accept what you believe. The narrator says that I asked, O son of the messenger, was there no scholar among them? A man said, Allah is more just that he will leave the earth without a scholar. When Sally reappeared, all the scholars came to him, and in this the example of Ali and the awaited al-Qam peace of Allah beyond both is like that of Sally. Both of them will reappear toward the end of time, and at that time also people will divide into three groups. Some of them will accept them and others reject them. According to authentic reports, Musa ibn Ja'far said, the people of Raz were two different groups. One of them have been mentioned by Allah in the Qur'an. Another group inhabited the desert and owned sheep and goats. Sally the Prophet sent one of his representatives to them. They killed him. Sally sent a second one. He too was murdered. The third messenger was sent with an assistant to help him. They killed the Prophet again. The assistant Wali tried his best and exhausted the argument. They used to say, our God is in the sea, as they lived by the seashore. Every year they had a day of feast. On this day, a huge fish used to emerge from the sea. The people prostrated before it. The Wali of Sally assured them that he was not desirous of being accepted as their God. But if the fish that you worship obeys me, would you accept my word and hearken to what I invite? Yes, agreed the people and took an oath for the same. Thus, the fish emerged, riding on 4 other fishes. When the people saw it, they fell down in prostration. Then the Wali of Sally came toward the fish and commanded it, come to me by the name of the Almighty, willingly or unwillingly. The fish heard the command and alighted. Wali said, climb astride the fishes again and come, so that there remains doubt among these people regarding me. The fish climbed upon the 4 fishes and they all came out of the water near the Wali. Despite witnessing such a spectacle, the people continued to belie the Wali. The Almighty sent a wind toward them, and along with their animals, they were tossed into the sea. The Wali received a divine revelation to go to a well by the name of Raz. He reached the well and extracted the hidden treasures and distributed it equally among the young old of his followers. It is possible it might be the same well, popularly known as Raz, that one passes on way to Mecca. Both Shia and Sunni traditionalists have quoted from reliable chains that the Messenger of Allah asked Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, O Ali, who are the most evil among the ancient people? The killer of Salih's she-camel. Replied Ali, you are right, said the Holy Prophet, and then asked, who is the most evil of the people of the later age? When Ali did not reply, the Messenger of Allah said, it is the person who will strike your head. Amr bin Nasr says that I and Ali ibn Abi Talib were asleep on the sand during the battle of Ashira when all of a sudden the Messenger of Allah awoke us. When we awoke, he asked, do you want me to tell you who is the most evil of the people? Both of us said, yes, O Messenger of Allah, the red complexion one of the people of Thamud, who cut off the legs of the she-camel of Sally, and next is one who will strike the head of Ali and smear his beard in blood. A number of chains quote the tradition that once the Messenger of Allah emerged holding the hand of Ali and called out, O Ansar, O sons of Hashim, O sons of Abdul Muttalib, I am Muhammad the Messenger of Allah. Indeed, I am the recipient of divine mercy. I live with 3 orphans, Ali, Hamza, and Ja'far. Just now, a person told me, O Messenger of Allah, these people will be astride you in the resurrection day. May your parents may mourn you. On that day, none will be astride except me, Ali, Fatima, and Prophet Sally. I would be astride the lightning. My daughter will be astride my she-camel named Gaza. Sally will be upon Allah's she-camel that was slain, and Ali will be upon a camel of paradise. Its bridle will be of rubies. Ali would be wearing 2 garments and standing between paradise and hell. It would be a situation when the people undergo extreme difficulties and would be sweating profusely. A breeze will blow from the holy throne, drying up their perspiration. The angels, Prophet, and the truthful ones will say that it cannot be anyone except the closest angel and a messenger who has been sent by Allah. At this occasion a voice shall call out, this is not a proximate angel, nor a messenger, it is the brother of the Messenger of Allah in the world, and hereafter it is Ali ibn Abi Talib. According to authentic tradition, people asked Imam al-Hasan about the 7 creatures that did not come through the womb. Imam al-Hasan said, they are Adam, Hawa, the ram of Ibrahim, the she-camel of Sally, serpent of the Garden of Eden, the crow that was sent by Allah to teach Habil the method of burial, and Iblis, curse of Allah be upon him. It is recorded in some traditions that when they had cut off the legs of she-camel, the same 9 persons said, "Come, let us kill Salih too." For if he had given a correct prediction of chastisement, we would have killed him beforehand. If he is wrong, we would have sent him where we sent the she-camel. After hatching the plot, they came to the house of Salih in the dark of the night. The Almighty had sent the angels for guarding Salih, and they stoned to death the attackers of Salih. According to Ka'b bin Ambar, the cause of the killing of she-camel was a woman named Malka. She was the queen of Thamud. When the people aligned with Salih, she became jealous. There was another woman, Katem, the beloved of Kedar bin Salif. Another woman, Iqbal, was the beloved of Masta. Kedar and Masta drank together every evening. Malka told Qatam and Iqbal that when Kedar and Masta approach you at night, you should feign grief and say that you are sorrowful due to the she-camel of Salih. We shall not be happy with you until you slay it. When Kedar and Masta came to them that night and were told of their desires, they agreed to slay the she-camel. They mobilized 7 more people for their mission and slew the she-camel. As mentioned by the Almighty, there were 9 people in the town who spread corruption in the land and did not allow peace to be established. According to authentic traditions, it was Wednesday when the chastisement struck the people of Salih. Other reliable narrations state that the she-camel was killed on a Wednesday. There is agreement between these 2 traditions. An account of Ibrahim and his righteous sons. Merits of Ibrahim and his perfect morals. Through authentic chains, it is narrated from Imam Musa ibn Ja'far that Ibrahim was 15 years old when he acquired perfect morals and divine recognition. It is related from the Holy Prophet that I would be the first one to be summoned on the resurrection day, and I shall go and stand on the right of the throne. I would be made to wear a green garment of paradise. Then my forefather Ibrahim and my brother Ali shall be summoned. They would stand on the right side of the throne under its shade and would also be given green garments of paradise. A caller will raise a cry in front of the divine throne. O Muhammad, how virtuous is your forefather Ibrahim and how virtuous is your brother Ali. Authentic tradition from Imam Musa ibn Ja'far says, the Almighty Allah has required 4 things from everyone. He has appointed Ibrahim, Dawah and Musa for jihad and sword fighting, and he has appointed me for dwellers of house. As mentioned in the Holy Qur'an that Allah gave superiority to Adam, Nuh, the family of Ibrahim, and the family of Iran over the whole world. Amir al-Mu'minin says that Ibrahim is from those prophets who were born circumcised, and he was the first one to command the people regarding circumcision. According to authentic traditions, Ibrahim is the first person who hosted guests and got gray hair in his beard. He asked the Almighty as to what it was. The Almighty revealed, it is the dignity of this world and the light nor of the hereafter. In certain ayats, the Almighty has referred to Ibrahim as his Khalil friend. Khalil is one who does not allow any type of Khalil deficiency in fulfilling the rights of friendship. In this way, the Almighty appointed him as his friend. Many traditions have been mentioned in this regard. One of such traditions is related through reliable sources from Imam al-Ridha. The Almighty Allah appointed Ibrahim as his friend because he did not spurn the request of anyone and himself never asked anyone but Allah. According to correct chains, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is reported to have said, the Almighty Allah made Ibrahim his friend because he prostrated much for Allah. Reliable sources report Imam Ali al-Naqi said that Allah appointed Ibrahim as his friend because he frequently recited salawat on Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. According to the Holy Prophet, Allah made Ibrahim his Khalil because he used to feed the people and pray at night when people were asleep. 1. A reliable report from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says, when Allah the Almighty appointed Ibrahim as his Khalil, he sends a handsome youth in white garments who was actually the angel of death to convey the good news to Ibrahim. When he came to deliver the good news, oil and water was dripped from his hair. When Ibrahim returned home, he saw someone leaving his house. Now, Ibrahim was a very modest person. Whenever he went out, he used to shut his door lock it, and carry the keys with him. That day he had gone on some errand when upon his return he saw this young man standing in his house. He said, "Creature of Allah, who gave you permission to enter my house?" "The master of the house," replied the man. "Indeed, my master has a greater right than me." "But who are you?" asked Ibrahim. "I am the angel of death." Ibrahim became afraid. "Have you come to capture my soul?" he asked. "Oh, the Almighty has appointed a certain person as his friend. I have come to convey this good news to him." "Who is that fortunate person? Maybe I shall spend my life in his service," asked Ibrahim. "Ibrahim, you are that fortunate one." When Ibrahim heard this, he was exhilarated. He rushed to Sarah and said, "Allah has appointed me as his Khalil." Through reliable reporters, we have a traditions from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that he said, "When the Almighty sent angels, his messenger, to destroy the people of Lut, Ibrahim brought for them roasted meat of calf. They said, 'We shall not partake of it until you inform us of its cost.' Ibrahim said, 'Recite Bismillah in the name of Allah before you begin, and Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah, after you finish.' This is the compensation." Archangel Gabriel told 4 of his deputies, "Ibrahim deserves that Allah appoint him as his Khalil." Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that when Ibrahim was thrown into the fire, Archangel Gabriel met him in the air as he was descending toward the inferno. Archangel Gabriel asked him if he had any wishes. "Not from you," said Ibrahim. Another authentic tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says, Ibrahim was the first person for whom the desert sand turned into flour. It was when he had gone to Egypt to one of his friends to borrow some food grains, but did not find him home. Ibrahim did not like that he should take back his beasts of burden empty, so he filled the sacks with sand. When he reached home, he sent the loaded animals inside to Sarah, and he went to sleep in a secluded place. Sarah opened the sacks to find the best quality flour. She prepared leavened breads and carried them to Ibrahim. "Where did you get their breads from?" asked Ibrahim. "They are prepared from the same flour that you brought from your Egyptian friend." "Indeed, one who gave me this flour is my friend, but not that Egyptian friend Khalil," said Ibrahim. "It was for this reason that Allah appointed him as his Khalil." Thus Ibrahim thanked the Almighty and consumed his food. According to an authentic tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, on the resurrection day, Muhammad al-Mustafa shall be summoned, given a pink dress, and made to stand at the right of the throne, the holy throne. Then Ibrahim would be summoned, given a white garment, and made to stand on the left of the throne, the holy throne. Then Ali will be called, given a crimson garment, and made to stand at the right of the holy prophet. Ismail would be called, given a white garment, and made to stand as the right of Ibrahim. After this, Imam al-Hassan shall be summoned. He would be given a crimson dress and made to stand on the right of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali. Next, Imam al-Hussein shall be called, offered a crimson garment, and made to stand at the right of Imam al-Hassan. One by one all the Imams shall be called, made to dress in a red garment, and stand to the right of their respective predecessors. After this, the Shias of the Imams shall be summoned and made to stand facing them. Finally, Fatima al-Zahra will come with the women and children of their Shias, and they would enter paradise in large numbers. Then, by the command of Allah, a crier will call out from the middle of the holy throne, "O Muhammad, how virtuous is your forefather Ibrahim and your brother Ali! How virtuous he is! And how virtuous are your grandsons, Hassan and Hussein, and how virtuous is your grandson, Mohsen, who was martyred in the womb, and Imam Zain al-Abidin until the last Imam. How meritorious is your progeny! How virtuous are the guiding Imams, and how fortunate your Shias! Indeed, Muhammad, his legatee Ali, and their progeny of holy Imams, all of them are the successful ones. Then they shall be made to enter paradise. This is the interpretation of the Almighty's statement, those who are removed far from hellfire and made to enter the gate of paradise. Indeed, they are the successful ones. It is related from Imam al-Hassan that Ibrahim had a broad chest and high forehead. The messenger of Allah is quoted to have said that whosoever desires to see Ibrahim should look at me. A authentic tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that prior to Ibrahim, people never had gray beard. One day, Ibrahim noticed a white hair in his beard. "What is this?" Ibrahim asked his Lord. The Almighty revealed that it was a mark of dignity. "My Lord, increase me in dignity," prayed Ibrahim. By authentic chains, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says, Ibrahim awoke one morning to find a gray hair in his beard. "Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah," he exclaimed, "that he has made me reach this age, and I have not disobeyed him even for a blink of an eye." According to a reliable tradition from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, in the ancient times, no matter how old a person became, he never had any gray hair either in his beard or his head. If sons, fathers, and grandfathers gathered at a place, no one could distinguish among them. Strangers had to inquire as to who the father was and who the son was. When Ibrahim prayed to the Almighty to bestow him with a sign by which he could be distinguished, the hair of his beard and head turned gray. In a certified tradition, Muhammad bin Arfa asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, "There are some people who assert that after executing his own circumcision, Ibrahim threw the scalpel in a pond. It is not so," said Imam. These people make allegations regarding a prophet. The foreskin of the prophets and the stub of umbilical cord fall away on the 7th day of their birth. Another tradition says that Abraham was very particular in entertaining guests. One day some guests arrived while he had nothing to offer them. Abraham thought that if he sold some wood to the woodcutter, he would carve idols from it, so that was out of question. Meanwhile, he housed the guests in the guest room. Then, taking a bag with him, he went to the desert and prayed 2 rakahs units prayers. After the prayers, he found the bag missing. Upon his return, he found Sarah cooking something. He asked her as to how she had obtained the ingredients. She said they were the same that a person delivered on his directions. Actually, the Almighty had ordered Archangel Gabriel to pick up the bag where Abraham had prayed and to fill it with sand and stones. Then he converted the sand into clean bajra flour, the round stones into beetroot, and the elongated stones into carrots. A reliable tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that whenever one of you returns from a journey, he should bring whatever he could afford for his family, even if they be mere stones. Because whenever Ibrahim was in straitened circumstances, he went to his people. If they had similar condition, he returned. One day he was returning empty-handed. As he neared home, he got down from his mule and filled the carry bag with sand to avoid embarrassment in front of Sarah. Then he entered the house, and putting down the bag, started his prayers. Sarah untied the bag and found it filled with flour. She took out the flour, kneaded it, and prepared bread. Then she called Abraham for his meal. Seeing the bread, he inquired from where she obtained them. "From the flour you had brought," replied Sarah. Abraham raised his head toward the sky and said, "I witness that you alone are Khalil." Moreover, the Almighty has referred to Ibrahim in Qur'an as Burda. According to traditions, it means a person who supplicates much. Another authentic tradition says that there was a time when only a single believer remained on the face of the earth, as mentioned by Allah. Surely Ibrahim was an exemplar, obedient to Allah, upright, and he was not of the polytheists. 16:120. Imam says that if there had been any other believer, Allah would have mentioned him with Abraham when he referred to him as a nation. The situation continued for a long time until the Almighty bestowed Ibrahim with Ismail and Ishaq. Allah inculcated love in their hearts. The number of worshippers of Allah became 3. According to a reliable narration from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, before appointing Ibrahim as his prophet, he made him his servant. He appointed him prophet before appointing him as his messenger Rasul. He designated him as his messenger before appointing him as the Imam. Ibrahim realized the high status of Imam and asked Allah if he has appointed anyone from his progeny for the post of Imamate. The Almighty replied that his covenant of Imamate and vicegerency shall not reach the unjust. Imam further explains that a foolish person cannot become the Imam of the pious and righteous people. A reliable tradition from the 6th Imam says that the first one to wear sandals was Ibrahim. A similar authentic hadith of Imam Al-Baqir says that until the period of Ibrahim, death occurred without a cause. Ibrahim requested the Almighty to create some cause of death, so that those who suffer its pain can be recompensed and the survivors get some solace. So the Almighty first sent pleurisy and delirium. These were followed by other kinds of diseases. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is quoted in a reliable tradition that Ibrahim was the father of guests. That is, he was very fond of entertaining guests. Whenever he did not have any guests to join him for dinner, he used to go out in search of a guest. One day when he returned home, he saw a youth in his house. "Who permitted you to enter my house, O creature of Allah?" asked Ibrahim. The youth repeated thrice, "The absolute master of this house." Ibrahim understood that it was Archangel Gabriel, and there he recited the praise of Allah. Archangel Gabriel said, Your Lord has sent me with glad tidings for a fortunate person whom he has appointed as is halal. Tell me who it is, so that I can spend my life in his service, requested Ibrahim. You are that fortunate one, said Archangel Gabriel. Why am I appointed halal? Asked Ibrahim. Because you neither request anyone of favors nor fail to fulfill the needs of others, explained Archangel Gabriel. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says in a reliable tradition, one day Ibrahim went to stroll in the town and derived some lessons from the creatures of Allah. Wandering through the town, he reached wilderness and saw a man standing up in prayers. His voice was reaching the sky and his dress stuck close to his body. Ibrahim stood there in amazement and watched him pray. Then he sat down near waiting for him to conclude the prayers. A long time passed. At last Ibrahim nudged him with his hand, saying that he had a request from him and should shorten his prayers. The person concluded the prayers and turned towards Ibrahim. For whom do you offer prayers? Asked Ibrahim. For the God of Ibrahim. Who is the God of Ibrahim? The one who has created you and I. I like your way, said Ibrahim. I wish to make you my brother for Allah's pleasure. Tell me, where do you live, so that whenever I wish, I can pay you a visit? You cannot reach the place, said the worshipper, because it is across a stream that you cannot traverse. How do you cross it? Asked Ibrahim. I walk on the surface of water, replied the man. Ibrahim said, may be the one who has solidified water for you can do the same for me. Rise up, let us go, we shall spend the night together. So they set out. When they reached the bank of the river, the worshipper uttered Bismillah in the name of Allah and started walking on the surface of the stream. Ibrahim too uttered Bismillah and followed. The person was amazed. When they reached his house, Ibrahim asked him the source of his livelihood. I collect the fruit of this tree all the year round, he replied, and that is my livelihood. Which is the most difficult day? Asked Ibrahim. The day when the Almighty would recompense the deeds of all his creatures. Come, let us pray to Allah to save us from the afflictions of that day, said Ibrahim. There is a variation in another tradition wherein Ibrahim suggests, you supplicate and I say amen. Or I supplicate and you say amen. What for? Asked the worshipper. For the sinners among the believers, replied Ibrahim. The worshipper refused, and when asked the reason, he said that he was praying for a particular thing for the past 3 years and his prayers have not been answered so far. I feel ashamed of requesting Allah for something, because he may not oblige me, he explained. Ibrahim said, whenever Allah loves a person, he saves his supplications, so that the supplicant would continue to plead and invocate him. And when he hates a person, he either fulfills his wishes instantly or instills despair so that he would stop invocating. The Ibrahim asked him as to what was his need that he continues to invocate Allah. The worshipper said, one day while busy in prayers at my usual place, I saw a handsome boy pass by. A light shone his forehead and his tresses flowed on his back. He was grazing some cows with such shiny skins, as if anointed with oil. He also had well-fed and healthy sheep. I was elated at the sight and asked him, O young man, to whom do these cows and sheep belong? They are mine, replied the boy. Who are you? Asked I. I am Ismail, the son of Ibrahim, the Khalil of Allah. At that moment I prayed to Allah that he allow me to see his friend Khalil. I am Ibrahim, the Khalil of the beneficent Rahman, and that boy is my son. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, said the worshipper. He has granted my prayers. Then he kissed the cheeks of Ibrahim and putting his arms around his neck said, now you supplicate and I'll say amen. So Abraham supplicated Allah for the believers from that time unto the resurrection day and requested Allah to condone their sins and to be satisfied with them. The worshipper recited amen on his invocations. Imam al-Baqir says that the complete prayer of Abraham is effective for our erring shiz right up to the resurrection day. It is mentioned in some narrations that the name of this worshipper was Maria, the son of Oz. He lived for 660 years. Birth of Abraham and his upbringing until the time of the breaking of the idols, an account of his confrontation with the tyrant rulers of his time. Good, or rather, correct chains of narrators quote Imam Jafar as-Sadiq to have said that Azar, the son of Canaan, was the father of Ibrahim. He was the court astrologer of Nimrod. He told Nimrod that according to the position of the stars a man shall be born in this period. He would falsify this religion and invite people towards a new faith. Where would he take birth? Asked Nimrod. In this town, said Azar. Nimrod's palace was situated in Caesarea, a district of Al-Kufa. Nimrod asked if that person has already taken taken birth? No, replied Azar. Nimrod said that it would be better if men and women are separated, and he issued commands for the same. But the mother of Ibrahim conceived him although the pregnancy was not apparent. When the term neared completion, Ibrahim's mother told Azar that she thought she was suffering from some disease or menstruating. Hence, it was advisable that she separated from her husband for some days. It was a custom of that period that whenever the women became sick or had monthly periods, they used to live away from their husbands. Thus, she left the house and went to a cave. Ibrahim was born there. She wrapped him in a cloth and left him inside the cave. Then, closing the mouth of the cave with a stone, she returned home. The Almighty caused milk to flow from the thumb of Ibrahim, and he sucked it, deriving nutrition. Once in a while, his mother came to visit him. Since Nimrod had appointed surveillance on every pregnant woman, any male child that arrived in this world was immediately killed. It was for this reason that Ibrahim's mother left him in the cave. Ibrahim grew up fast. In one day he grew as much as other children grew in a month. Thus he grew up to be a lad of 13 years. One day when his mother came to visit him, he hugged her and pleaded to be taken out. She told him that if the king learnt that he was born in this period, he would kill him. When the mother left him, he came out of the cave himself after the sunset. The star Al-Zahra was shining on the sky. Upon seeing it, Ibrahim said, "Is it my Lord?" But when it set, he said, "It could not be my Lord, or it wouldn't have moved and disappeared." Then the sun arose from the east. Ibrahim wondered, "It is bigger than Al-Zahra. Is this my Lord?" But when it moved and declined, he said, "If it had been my Lord, it would not have moved or disappeared. I am not impressed with those who decline." Now the moon arose from the east, and Ibrahim said, "Is this my Lord? For it's much bigger than Al-Zahra." But the moon also declined and disappeared. Ibrahim said, "If my Lord had not protected me, I would have surely strayed from the right path." Again, when it was daybreak and the sun illuminated the earth with its rays, Ibrahim said, "This is better and bigger than the others. Is this my Lord?" However, the sun also moved and gradually declined, and the Almighty spread open the skies. Ibrahim saw the firmament with all the heavenly bodies, and the Almighty showed him the creatures of the heavens and the earth. Ibrahim said, "O my people, I dissociate with those whom you consider as associates of Allah. I have turned toward the one who created the heavens and the earth by light. I am of those who reject the false religion and move towards the correct faith. I am not from the polytheists." Abraham was taken to the house of Azar by his mother. She left him with her other sons. When Azar came home and saw Ibrahim, he asked as to who that boy was that survived the king's order for killing all male children. "It is your son. He was born when I was living separately," said Ibrahim's mother. "Shame on you," chided Azar. "If the king learns of it, I shall lose my prestige." Actually, Azar was a minister of Nimrod and possessed substantial power. He was also a professional idol maker. After preparing idols, he sent them with his sons to the market. The idol temple was also under his control. Ibrahim's mother said that there was no risk if the king is not informed about it. "My son will remain with me, safe and sound," she said, "and even if he comes to know of it, I will pacify him." Whenever Azar looked at Ibrahim, his heart filled with fatherly love. Later, he began to entrust Ibrahim with idols for sale, as was his practice with his other sons. Ibrahim used to tie the heads of idols with a rope and drag them all the way, saying, "Who would buy them when they can neither cause harm nor profit?" He also caught the hair of idols and ducked its head in water, saying, "Drink it, and say something." The brothers reported all this to Azar. He summoned Ibrahim and warned him not to repeat it. But since the admonition produced no effect, Azar locked up Ibrahim in the house. According to a reliable tradition of Imam Musa ibn Jafar, Ibrahim was born on the 1st of Dhul-Hijjah. An authentic tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says, Ibrahim's father was Azar, the son of Canaan. He was the court astrologer of Nimrod. Nimrod did not move a step without seeking counsel of Azar. One night Azar studied the position of the stars and told Nimrod, "I saw a strange thing last night." Nimrod was surprised and asked him what it was. Azar said, "I have learnt that a boy is to take birth in our country and that he would destroy us all, and his mother shall conceive him in the near future." Nimrod was amazed and asked if he has made some woman pregnant. Azar had learned through astrology that the same boy was going to be burnt in fire, but he did not know that he would be saved by the Almighty. Nimrod ordered that women be separated from men. All the men should leave their women and go out of town. Ibrahim was conceived that very night. His father suspected the conception, and he called for experienced women to examine if his wife was pregnant. But the Almighty made the fetus stick to the back of Ibrahim's mother, and therefore none of the symptoms were apparent. The nurses told Azar that his wife was definitely not pregnant. When Ibrahim was born, his father decided to take him to Nimrod. But his wife restrained him, saying that the king would kill her son. "Leave him to me. I shall take him to a cave and abandon him there. He will soon perish, and thus you won't be an accomplice in its murder." Azar agreed, and Ibrahim's mother took him to a cave. After suckling him, she left him inside and closed the mouth of the cave with a boulder. The Almighty Allah caused his sustenance to flow from his thumb. He sucked his thumb and consumed the milk that flew from it. He grew up faster than ordinary children did. His growth in a day was equal to a week's growth in other children. In a week he grew as much as others grew in a month, and in a month his body developed as much as a year. After some days his mother took leave of Azar and came to the cave. She saw that Ibrahim was alive and his eyes shone like brilliant lamps. She embraced him and gave him suck. When she returned, the father asked her about Ibrahim. She said that it has died. "I have buried him," she wept. Now whenever Azar left home for a considerable time, his wife went to the cave and suckled Ibrahim. This continued for quite some time. When Ibrahim was able to crawl on his knees and his mother had come to feed him, he clung to her and pleaded she take him with her. "Have patience," said the mother. "Let me take your father's permission." During the period of occultation, Ibrahim kept himself hidden and also concealed the affair of faith. When the Almighty permitted, he appeared and began to propagate religion in public. In another tradition of the Holy Prophet, the parents of Ibrahim escaped from the dominion of the tyrant. Ibrahim was born on the bank of Kharzan at the foot of some hillocks. He was born between sunset and nightfall. When Ibrahim touched the ground, he rubbed his eyes and recited a number of times, "Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, I testify that there is no God except Allah." Then he picked up some clothes and put them on. Seeing this, his mother was terrified. Abraham stood up before his mother and looked toward the sky. Then he used the symbolism of heavenly bodies to prove the existence of his Lord, as mentioned in Qur'an. According to Ali ibn Ibrahim, Ibrahim restrained his people from idol worship and also tried to convince them through logical arguments and completed the proof. But the people refused to accept. At last, on the day of feast, Nimrod and all his people went out of the town for celebrating the occasion at the grounds outside the limits of the city. Ibrahim refused to accompany them, so they left him to mind the idols of the temple. When the people departed, Ibrahim took some food to the temple. He offered the food to each idol in turn and exhorted them to say something. When there was no reply, he took the axe and chopped off the hands and legs of all the idols and then hung the axe around the neck of the largest idol that stood in the center. When the king, his army, and the people returned, they beheld the broken statues. "Whoever has done this, our God has indeed committed injustice upon him. He shall be executed." It must be Ibrahim, the son of Azar, suggested the people. He alone is critical of the gods. Ibrahim was brought to Nimrod. Nimrod accused Azar for breach of trust as he had concealed the existence of Ibrahim. "It is the handiwork of his mother, O king," protested Azar. "She says that she has a convincing argument." Nimrod summoned Ibrahim's mother and said, "Why did you conceal this boy? See what he has done to our gods." "Oh, king," replied the mother of Ibrahim, "I acted in this manner for the good of your people. When I saw that you were killing all their progeny, I decided that if my son would be the one predicted by astrology, I would hand him over to you, and thus the rest of the children would be spared. If he did not happen to be the predicted one, I would be able to keep my son. Now this boy is in your hands. Do whatever you want with him." Nimrod was pleased with the argument and considered it valid. Then he asked Ibrahim who had committed the act. Abraham said that the largest one has performed the deed and they can ask them if the idols could speak. After receiving Ibrahim's reply, Nimrod consulted his people. They all suggested that Ibrahim be roasted alive for the sake of their deities. According to Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, Nimrod and his cohorts were of a legitimate birth. Therefore they were swift to take the decision of killing Ibrahim, whereas the Pharaoh and his companions were legitimate because they ordered the release of Musa and his brother Harun and invited the sorcerers to compete with Musa. They didn't issue immediate orders for their execution because no one undertakes the killing of a prophet or an imam except the illegitimate persons. Thus, Ibrahim was put under arrest and wood was collected for burning him alive. On the appointed day, Nimrod came with the army. A high platform was constructed for him to view the execution. Ibrahim was brought, but such was the intensity of the fire that no one could summon the courage to put him in it. The roaring fire scorched even the birds that flew a parasang above it. Satan came to the people and taught them the technique of catapult. Ibrahim was made to sit in the catapult. Azar came to him, slapped him and said, "Give up your beliefs." Ibrahim did not accept. A cry of protest arose from the heaven and the earth. All the creation of the world expressed their wish to assist Ibrahim. "Oh Lord, there is no worshipper upon you except Ibrahim. Would allow him to be burnt?" asked the earth. The angels said, "People are about to incinerate your Khalil. If he calls me for help, I would definitely oblige," said the Lord. Archangel Gabriel said, "Apart from your Khalil, Ibrahim, there is no one to worship you on the earth. You have allowed his enemies to suppress him and burn him alive." "Keep quiet," said Allah. "Only they utter such things, those who fear that some matters would be beyond their control. He is my servant. I can save him any moment. If he supplicates me, I will accept his prayers." Ibrahim prayed to his Lord with utmost sincerity. Ya Allahu, Ya Wahido, Ya Ado, Ya Man Lam Alad Wa Lam Yulad Wa Lam Wakala Hu Kafawan Alad. Najini Minanarbi Ramika. Ibrahim shot out from the catapult and was in midair when Archangel Gabriel met him and asked him if he had my wish. He said that he had nothing to ask from him. Archangel Gabriel handed him a ring upon which was engraved La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah and Jado Ziyari illallah wa as nato amri wafo as to amri illallah. Almighty Allah revealed to the fire, "Be cool." It became so cold that the teeth of Ibrahim began to chatter. Allah added, "And peace upon Ibrahim." Archangel Gabriel arrived and sat down to converse with Ibrahim. They were surrounded by blooms. When Nimrod witnessed this spectacle, he remarked, "If anyone wishes to believe in a god, he should believe in a god like that of Ibrahim." Just then one of the dignitaries of Nimrod court said, "I had put the fire under oath not to scorch Ibrahim." Immediately, a fiery mace shot out from the fire and hit the wicked man and burnt him to ashes. Nimrod saw that Ibrahim was sitting amidst greenery engaged in conversation with an elderly person. "What a great position your son has in the eyes of his Lord." Nimrod told Azar. The lizard blew at the fire and the frog threw water to douse it. And when the Almighty had revealed be cool, all the fires of the world were bereft of any heat for 3 days in a row. It is narrated from Ali ibn Ibrahim that when Nimrod has Ibrahim thrown into the fire, and the fire became cool and peace for him, and he came out unscathed, Nimrod asked him, "O Abraham, who is your Lord?" "He is the one who gives life and death." "I give life and cause death," claimed Nimrod. Ibrahim asked him how he gave life and death. In response, Nimrod, the accursed, summoned 2 prisoners who had been sentenced to death. He put one of them to death and set the other free. Ibrahim told Nimrod, "If what you claim is true, bring back to life the one whom you have killed, and my Lord causes the sun to rise from the east. You bring it out from the west." The infidel was speechless and vanquished. Various authentic chains mention that Imam al-Ridis said, "When Ibrahim was put on the catapult, Archangel Gabriel became angry. The Almighty Allah asked him through revelation as to what it was that had angered him. Archangel Gabriel said, "Lord Almighty, Ibrahim is your Khalil, and he is the solitary person on earth who worships you with a belief in your oneness. You have allowed your and his enemies to gain the upper hand." "Keep quiet," commanded the Lord. "Only people like you become impatient, those who think that circumstances will go beyond their control. Ibrahim is my servant. I can save him whenever I want." Archangel Gabriel was pleased at this, and he came to Ibrahim and asked, "Do you have any wishes?" "Oh," said Ibrahim. Allah sent for him a ring engraved with the following words, "La ilaha illallah Muhammadin Rasulullah, la hala wa la quwwata illa billah fa wazi ado amri illallah wa as nato amri illallah hasbi Allahu," and revealed, "Wear the ring so that I make the fire cool and peaceful for you." A reliable tradition mentions that people asked Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, when Musa bin Imran was confronted by the staves and ropes of magicians, he was fearful, whereas when Ibrahim was put on the catapult, he was absolutely composed and fearless. Imam explained, Ibrahim had faith in the light of Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, Hussein, and the Imams from the progeny Hussein that he carried in his backbone. On the other hand, Musa did not carry that light, therefore he was afraid. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is quoted in a reliable tradition that he said, 4 rulers had dominion over the whole earth in their reigns. 2 of them were believers, Suleiman and Dhul-Qarnayn, and 2 were infidels, Nebuchadnezzar and Nimrod. It is quoted from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that the first catapult to be constructed was that for Ibrahim. It was built in Al-Kufa on the bank of River Qasar, in the village of Kantana. Satan was the architect of the said catapult, and when Ibrahim was put upon it, Archangel Gabriel came to him, said, "Peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah. O Ibrahim, do you have any wishes?" Ibrahim declined, and the Almighty God ordered the fire to cool down. In an authentic tradition, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported to have said that when the inferno was lighted to burn Ibrahim, all the animals of the earth complained to the Almighty and asked for divine permission to douse the fire. Allah did not permit anyone except the frog. 2/3 of the fire burnt out, and only 1/3 remained. In another tradition is recorded the wisdom of the gnat. Though gnat itself is the food of other birds, it was made to degrade Nimrod, who had transgressed against Allah and rejected his lordship. The Almighty subjected Nimrod to be subdued by a puny gnat in order to manifest his power and greatness. The gnat entered the nose and brought about his death. According to an authentic hadith of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, Ibrahim was flung into the fire on a Wednesday, and the same day Allah subjected Nimrod to the gnat stew. Most of the historians have recorded that after being saved from the ravages of fire, Ibrahim invited Nimrod towards the true religion. The tyrant Nimrod said, "I will fight your Lord." A day was fixed for the purpose, and Nimrod arrived with a huge army. Ibrahim stood facing them all alone. Then the Almighty Allah sent a horde of mosquitoes that darkened the atmosphere. They attacked the advancing army and clung to their heads and entered their nostrils. The army retreated, and Nimrod had to return dejected and ashamed. Yet he did not accept belief. The Almighty ordered a puny mosquito to enter Nimrod's head. The mosquito obliged, and once inside, began to feed upon the brain of Nimrod. Nimrod became so restless that he appointed 4 servants to strike his head with maces in the hope it will relieve him from the terrible pain. He remained in that condition for 40 years, but did not accept fate. At last he was consigned to the hellfire. An authentic tradition of Imam Musa ibn Jafar states that there is a valley in hell called Saqqar. It has not taken even a single breath since its inception. If the Almighty permits it to breathe even as little as the eye of the needle, it will scorch everything on the face of the earth. The dwellers of hell seek Allah's refuge from the heat, stench, dirt, and chastisement bestowed to it by the Almighty. It has a mountain, and dwellers of the valley seek Allah's refuge from the heat, stench, dirt, and chastisement bestowed to the mountain by the Almighty. There is a pass on this mountain. It is endowed with such heat, impurity, and dirt by Allah that the dwellers of the mountain seek Allah's refuge from it. The pass has well. The well is given such heat, impurity, and punishment that even the dwellers of the pass dread it. The well houses a snake, and the inhabitants of this well are terrified of the foulness of its venom, etc. The snake carries 7 caskets in its belly, containing 5 evil persons of the past nations: Cabil, the killer of Habil; Nimrod, who confronted Ibrahim with the claim that he gave life and death; the Pharaoh, who said that he was the greater God; Judas, who misguided the Jews and sent; Paul, who misled the Christians. 2 remaining caskets will have 2 most evil persons from the Muslim community. According to an authentic tradition from Imam al-Rinha, when Ibrahim was tossed into the fire, he beseeched the Almighty, who made the fire cool and comforting for him. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir and Imam Jafar as-Sadiq are quoted in authentic texts that when Ibrahim was put into the fire, he recited the following invocation: Ya Ano Ya Esmado Ya Man Lam Yalad Walam Yulad Walm Yakalahu Kafawan Alhad Tawakalt Alala. The Almighty revealed to the fire to become cool and safe for Ibrahim. So for 3 days no one could obtain any heat from fire. Even water could not be heated. A tall platform was constructed for Nimrod. On the 3rd day he ascended it accompanied by Azar. He saw that Ibrahim was sitting in a blooming garden engaged in conversation with an elderly man. "How exalted is your son in the eyes of his Lord," Nimrod told Azar. Then he told Ibrahim to leave the city and said, "You cannot live with me in the same town." According to trustworthy chain of reporters, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, when Yusuf went to Nimrod, he asked, "How are you, Ibrahim?" "I am not Ibrahim," replied Yusuf. "I am Yusuf, son of Yaqub, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim." It was the same Nimrod who had confronted Ibrahim regarding the Almighty. He retained his youth for a period of 400 years. Reliable narrators maintain that Imam Zayn al-Abidin said, when Ibrahim was thrown in the fire, Archangel Gabriel brought a garment of paradise and clothed him. As a result, the fire receded from him and Narcissus grew around him. Yusuf was in possession of the same garment. When he took it out in Egypt and Yaqub smelt it, he said it smelt of Yusuf. 3. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported from authentic chains of narrators that it was the day of Navroz when Ibrahim broke the idols. In the tafsir of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari, the Holy Prophet is quoted to have said that the Almighty relieved Nuh from difficulties and extreme sorrow by the right of Muhammad and the progeny of Muhammad. By the grace of the same personalities, the Almighty made the fire cool and comforting for Ibrahim. He provided a chair and couch for him, which was so resplendent that the devilish king had never seen before, and neither had any ruler of the world ever possessed its kind. And the Almighty caused to grow in the same fire such green plants, bearing flowers and fruit, the kinds of which are not seen in any of the 4 seasons. Amir al-Mu'minin is quoted through reliable traditions that when Nimrod wished to gain information about the heavens, he acquired 4 vultures and trained them. He constructed a wooden box and put a man in it. Then he starved the vultures for some days and tied them to the legs of this box. Pieces of meat were hung from a pole on the top side of the box. The starving vultures rushed to snatch the meat and as a result lifted the box with its occupant toward the sky. They climbed so high that when the man looked down to the earth he saw the mountains seemed like trenches, and yet the sky remained at the same distance. After a long time again he looked toward the earth, but saw only water, whereas the sky was as far as before. They continued to rise for a long time. Again when he looked down but could not see anything, yet the sky was still far away. At last he was surrounded by darkness, he could see neither the sky nor the earth. He became frightened and hung the meat downwards. The vultures headed downwards and returned to the earth. 4. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is quoted in an authentic tradition that the place of birth of Ibrahim was Caesarea, a district of Al-Kufa. His father was a native of that place. The mothers of Ibrahim and Lot were sisters, that is Sarah and Warka, the daughters of Lahaj, a prophet who was appointed to warn of Allah's punishment but was not a messenger, one who brings a sharia. Since his childhood, Ibrahim followed the same nature that Allah created for all humans until the time Allah guided him to his religion and exalted him. Ibrahim selected the daughter of his maternal aunt and married her. Sarah was barren. She possessed a lot of land and cattle, and she gifted it to Ibrahim. Ibrahim obtained knowledge of everything through his efforts. The cattle multiplied and agriculture prospered. Ibrahim became the most prosperous person of Caesarea. When Ibrahim was consigned to the fire but escaped unhurt, Nimrod ordered him to be banished, and that all his wealth, cattle, and property be confiscated. Ibrahim argued with them and said that they wished to seize his cattle and property. They should give him in lieu his age that he spent in acquiring the wealth. The case was ultimately presented to a judge. The judgment issued was that since Ibrahim had earned his wealth in the country, it should be seized, but he must be compensated for the age he spent in its acquisition. When Nimrod was informed of the judgment, he told the people to return all the wealth and ask Abraham to leave the city. For if he remained among them, he would continue to denounce their religion and cause harm to their gods. Thus Ibrahim and Lot were expelled from their country to Syria. Ibrahim departed with Lot and Sarah, saying, "Surely I fly to my Lord Jerusalem. He will guide me." 37:99. Then he constructed a large casket and placed Sarah in it, and taking all his wealth and cattle left the city of Nimrod. They reached the country of a Copt named Urara and were stopped at the check post. A government official began to assess the goods of Ibrahim. When he reached the casket, he ordered it to be opened so that it can also be taxed. Abraham said the casket contained gold and silver thread and that they may charge whatever they like for it, but not to open it. The official said it was necessary to open the box to determine the charges. He abruptly opened the box and saw a beautiful lady Sarah in it. "What is your relation with this woman?" they asked Ibrahim. "She is my honor, my cousin." "Why have you concealed her?" "For her modesty, that no one may cast a glance on her." The officer said that he will not release them them until the matter is reported to the king. A messenger was sent to the king with this information. The king sent people to carry the box to him. Ibrahim followed them, saying he will not part with box until he was alive. When the king learnt of this, he ordered that Ibrahim should also be presented in the court with the casket. Thus Ibrahim was brought to the king along with the casket and his other belongings. The king ordered Ibrahim to open the casket. Ibrahim said it contained his honor, his cousin. "Take all my wealth and belongings, but do not open the casket," pleaded Ibrahim. The king opened the casket abruptly. When he beheld the beauty of Sarah, he could not control himself, and he moved his hand to touch her. Ibrahim turned his face away and said, "My lord, save the honor of my cousin from this hand." The king's arm withered. He could neither move it towards Sarah nor pull it back. "Has your God caused this to happen?" asked the king. "Yes," replied Ibrahim. "My lord is the possessor of modesty and dislikes sin. He became an obstruction between you and your intention because you intended sin. Request your Lord to restore my arm, and I shall not repeat it," said the king. Ibrahim prayed to the Almighty to restore the king's hand so that he may not move it towards Sarah. The arm regained life, but when the king looked at Sarah again, he lost control of himself and his hand shot forward. Again, Ibrahim turned his face away in shame and prayed. The hand froze and could not reach Sarah. The king said, "Indeed, your Lord is modest and you are chivalrous. Now you pray to your God for my hand. I will never act in this manner again. I will pray only upon the condition that if you go back on your word, I will not request the Almighty to forgive you again." The king agreed, and Ibrahim prayed for his hand if he was speaking the truth. The hand was restored. When the king saw all this, he was amazed and instilled with the fear of Ibrahim. He began to respect and honor him and said, "Rest assured, I will not touch your wealth or your honor. Go wherever you like, but grant me a favor." Ibrahim asked what it was. He said, "I have a beautiful and intelligent slave girl. I wish to present it to Sarah." Ibrahim agreed, and he presented Hajar, the mother of Ismail, to Sarah. Then Ibrahim left with his goods and family. The king escorted them as a mark of respect, walking behind. The Almighty sent a revelation upon Ibrahim that he should wait and let the king walk before him even though he has been subdued. For despite his kingship he was defeated. Whether he was good doer or a sinner was another matter. Ibrahim stopped and said to the king, "You walk before me because my Lord has revealed that I should not precede you, as he wants me to show respect to you and show preference to you. Has your Lord really revealed this to you?" "Yes," replied Ibrahim. "I testify that your Lord is high and mighty, and he is respectful and merciful. You have attracted me towards your religion," remarked the king, and said farewell to Ibrahim. Upon reaching Syria, they halted, and Ibrahim left Lot there. After a long time, when they were still childless, Ibrahim told Sarah, "If you like, sell Hajar to me. Maybe Allah shall grant me a son to succeed me." So he purchased Hajar from Sarah, and Ismail was born. According to a reliable tradition, a Syrian asked Amir al-Mu'minin the tafsir exegesis of the ayah. On the day when man will dissociate from his brother, his mother, and his father, Imam said, the one to dissociate from his father in the resurrection day will be Ibrahim. But an account of the visit of Ibrahim to the heavens, his knowledge. In the tafsir of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari, there is a tradition that the Holy Prophet said, "When Ibrahim was raised up by the Almighty to the heavens as mentioned by Allah, and thus did we show Ibrahim the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, and that he might be of those who are sure." 675. He said, "Have you then considered what you have been worshipping?" He saw a man and a woman engaged in adultery. He cursed them and they died. Then he saw two men committing sodomy. Again he cursed them and they died. Again he saw a couple engaged in fornication and cursed them to death. The fourth time he beheld a similar spectacle and was about to curse when Allah sent a revelation upon him. "O Ibrahim, restrain your malediction from my servants. Indeed, I am forgiving, merciful, and honorable. The sins of my creatures do not harm me, just as their worship does not benefit me. I do not train and educate them by subjecting them to my wrath immediately. So refrain from cursing my servants. Indeed, you are appointed to warn my servants about my chastisement. You are not my partner in my kingdom, and neither a guard or witness for the people. I deal with my servants in one of the three ways. They repent, and I accept their repentance and forgive their sins and conceal their defects. Or I stop my chastisement from them because I know they are carrying some believers in their loins. When the believers are born to them and separate from them, it becomes necessary to punish them. Then my wrath descends. If they are not carrying believers in their loins or wombs and they also do not repent, then the punishment that I have stored for them in the hereafter is more severe than what you wish for them of the worldly chastisement, because my punishment for my servants is according to my wrath and my majesty. So leave my servants to me and do not interfere, because I am more merciful for them than you and more mighty and wise. I destine according my knowledge and allow destiny and free will among them. There are many other traditions with similar connotation. In many of the authentic traditions, the exegesis of the following ayah, and thus did we show Ibrahim the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, and that he might be of those who are sure. He said, have you then considered what you have been worshipping? 675. That the Almighty bestowed to Ibrahim with such a vision that he could see all that was in the heavens. The curtain was removed from the earth, and he saw all that was in the earth. In the heavens he saw the angels that support the sky. He also saw the divine throne, and whatever else was present in the heavens. In the same way the messenger of Allah and the holy imams were also shown all that was present in the heavens. According to an authentic tradition from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, when Ibrahim was viewing the spectacles of the heavens and the earth, he witnessed the adultery of 3 couples. He prayed for their destruction and they died. The Almighty revealed to Ibrahim, O Abraham, your prayers have been answered, but do not curse my servants. If I had wished, I would not have created them in the first place. My creatures are of 3 types. The first one worships me and does not associate anyone or anything with me. I reward these people. The second type, those who worship others, but they are not beyond my control. The third kind are also polytheists, but carry believers in their loins, and in future they shall beget a group who would worship me. Then Ibrahim saw a dead animal on the bank of a river, half inside the water and other half on land. The creatures of the sea were feeding of the part that lay in the water. In turn they were consumed by other aquatic animals. Similarly, the land scavengers fed upon the other half of the dead animal, and when they returned to wilderness, some of them were killed and eaten by other wild animals. Abraham was amazed and asked the Almighty how they raised the dead, because some of them were being devoured by others, so how could the different parts of their body rejoin? The Almighty asked him if he did not believe that he enlivens the dead. Abraham said that he believed but desired to have his heart at ease. That is, I want to see it with my own eyes, just as I have seen the other things. The Almighty told him to catch 4 birds, cut them up, mince their meat, and mix them thoroughly. Then to keep a portion of this mixture on 10 different mountain peaks, and then call them by their names. They shall rush to him. In another tradition, the Almighty tells Abraham to call them through his name, and quote his greatness and might as intermediary. The 4 birds were the cock, the pigeon, the peacock, and the crow. In authentic tradition of Imam al-Rida, when al-Mamun asked him the tafsir of the ayah, My Lord, show me how you enliven the dead, Imam said, the Almighty revealed to Ibrahim, I would certainly appoint one of my servants as Khalil, and that even if he wishes that I give life to the dead, I would oblige him. Ibrahim thought he might be that Khalil, so he requested Allah to show him how he gave life to the dead. And when Ibrahim said, My Lord, show me how thou givest life to the dead, he said, What? And do you not believe? He said, Yes, but that my heart may be at ease. He said, Then take 4 of the birds, then train them to follow you, then place on every mountain a part of them, then call them. They will come to you flying, and know that Allah is mighty, wise. 2:260. Imam says that Ibrahim caught a vulture, a rooster, a wild duck, and a peacock, and cut them into small pieces. Then he mixed their flesh and bones and placed portions of the concoction on the mountain peaks surrounding him. There were 10 mountains in all. He continued to hold the severed beaks of the birds in his hand. Then he put some bird feed and water on the ground and called them one by one. The different portions of the birds flew from different sides and formed their bodies. The bodies joined with the necks. Ibrahim attached their beaks, and they become alive and rose in the air. Then they alighted and fed on the grains and water. Then they said, O Prophet of Allah, you have given life to us. May Allah keep you alive. Ibrahim said, No, Allah gives life to the dead, and He alone has power over everything. In another authentic tradition from Imam as-Sadiq, when he was asked the explanation of this ayah, he said, Ibrahim took 4 birds, a woodpecker, a pigeon, a peacock, and a crow. He slaughtered them and severed their heads, and then putting them in a mortar minced their flesh and bones so that they mixed beyond recognition. He divided the mixture into 10 parts and placed each portion on a mountain peak. Then he put some grains and water near him and held their beaks in between his fingers. He called out to them in the name of Allah. The flesh and bones from different locations came together to form bodies. Then the bodies joined the necks. Ibrahim released their beaks and the birds landed on the ground. After feeding on the grains and gulping down the water, they said, "O Prophet of Allah, you have given us life. May Allah keep you alive." Allah gives life and causes death, said Ibrahim. Imam says this is the clear interpretation of the verses, but the intrinsic meaning is, get 4 persons who are capable of understanding and self-control. Then impart your knowledge to them and send them to the 4 corners of the world so that they are your proof upon the people. And whenever you desire you can summon them. So call then by the name of Allah that they come soon by His command. In another reliable tradition, Ibrahim minced their flesh and bones in a mortar and retained their heads. Then he called by the name he had commanded. He saw that pieces of flesh and feather were flying from the mountain tops and the veins stuck out and joined with the bodies until they were all complete. They flew towards Ibrahim. When he offered the head of another bird in its place, it would turn aside and join only with its original head. Through authentic chains of narrators, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir is quoted that Ibrahim collected the ostrich, peacock, wild duck, and a cock, removed their feathers and slaughtered them, putting them into a mortar, pulverized them and placed portions of this mixture on the peaks of Uhud. They were 10 peaks in all. Then he summoned them by their names and they rushed towards him. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq is reported to have said in a reliable tradition that the heavenly book of Ibrahim was revealed on the first night of the month of Ramadan. According to Abu Dihar, the messenger of Allah said the 20 heavenly books Sahifo were revealed to Ibrahim. When Abu Dihar asked regarding the content of those books, the Holy Prophet replied, all types of examples and wise sayings. They also contained the following advices. O arrogant king who stands for examination, I did not send you to hoard wealth. I sent you so that you would fulfill the need of poor people who pray to me, and I do not reject their prayers unless they are infidels. It is incumbent upon the man of reason that except for having a valid excuse, he should appoint for himself 4 occasions. 1 when he supplicates to his Lord, 1 for taking account of his self, regarding whatever good and bad deeds he have committed, 1 when he ponders upon the divine bounties and whatever Allah has bestowed upon him, and 1 occasion for fulfilling his sensual desires in a legitimate way in private. Indeed, this portion is more important than other occasions because it imparts comfort to the hearts. The rational man must keep himself well informed of the conditions of the people of his times. He must endeavor to better his own status. He should protect his tongue from the things not worthy of being spoken. 1 who keeps account of his speech reduces his speech, and only speaks what is beneficial for him. An intelligent person must desire 3 things: livelihood of the world, betterment of the hereafter, and pleasures that are permitted by the Almighty. Abu Dihar asked if the book of Ibrahim had any message from the teaching of Qur'an. The Holy Prophet said, O Abu Dihar, read the following ayats. He indeed shall be successful who purifies himself and magnifies the name of his Lord and prays. Not you prefer the life of this world, while the hereafter is better and more lasting. Most surely this is in the earlier scriptures, the scriptures of Ibrahim and Musa. 87:14-19. According to a reliable tradition of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, the exegesis of the ayah, Ibrahim was the one who fulfilled is that he fulfilled the task entrusted to him or fulfilled the vow he had made to the Almighty. A man says that every morning Ibrahim recited the following supplication: Isbat wa Rabba Mahmudun Asbat leo Ishrik bil Shayan wa leo Adelo Malao he il han akara wa leo atak hadam mahu waliya. It was for this reason that he is referred to as the servant who thanked excessively. In an authentic tradition, Mufaddal bin Umar asked Imam as-Sadiq the tafsir of the following verse, and when his Lord tried Ibrahim with certain words, he fulfilled them. 2:124. Mufaddal wanted to know what were the certain words. Imam replied, they were the same words that Allah had taught to Adam and accepted his repentance. That is, he said, O Allah, I plead to you through the rights of Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein that you accept my repentance. And Allah forgave him. What is the meaning of he fulfilled them? Asked Mufaddal. Ibrahim recited the blessed names until the 12th. Imam Al-Qan'aj, the family of Muhammad, who is the 9th descendant of Imam al-Hussein. According to Ibn Babawayh, the above tradition has stated only one explanation, whereas there are other meanings also. First, The Almighty says that He caused Abraham to witness the spectacles of the heavens and the earth so that he becomes firm in belief. Second, recognition marifa, that is to consider Allah as the first and the last, His oneness and purity from any similarity with His creatures. When he saw the star, the moon, and the sun and each of them disappeared, he remarked that they were subject to change, and whatever is subject to change must have a creator. Third, bravery. His daring was obvious when he broke the idols. As Allah says that when Abraham asked his father and his people the reality behind the idols they worshipped, they replied that they had seen their forefathers worshipping them, even if they were on manifest error. Asked Abraham, they asked him if he was serious or he was just saying all that in jest. Your Lord is the God of the earth and the sky, and one who has created everything from nothingness. And I testify to this. By Allah, I would deal with your idols in a particular way when you go out of the city, said Abraham. When the people departed for the feast, Abraham broke all the idols except the largest one, with the hope that people may question it about the distances, and thus argument shall be complete on them. Indeed, confronting the whole community single-handed requires bravery. Fourth, forbearance and self-respect. As the Almighty says that Abraham was self-respecting and God-fearing, he supplicated Allah quite often and always turned to Him for help. Fifth, charity and chivalry, as mentioned by the Almighty in the incident of His guests. 6. Separation from the family members for the sake of Allah, as the Almighty says that Abraham told his people that he wanted to be away from them and their false deities. He said, I call you only to my Lord and worship Him alone. 7th, and joining good and forbidding evil, as the Lord Almighty says that Abraham asked his father Azar why he worshipped something that neither spoke nor heard, and it cannot offer him anything. Indeed, I am in receipt of a knowledge that has reached you, so you must obey me so that I can guide you on the straight path. Do not worship your father, the devil, because is the most disobedient of Allah. I fear that some punishment will descend upon you from the beneficent Lord. At that time, you will become the companion of Satan. 8. Preventing evil through goodness. When Azar asked Abraham to accept their gods, and that if he refused they would stone him to death. Finally, he told him to go away for some time. Abraham replied, I will soon pray to my Lord for your forgiveness, because He is more merciful than I am. 9. Reliance. As mentioned by Abraham that, O people, all those whom you and your ancestors have worshipped are enemies of us except the Lord of the worlds, who created me. He alone shall guide me. Only He bestows sustenance upon me. When I am sick, He alone bestows the cure, and I desire that He forgive my sins that day. 10th, associating with the wise and righteous people. Abraham prayed to Allah to impart wisdom and to include him among the righteous ones. And those righteous are the messenger of Allah and the purified imams. He also prayed that after him to bestow the people with a truthful tongue, and that he should be remembered with gentle words by the future generations. And according to one explanation, truthful tongue refers to Amr al-Mu'minin Ali, as the Almighty Allah has said at another place, and we appointed for them a truthful tongue. 11th, tested by peril to life, when he was put on the catapults and flung into the fire. 12th, tested by sacrificing his son, when the Almighty ordered him to sacrifice Ismail. 13, tested by wife's honor, when the Almighty tested him by putting him in a perilous position in the court of Gazara the Cocked. 14, patience on the domestic bickering of Sarah. 15, dedicating his self to the obedience of Allah, as he mentions in Iddah, O Lord, do not expose me on the day people shall be raised. 16. Purified from every defect. The Almighty says that Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian. He was away from the false religion and an upright Muslim. He obeyed the truth and was not a polytheist. 17th. Unifying all the qualities of worship, as mentioned in the following ayats. Say, surely my prayer and my sacrifice and my life and my death are all for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. No associate has He. And this am I commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. 6:162-163. 18. Acceptance of his prayer to enliven the dead. 19. The Almighty declaring that He was from the righteous ones, and most certainly we chose him in this world, and in the hereafter he is most surely among the righteous. The righteous indicate that the Holy Prophet and his holy successors. 20. The succeeding Prophet followed Abraham in his religion. The Almighty Allah commands, O Muhammad, we revealed to you follow the religion of Abraham. Then Allah says, the faith of your father, Ibrahim was upright. Who has named you Muslims? End of Ibn Babawayh's narration. According to an authentic tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, in the very beginning, Ibrahim was ordered through revelation in his dream that he should sacrifice his son Ismail. Ibrahim agreed to carry out the divine commands. After fulfilling the same, he received Allah's revelation that he has made him the Imam of the people. Then the Almighty made 10 practices incumbent upon him. 5 of them related to the head and 5 to the body. The 5 with regard to head are trimming of mustache, beard, pruning the hair, brushing of teeth, and picking of teeth. 5 actions are related to the body: shaving of pubic hair, circumcision, trimming of nails, ritual bath after sexual intercourse, and purification with water after passing urine. These are the upright practices of Ibrahim which shall remain in force until the resurrection day. This is the meaning of Allah's words, "Follow the religion of Ibrahim," because it is the correct method to move from the false religion towards the true faith. Another authentic tradition says that Ibrahim was the first person who entertained guests, performed circumcision, undertook jihad, holy war, paid comes 1/5 from his property, wore sandals, and prepared standards for the battlefield. It is quoted in a narration that Ibrahim met an angel and asked him who he was. He said, "I am the angel of death. Can you show me your appearance at the time of extracting the soul of a believer?" requested Ibrahim. "Turn your face away for a moment," said the angel. Ibrahim turned his face away. When he looked back, he beheld a handsome and well-dressed youth exuding a pleasant fragrance. Then Ibrahim requested him to show his face when he takes the life of infidels. "You cannot bear the right," warned the angel. "I can," said Ibrahim. "All right," said the angel, "turn your face away." When he looked back, he saw a black man in a black garment. The hair of his body were standing on their ends. The body exuded a foul smell, and fire and smoke emitted from his mouth and nostrils. Ibrahim fell down in a swoon. When he regained consciousness, the angel of death had reverted to his original appearance. He told the angel of death, "If a transgressor sees this dreadful sight, it is enough for his punishment." According to a reliable tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, the Almighty Allah revealed to Ibrahim that the earth felt ashamed to view his private parts, therefore he should wear a garment to conceal his nakedness from the earth. So Ibrahim made for himself an undergarment that came up to his thighs. Age of Ibrahim, account of his death. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq in a reliable tradition quotes the Holy Prophet to have said that the age of Ibrahim was 175 years. Amir al-Mu'minin Ali says in an authentic tradition that Ibrahim passed through the area of Inkiya in the neighborhood of Najaf al-Ashraf. The place is struck by earthquakes every night. When Ibrahim passed the night there were no earthquakes. The inhabitants of the city were astonished and wondered why there had been no tremors last night. Someone remarked that an aged traveler reached their town last evening accompanied by his young son. The people came to Ibrahim and said that their city had earthquakes every night, but since he halted among them there were no tremors. "Please stay for another night so that we may understand this phenomenon completely," they requested. When there was no earthquake for the second consecutive night, the people went to Ibrahim and said, "Please settle down in our city permanently. We are prepared to offer you anything you want." "I will not reside here permanently," Ibrahim told them. "However, if you sell the wilderness of Najaf adjoining your area, your city shall be immune from quakes. We give it to you free of cost." "I will pay for it," insisted Ibrahim. "Then you can pay whatever you like," they said. Ibrahim paid in its lieu 7 sheep and 4 asses. This is the reason that the area is known as Inkiya. The word Inkiya in Nabatean language means ram. His son said, "O Khalilus Rahman, friend of the Beneficent, why have you purchased this land? It is uncultivable and not even fit for grazing." "Be quiet," replied the Khalil, "because the Lord of the universe shall raise 70,000 prophets from this tract of land, and they will enter the paradise in hordes, and each of them will intercede for a large group of people." According to a reliable tradition of Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, the first 2 people to shake hands on this earth were Ibrahim and Dhul-Qarnayn. Ibrahim met Dhul-Qarnayn in person and they shook hands. In yet another authentic tradition, Imam as-Sadiq says that Ibrahim traveled from the Salah Mosque towards Yemen for the Battle of Malacca. According to reliable chain of narrators, the same Imam says, Abraham requested Allah to bestow him with a daughter who would weep upon his death. The messenger of Allah is recorded to have said that Sarah told Abraham, "Oh, Abraham, you have become old. Pray to the Lord for a son who could be a light of our eyes. Since the Almighty has appointed you as his Khalil, He would surely grant your wish." So Abraham prayed to Allah for an intelligent son. The Almighty revealed to him that He would bestow upon him a wise son, but that He would also test Abraham with regard to him. Abraham was expecting the fulfillment of his prayers for 3 years after that. Then the Almighty gave him the opportunity. Sarah again reminded him that he was old and nearing his end. "Please pray to the Lord that He grant you a long life so that you can spend your life with me, as it would be much better." He said, as suggested by Sarah. Abraham prayed to Allah, and He revealed that He was bestowing him as much life as he liked. Abraham informed Sarah of this. She advised him ask Allah not to give him death until he himself asked Him for it. Abraham prayed, and the Almighty accepted. When he informed Sarah again of the Almighty's acceptance of his dua, she said he must thank Allah and feed the poor. So Abraham announced a public feast. When the people began to arrive, a blind, weak man also came, supported by another person. When he sat down to eat, his shaky hand did not allow the morsel to reach his mouth. Sometimes it went to the left and sometimes to the right. Once it even stuck against the poor man's forehead. His companion helped him to place the morsel in his mouth. The blind man took his second morsel, and this time his shaky hands delivered it to his eyes. Abraham was watching this scene and highly surprised. He asked the tribal chief of the cause of this. He explained that it was due to weakness and old age. Abraham thought that if he also became as old as this man, he would also be like him. Hence, he prayed to the Lord that it would be better if He sent death at the previously appointed time. "Because after seeing the spectacle, I do not more desire old age anymore." A reliable tradition from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali says that when Allah desired to take away the soul of Abraham, He sent the angel of death. "As-salamu alayka ya Ibrahim," said the angel of death. "Wa alayka as-salamu ya malakul maut," replied Abraham. "Have you come to take me towards the hereafter, or you bring the news of death?" "Indeed, you have come to capture my soul." "Yes," said the angel, "I have come for this purpose, and by your permission I invite you to meet your Lord and enter the heavenly world. So please accept this invitation." Abraham said, "Have you ever seen a friend putting to death a friend?" The angel went back to his appointed place in the heavens and told Allah, "My Lord, you heard what your Khalil said." It was revealed upon him to go back to Abraham and ask if he had known of any friend hesitating to meet his friend. A true friend is the one who looks forward to their meeting. Upon hearing this argument, Abraham relented. Through trustworthy chains of narrators, Imam as-Sadiq is reported to have said, "The soul of Abraham left for the heavenly abode when he had returned to Syria after performing Hajj." The reason for this was when the angel of death approached, Abraham did not prefer death. The angel of death went back to Allah and reported that Abraham did not want death. "Let it be," said Allah. "Abraham wants to worship me." Till the time Abraham saw an old man, his condition was such that whatever he ate was immediately discharged from the other end. Upon seeing this, he did not prefer life and wished for death. So one day when he returned home, he saw a handsome face, so attractive that he had never seen the like of it before. "Who are you?" asked Abraham. "The angel of death," was the reply. Abraham said, "Glory be to Allah. Who wouldn't want to see you and meet you when you are so handsome?" Paulul Rahman, friend of the beneficent, when Allah desires goodness for His servant, He sends me with this appearance, said the angel of death, and if He wants to punish him, He sends me with another appearance. Thus Abraham breathed his last in Syria. After him the Almighty conferred prophethood to Ismail. He lived for a total of 130 years. He was buried near his mother in Har Ismail at the Kaaba. Imam as-Sadiq mentions in a reliable tradition that Abraham supplicated the Almighty in the following words, "What will happen to the family of the man who dies without a legatee to manage the survivors and home of the deceased?" The Almighty revealed, "Are you more concerned about a successor for your family after your death than me?" "No," replied Abraham. "Now my heart is at ease. I have understood that your mercy and grace shall take care of them." Tava, wives and sons of Abraham, and an account of the construction of Kaaba. Correct, or rather, authentic sources quote Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that he said, "Abraham settled down in Syria, and when Ismail was born to Hajra, Sarah was devastated because she was not carrying a fetus from Abraham. She began bickering about Hajra, which caused uneasiness to Ibrahim. When he complained to the Almighty, he received a revelation that women were like curved bones. If left alone, they can prove beneficial. If one tries to straighten them, they break. Then the Almighty commanded that Hajar be separated from Sarah. Where should I take her? Asked Ibrahim. Towards my sanctuary, the place that I have appointed to be safe for whoever seeks refuge in it. It is that part of land that I created first of all, that is Makkah. The Almighty Allah said, Archangel Gabriel brought the Burak, and Ibrahim, Ismail, and Hajar mounted it. It left towards Makkah. Whenever they passed by a place favorable for inhabitation, with greenery and pastures, Ibrahim asked Archangel Gabriel if it was their proposed home. Archangel Gabriel replied in the negative and continued to lead them ahead. At last, they reached Makkah. Archangel Gabriel landed them in the holy Kaaba. Ibrahim had promised Sarah that he would not alight from the mount until he returns to her. When Hajar and Ismail alighted, there was a tree in that house. Hajar spread a board underneath the tree and settled there with her infant son. When Ibrahim was leaving, Hajar asked him to whose care he was entrusting them in a place bereft of water and habitation, where there was no one to help or give company. I am leaving you in the care of one who has ordered me to leave you here. So saying, Ibrahim departed. When Ibrahim reached a mountain in Zatania, he turned around and looked at Hajar and Ismail and said, Oh, my lord, I have certainly settled my son in a dry and desolate valley near your exalted house so that he may establish the prayers. So I beseech you to divert the attention of some people towards, they may feel attracted toward them and seek their company, and bestow them with fruits that they may thank you. Saying this, he went away, and Hajar remained there. When the sun arose and Ismail felt thirsty, Hajar became restless. She arose, went to the valley between the mountains of Safa and Marwa and cried for help. She lost sight of Ismail. Hajar went to Safa, and from there she saw a mirage at the Marwa. Thinking it to be water, she went to Marwa. When she reached there, she saw the pilgrims of Kaaba walking slowly, and some were running too. Again she lost sight of Ismail and became restless. She ran back to the spot from where he was visible. Then again, she reached Marwa and saw the mirage at Safa. She ran towards Safa, but lost sight of Ismail. Again she returned to the spot from where Ismail was visible. She continued to run between Safa and Marwa. When she reached Safa for the 7th time, she saw a spring of water gushing out from below the feet of Ismail. She rushed to Ismail and collected sand around the water to prevent it from spreading. It was for this reason that the spring is named Zamzam. Stop. The tribe of Juram was camping in the plains of Arafat and Zelmajaz. When water appeared in Makkah and the birds and animals rushed towards it, the tribe of Juram noted this. They decided to investigate the incident of water. When they reached the spot, they saw a woman and a child below a tree. Who are you? They asked Hajar. And how did you come here? I am the mother of the son of Khalil Rahman, and this is my son, replied Hajar. The Almighty commanded him to leave us here. The people sought her permission to settle nearby. On the 3rd day, Ibrahim traveled the huge distance to check the well-being of Hajar and Ismail. Oh, friend of Allah, there is a tribe, Juram, in the neighborhood. Its people desire to settle near us. Do you permit them? Ibrahim gave them permission. They came near and pitched their tents. Hajar and Ismail became attached to these people. When Ibrahim visited them the 3rd time, he saw a multitude of people surrounding them. He was pleased. When Ismail grew up, each member of the Juram tribe gave him 1 or 2 sheep. As a result, he became the owner of a huge flock of sheep. He began to spend a peaceful life until he attained maturity. The Almighty ordered Ibrahim and Ismail to reconstruct the holy Kaaba. Where should we construct it? They asked Allah. On the spot where I had sent the cubicle for Adam, replied Allah. Actually, the cubicle was sent for Adam and fixed in that particular spot. It had illuminated the sanctuary around it. During the deluge of Nuh, it was lifted towards heaven. Again, the Almighty Allah sent Archangel Gabriel, and he drew the times of Kaaba for Ibrahim. The foundation of Kaaba was also sent from the heaven for Ibrahim, and the black stone. Actually, it was white as snow, but the contact of unbelievers and sinners had rendered it black. Thus Ibrahim constructed the Kaaba. Ismail carried the stones from Zultawan. Marwa. When the walls were 9 hands high, the Almighty informed them of the location of the black stone in mountains of Abu Qubays. Ibrahim brought it out and fixed it at the place where it is presently located. He fixed the doors of Kaaba, one opening towards east and the other towards west, which is known as Mustajar. Ibrahim put wooden beams on the top and spread hay upon them. He hung the chador of Hajar around the cubicle and began to reside in it. Then the Almighty commanded Ibrahim and Ismail to dig a well. On the 8th of Dhul-Hijjah, Archangel Gabriel descended and asked Ibrahim to arise and arrange for water, because in those days there is no water in the plains of Arafat and Mina. The 8th day is known as Day of Tarwiyah because Tarwiyah means offering of water. Then Archangel Gabriel escorted Ibrahim to Mina and they camped for the night. Archangel Gabriel also instructed him in the rituals of Hajj, like Adam had been taught. When Ibrahim completed the construction of the Kaaba, he prayed to Allah to make it the safest sanctuary on the earth and give them fruits as sustenance to those who reside in it and have faith in Allah and believe in the hereafter. Imam explains that fruits mean the fruits of heart. Ibrahim prayed to the Almighty to create love for them in the hearts of the people, so that they come towards them from around the world. Another authentic tradition records that when Ibrahim left Ismail in Mecca, Ismail was thirsty. There was a tree between the Safa and Marwa mountains. Hajar came out, stood on Mount Safa, and cried, "Is there anyone in this valley who can help us?" She got no response. She went to Marwa and called out in the same fashion. Again, there was no reply. Once more, she came to Safa and called, but still no one responded. She repeated this 7 times. This became the basis for the ritual sajdaing between Safa and Marwa. Archangel Gabriel came to Hajar and asked who she was. "I am the mother of Ibrahim's son." She replied, "To whom has Ibrahim entrusted you?" "I had also asked him the same question when he was leaving us here," said Hajar. "He said he was leaving us in care of the Lord of the worlds." "He has left you in care of one who is indeed sufficient," said Archangel Gabriel. Imam says that people avoided the route through Mecca because it was absolutely arid. Ismail thrashed his feet on the ground due to extreme thirst. Suddenly the spring of Zamzam began to gush out near his feet. When Hajar returned, she saw the water and she began to surround it with sand. If she had allowed it to flow, it would have gushed forever. At that time, a group of traders was passing by. They saw birds circling the area and understood that they were attracted by the water. They also came near and Hajar offered them water. They gave her a lot of eatables in return. Whenever travelers reached that area, they came for the water and gave food and eatables in return. Other reliable sources mention a tradition wherein Imam says, the Almighty ordered Ibrahim to perform the Hajj and to take Ismail with him for the same purpose and then to settle Ismail in the sanctuary. Father and son set out for Hajj riding a red camel accompanied by no one except Archangel Gabriel. When they reached the sanctuary, Archangel Gabriel said, "Ibrahim, alight from the camel and take a ritual bath before entering the sacred house." Ibrahim performed the ghusl and Archangel Gabriel clothed him in Iram white unstitched cloth, then told him to raise the slogans of Talbiyah, the 4 slogans that were later practiced by the Holy Prophet of Islam. Archangel Gabriel brought him towards Safa. He stepped down from the camel and Archangel Gabriel stood between them and turning toward the Kaaba said, "Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest." Then he said, "Alhamdulillah, praise to Allah, and glorify the name of the Almighty." The 2 of them also followed suit, chanting the praise of Allah. They followed Archangel Gabriel from there. Archangel Gabriel brought them to the black stone and ordered them to rub their hands on it and kiss it, and to circumambulate 7 times. They were made to stand at the place of Ibrahim and offer 2 rakas of prayers. Thus, they were taught all the ritual of Hajj. After all the rituals had been completed, Ibrahim returned home. Ismail remained at Mecca all alone. There was no one with him. The next year, Allah ordered Ibrahim to perform the Hajj again and to reconstruct the holy house. Even in those days, Arabs came to perform Hajj in large numbers. The Kaaba was in a dilapidated condition and only a few relics remained, but it was well known for its religious significance. When the Arabs dispersed after completing Hajj, Ismail collected stones and stored them inside the Kaaba. Abraham arrived and they began the construction. They listed sand and stones and reached up to the foundation. The floor of Kaaba was of a red stone. The Almighty sent a revelation that the foundation of Kaaba must be based on this stone. 4 angels were deputed to collect stones. They brought the stones and Abraham and Ismail raised the wall. They continued until the walls reached 12 hands in height. Thereafter, 2 doors were opened so that one can enter from one and leave from the other. Then they fixed door sills and attached chains to the doors. But the Kaaba was yet uncoursed. When people arrived in Mecca, Ismail requested the Almighty for a beautiful lady he had seen from the tribe of Himyar. But she was already married. The Almighty destined death for her husband, and the woman stayed behind in Mecca to mourn him. Allah changed her sorrow into patience and offered her the companionship of Ismail. She was a brilliant and a clever woman. When Abraham came to perform Hajj, he visited the residence of Ismail. Ismail had gone to obtain his livelihood. His wife saw Abraham that he was an elderly person and covered with dust of a long journey. Abraham asked her how they were. Then he asked about Ismail. The woman praised him and said that he was well. He also asked from which tribe she came. From Himyar, she replied. After this, Abraham went back handing a letter addressed to Ismail. When Ismail returned and read the letter, he asked his wife if she knew who that gentleman was. She said he was a very righteous man and that he resembled Ismail much. He was my father, said Ismail. The wife was stunned and an exclamation came out of her lips. Why are you shocked? Asked Ismail. Were you not covered properly before him? No, she replied. It's a pity I did not serve him in the appropriate manner. The intelligent lady made 2 curtains, each of them 20 hands long, for the holy Kaaba. They were hung upon the 2 doors and looked very beautiful. So she sought advice for a cloth cover for the whole building in order to conceal the ugliness of the stones. Ismail supported the idea. She took up the assignment with enthusiasm and carried wool to other ladies of her tribe. From that day, it became a practice among women to cooperate with each other. Then she began to prepare the curtains with great urgency, with the help of the people of her tribe and other acquaintances. As a curtain was completed, she brought it and hung it on the Kaaba. However, the season of Hajj arrived and yet one side of the Kaaba remained uncovered. She asked Ismail what they should do as the cloth was not yet ready for that portion. At last, curtains of palm leaves were made and hung on this portion. When the time of Hajj arrived, a larger number of Arabs came for pilgrimage. When they saw developments and improvements in Kaaba, they were pleased and discussed among themselves that they must compensate those who had taken these initiatives. So it was decided to carry gifts for the caretakers of Kaaba. People began to make offerings to Kaaba in cash and kind. A lot of wealth accumulated. The palm leaves curtains were removed and Kaaba was clothed in a new and complete covering. There was no ceiling on the Kaaba. Ismail installed wooden beams across the ceiling and spread dried branches over them. Then he covered them with wet mud. When the Arabs came for Hajj the next year, they saw some more additions to the holy house. They found it was appropriate that the voluntary caretaker of Kaaba be presented more gifts. Ismail did not know what should be done with the large donations. The Almighty sent a revelation that he may use them to slaughter animals and serve them to the pilgrims. Ismail complained of water scarcity to Abraham. Again, Allah revealed to Abraham to construct a well that would provide water for guests of the holy house. Archangel Gabriel descended and the well of Zamzam was excavated. Archangel Gabriel told Abraham to strike the shovel from 4 directions and recite Bismillah at every stroke. Abraham hit the shovel first facing the Kaaba and recited Bismillah. A spring of water gushed out. Then he plunged his shovel from another direction, chanting Bismillah. Again, spring gushed on. Archangel Gabriel told Abraham to drink the water and pray that Allah imparts barakat in it for his descendants. Both of them came out of the well. Now sprinkle this water on your heads and torso and then go around the Kaaba circumambulation, because it is that water that Almighty Allah has specially bestowed for your son Ismail. Abraham returned, and Ismail escorted him out of the sanctuary. After Abraham departed, Ismail returned to the holy precincts. Allah the Almighty bestowed Ismail with his son from the lady of Himyar. It was her first child. After her, Ismail married 4 other women and had 4 sons from each of them. On the other hand, Ibrahim left for the heavenly abode due to a mortal fever. Ismail was unaware of this. When the Hajj season arrived and Ismail was expecting his respected father, that Archangel Gabriel appeared and broke the tragic news. He offered his condolences and warned Ismail not to raise objection against the divine decree because the Almighty has summoned Ibrahim to his mercy. Ismail agreed and was told that one day he too shall meet his father. Ismail had a young son whom he adored much and desired that after him he should be bestowed with prophethood and vicegerency. But the Almighty conferred vicegerency and successorship to the other children. At the time of his death, Ismail sent for the son whom Allah has designated as his legatee, made bequests to him, and asked him to do as he himself had done, and do not appoint anyone as your successor except the one the Almighty indicates. From that time it became a necessary practice that every imam informed of his legatee before death. A reliable source mentions that a person came to Imam Azadiq and said, "There are some people who assert that Abraham performed his own circumcision with a scalpel on the bank of a pond." "Glory to Allah!" exclaimed Imam. "It is not as the people claim. They make allegations against Ibrahim." The narrator requested Imam to explain the reality, and Imam said, "The stub of the umbilical cord and the foreskin falls off on the 7th day in case of prophets. On the 7th day of his birth the stub and foreskin of Ismail dried and fell off." Sarah chastised Hajar in a way slave girls are scolded. She might have acted in this manner for the darkness of the skin or bad odor. Hajar was unhappy and wept bitterly. When Ismail saw his mother weeping, he followed suit. Ibrahim entered and asked the reason for Ismail's wailing. Ismail complained that Sarah had colded his mother and caused her to weep. "Seeing her weep, I also began to cry," said he. Ibrahim went to the place of prayers and invoked Allah that he might remove the sorrow of Hajar. His prayers were accepted. When Ishaq was born to Sarah, on the 7th day the stub of his navel dropped, but the foreskin remained intact. Sarah was distraught due to this. Ibrahim arrived and wanted to learn of the new situation that had developed in his progeny and in the descendants of prophets. Sarah told him that the navel stub of Ishaq dried and fallen off. His foreskin remained. Ibrahim went to his place of worship and complained Allah regarding the situation. The Almighty sent him a revelation saying it was because of Sarah's scolding of Hajar. "I have vowed that I will not remove the foreskin of any of the prophets," said Allah. "Hence circumcise Ishaq and give him the taste of hot iron." So Abraham circumcised Ishaq with an iron instrument. The practice became common among the people to circumcise their sons with iron. According to an authentic hadith of Amr al-Mu'min and Ali, the significance of stoning the shaitans is that when Archangel Gabriel was teaching the Hajj rituals to Ibrahim, the Satan appeared to him first at Al-Jamr al-Ula. Archangel Gabriel told Ibrahim to stone the Satan. Ibrahim threw 7 pebbles at Satan and he disappeared into the earth at that very spot. Again he appeared at the 2nd place. Al-Jamr and Ibrahim tossed 7 pebbles at him in succession. The Satan disappeared and arose at the 3rd Al-Jamr. Once more Ibrahim tossed 7 pebbles and Satan disappeared into the earth, never to show up again. A tradition quoted from Imam al-Rida through correct and reliable chains of narrators says that Sakina is a breeze of paradise that comes in the shape of a human being and has a pleasant fragrance. This particular breeze blew upon Ibrahim when he was constructing the Kaaba. The foundations was being laid and Ibrahim was engaged in constructing the foundation from the back side. Ibn Abbas relates that the Arabian horses were initially wild. When Ibrahim and Ismail removed the idols from Kaaba, the Almighty sent him a revelation saying that he was conferring a treasure upon him that was never bestowed to anyone before it. Ibrahim and Ismail went to a mountain called Baqir, and them and the horses sang Allah, Allah, Halam. All the wild horses of Arabia converged at that spot referred to as Jayad. Numerous reliable traditions from Imam al-Baqir and Imam as-Sadiq state that when Ibrahim and Ismail completed the construction of Kaaba, it was revealed that they should invite people for Hajj. Ibrahim stood at Rukn, and according to another tradition at Makkah, the place where he stood became so elevated that it became equal to the Mount Qubais. Then he called the people for Hajj. The Almighty caused his call to reach all the people, even those who were in the loins of their father and wombs of their mother and shall be born until the day the resurrection day. They all responded with Labbaik da Allah, Labbaik da Allah, here we come. Oh, one who calls towards Allah, one who recites it once gets the reward of 1 Hajj. The reward of 2 Hajjs is for those who repeat this formula twice, and 3 Hajjs for one who utters it thrice, and finally 5 Hajjs are written for those who recite this 5 times. And those who do not say it even once has no Hajj to his credit. According to a reliable tradition of Imam Al-Rida, the first person to mount an Arabian horse was Ismail. Before this, Arabian horses were untrained and no one could ride them. The Almighty rounded them up from Mount Mina, and due to this they are known as Arab, because Ismail was an Arab. Reliable chains quote Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that the ritual of sajading between Safa and Marwa came into practice because when Ibrahim reached that particular place, Satan came to him. Archangel Gabriel told him to attack it, and Ibrahim obeyed. The Satan fled and Ibrahim chased him. Imam says that Mina is known by that name because Archangel Gabriel advised Ibrahim to express his wishes tamanna to Allah. Arafat is referred by title because when the sun declined from its zenith, Archangel Gabriel told Ibrahim to repent for his sins at Araf and to understand the significance of Hajj rituals. When the sun had set, he was told Laf illa Shirul a Charam moved toward Mashar al-Haram. Therefore Mashar is also known as Muzdalfa. Some people asked Imam why Sarah prayed to Allah not to punish her for what she had done to Hajra. Imam replied that Sarah had circumcised Hajar to create a defect in her, but she became all the more beautiful for it. The practice of female circumcision thus came into being. Imam Al-Rida says in an authentic tradition that when Ibrahim settled his children in Nakkah, he prayed to the Almighty to bestow them with fruits. The Almighty separated a tract of land from Syria, named Ordain, and along with its orchards and fruits brought it to Mecca, where it circumambulation of Kaaba, then settled in the neighboring area. It is for this reason that it has been named Taif. According to an authentic tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, Ibrahim had 2 sons, one from his wife and one from his slave girl. The son of the slave girl was superior. When the angels brought the glad tidings of Ishaq to Ibrahim as mentioned in Qur'an, his woman was standing. She laughed fadahakat. Imam said dahakat does not mean she laughed. It means that she menstruated. So the corrected translation is, his woman was standing and she began to menstruate. Upon hearing the news, in spite of the fact that she was 90 and Ibrahim was 120 years, when the people saw Ishaq, they were amazed that he was born to such an elderly couple. They alleged that they might have brought him from somewhere and claimed it was their own son. But when Ishaq grew up, he resembled his father so closely that people could not distinguish between him and Ibrahim, till Allah caused Ibrahim's beard to gray. Thus appeared a distinguishing feature between them. One day Ibrahim was handling his beard and he saw a white hair. He asked Allah what it was. Allah revealed that it was his dignity, and he said, "My Lord, increase my dignity." Amir al-Mu'minin Ali says in an authentic hadith that when Ismail and Ishaq were growing up, they decided to race, and Ismail won. Ibrahim picked up both of them, placed Ismail in his lap and Ishaq on his side. Sarah entered, and when she saw them she became angry and said, "So the matter has reached this point that you do not consider your sons equal. Rather prefer the son of a slave girl to my son. Take his boy away from me." So Ibrahim took Hajar and Ismail and settled them near the Kaaba. When the provisions were exhausted, Ibrahim decided to go out in search of food. Hajar asked him, "Under whose care are you leaving us?" "Under the care of the Lord of the worlds," replied Ibrahim. Hajar felt the pangs of hunger, and Archangel Gabriel descended and asked her to whose care has Ibrahim entrusted her. She said, "He has left us under Allah's care. He has entrusted you to the Sufficient One." Archangel Gabriel told her. Archangel Gabriel put his hand inside the well of Zamzam and drew an imaginary circle. Water gushed out from it. Hajar filled a water skin with water, fearing that the water will dry up. Archangel Gabriel reassured her that it will remain forever and asked her to bring her son. Thus they quenched their thirst to satiation. When Abraham returned and the incident was narrated to him, he said it was Archangel Gabriel. Correct chains of reporters quote Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that he said, "Ismail married Sama, a lady of Amalek tribe. One day Ibrahim desired to see Ismail and mounted a horse to head for Mecca. Sarah come to know, and she extracted an oath that he would not alight from it until he came back to her. When he reached Mecca, Hajar had already departed for her heavenly abode. "Where's your husband?" Ibrahim asked the wife of his son. "He has gone hunting," she replied. Ibrahim then asked her of their well-being. She said they were in extreme difficulties and life was a burden, but did not invite him to alight. Ibrahim said, "When your husband returns, tell him an elderly person had come and advised that he change his threshold." When Ismail returned, he sensed the fragrance of his respected father. "Did anyone come to you?" he asked Sama. "Yes," she replied. "An old man came and said you must change your threshold stone." On hearing this, Ismail divorced Sama. Once again Ibrahim yearned to see Ismail, and again Sarah laid the same condition, that he will not alight from his mount until he returns to her. Ibrahim reached Mecca, but Ismail was not at home. Ismail had married another woman. "Where is your husband?" Ibrahim asked her. "May Allah shower you with his mercy. My husband is gone for hunting," she replied politely. When Ibrahim asked her of their well-being, she replied that they were quite happy. Also when he asked her how she was, she replied, "Allah's mercy and blessings are upon us. Please step down from your mount. May Allah bless you, and rest a while until Ismail returns." Ibrahim declined the invitation, hence she requested him to bring forward his head so that she can wash it clean of the dust. Saying this, she brought some water and a stone. Ibrahim rested one foot on the stone, keeping the other in the stirrup, allowed her to wash one side of the head, then rested his other foot on the stone and had the other side washed. Ibrahim blessed her and said, "When your husband returns, tell him an elderly man had come and left a message that he should care and guard this threshold. It is beneficial for him." When Ismail returned home and felt the fragrance of his father, he asked his wife if they had a visitor. "Yes," she replied, "an elderly gentleman had paid us a visit. This is the impression of his foot that he left on the stone." Ismail fell down and kissed the footprints of his father. Imam Jafar says that Sarah was daughter descendant of the Prophet, and Ibrahim married her on condition that she will not oppose him and do whatever he commands if it is not against the divine orders. Every day Ibrahim went to Mecca via the route of Al-Kufa. According to an authentic tradition of Imam Ibrahim sought Sarah's permission to visit Ismail at Mecca. She allowed him on the condition that he'll return by evening, and that he will not alight from his mount. The narrator asked how that was possible. Imam explained that land contracted for him. Another tradition says that when Ismail was born, Sarah was devastated. The Almighty ordered Ibrahim to comfort her and make her happy. She told Ibrahim to go and leave Hajar at a desolate spot, bereft of vegetation and milk-giving animals. Ibrahim left Hajar near the Kaaba. In those days there was neither water nor habitation in Mecca. Ibrahim left then at this place and returned weeping. Al-Qutb al-Rawandi says that when Ismail reached maturity he collected 7 goats. That was all that he possessed. His facial hair was in abundance. He spoke Arabic and was an expert archer. After the demise of his mother, he married a woman from the tribe of Jurim. She was named Zala or Amawa. Later, he divorced her. He did not have any child from her. After that, he married Sayyada, the daughter of Harith bin Qas. From this wife, he had many sons. His total lifespan was of 137 years, and he was buried in Hayr Ismail. Authentic chain of traditionalists state that according to Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, the age of Ismail was 130 years. He is buried near his mother in Hayr Ismail. The descendants of Ismail were the bearers of the post of successorship caliphate. They looked after the pilgrims until the time of Adnan bin Aud. Another authentic hadith from the Holy Prophet says that both the sons of Ibrahim, Bez, Ismail, and Ishaq lived for 120 years. 8. A hadith quoted from Imam Musa ibn Jafar says that when Ibrahim was leaving Hajar and Ismail at Mecca, they began to lament. "Why do you weep?" asked Ibrahim. "I am leaving you a place that is most beloved one of Allah, and the sanctuary haram of Allah is also situated here. I never expected this from a prophet like you," said Hajar. "What did I do?" asked Ibrahim. "You are leaving a helpless woman and a weak child in a place where there is no one to help them, and there is neither vegetation and water nor any habitation." Upon hearing these words, Ibrahim began to weep. He came to the door of Kaaba and said, "O my Lord, I have settled some of my progeny in a barren valley near your holy house, so that they may establish prayers. So I beg you to instill their love in the hearts of some people and they are attracted toward them, and grant them fruits in excess so that they be thankful to you." The Almighty Allah revealed to him that he should go atop the mountain of Abu Qubays and call the people for the Hajj of Kaaba as ordered by him. For the Kaaba is the holy sanctuary of Allah in Mecca. Thus Ibrahim scaled the peak of Abu Qubays and called out in his loud voice. The Almighty spread his call to the east and the west of the earth, and all the people heard it, even those who were in the loins of their father or in the wombs of their mother. Therefore Hajj became incumbent for all the creatures from that time onwards. And the Talbiyah reply that the Hajj chant is the reply to the call of Ibrahim, the call that he had issued under the divine instructions. A good chain of narrators relates from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that the pigeons that inhabited the precincts of the Kaaba from the progeny of pigeons owned by Ismail. In another tradition, it is mentioned that Hajar was the residence of Ismail. Hajar is buried at that very spot. Imam says in another narration that Hajar Ismail is not a part of Kaaba because when Hajar was buried there, he constructed boundary walls so that her grave does not get trampled under the felt of pilgrims. It contains the graves of other prophets also. In the same way, a reliable tradition says that the graves of the unmarried daughters of Ismail are situated near the third Rukn. Acceptable traditions give additional information alluding to Quranic ayats that Mecca has Maqam Ibrahim, place of Ibrahim, where he stood during the construction of Kaaba, and the stone on which he stood was inscribed with the print of his soles, and that the marks of his feet are still there. Also that the black stone was the abode of Ismail 9. Ibrahim prepares to slaughter his son, who was taken for the slaughter Ismail or Ishaq. The sixth holy Imam, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, is reported through correct or rather authentic traditions that he said, Archangel Gabriel came to Ibrahim on the 8th of Dhul-Hijjah at the time of Zawal, decline of sun from its zenith, and said, "O Ibrahim, procure water for yourself and your family." At that time there was no water between Mecca and Arafat. So Archangel Gabriel led Ibrahim to Mina, and he prayed Zuhr and Asr, then Maghrib and Isha, and finally the Fajr prayers. When the sun arose they left for Arafat, reached Marwa and halted there. At the time of Zawal, they prayed Zuhr and Asr with one azan, but with different iqamah, at the spot where the masjid of Arafat is situated. Then he made him stand in an empty space and told him to repent for his sins, Etaraf, and to understand the rituals of his Hajj. Ibrahim was made to stand there until sunset. Then he was ordered to proceed towards Mashar al-Haram. Upon reaching Mashar, he performed the Maghrib and Isha prayers with one azan and two different iqamah. He spent the night there, and when he finished his morning prayers the next day, Archangel Gabriel showed him the position and brought him to Mina and told him to throw pebbles at Al-Jamara Aqba, as this was where Satan had appeared first. Then he was instructed in the ritual of the slaughter. When Ibrahim reached Mashar al-Haram, he went to sleep that night, happy and satisfied. He dreamt that he was slaughtering his son. He had brought his wife and son with him for Hajj. When they reached Mina, stoned the Satan together. Then he told Sarah to go and visit Kaaba, keeping the son with himself. Then he took his son to the middle Satan and discussed the matter with him as mentioned in Qur'an. "O my son, surely I have seen in a dream that I should sacrifice you. Consider then what you see." 37:102. The righteous son told his father to complete the task he had begun. He said, "O my father, do what you are commanded. If Allah please, you will find me of the patient ones." 37:102. Thus both of them submitted to the will of Allah, and suddenly Satan appeared in the form of an old man. "Ibrahim, where are you taking this lad?" asked Satan. "I want to slaughter him," replied Ibrahim. "Subhan-Allah, glory be to Allah," exclaimed the Satan. "You are going to slaughter this child who never committed the smallest of sins?" "But my Lord has commanded me for it," said Ibrahim. "Your Lord prohibits you," lied Satan. "Satan has fooled you into it." "Fie upon you," said Ibrahim. "The one who has conferred prophethood upon me has ordered me for it, and I received the divine command through the same angel whose voice I am familiar with. I have no doubt about it." "By Allah," persisted Satan, "no one but Satan has issued such an order." "By Allah," said Ibrahim, "I do not wish to speak about it to you." And he decided to go ahead with his mission. Satan made a last effort and said, O Ibrahim, you are the leader of all the creatures, and people follow your example. If you perform such an act, all people will be compelled to slaughter their own children." Ibrahim did not reply. He discussed the matter with his son. When both of them agreed to fulfill the divine command, the son told his father to cover his face and to tie the hands and the legs securely. Ibrahim said he could either slaughter him or tie his hands and feet, but he could not muster the strength to do both the things. So he spread out a skin and made the son lie on it. Then he placed the knife at his throat and raised his head toward the sky. Then he held the knife with all his strength. Archangel Gabriel turned the knife so that the unsharpened edge did not cut the throat. Ibrahim saw that he was holding the knife the wrong way. He corrected it and repeated the act. Again, Archangel Gabriel turned the knife. This happened many times. Finally, Archangel Gabriel brought a ram from the hillside and removed the child from under the hands of Ibrahim and replaced him with the ram. And a voice from the direction of Ka'if Mosque announced, "You have fulfilled your dream. We reward the righteous servants in this way." Indeed, this was a manifest examination. Meanwhile, the Satan came to the wife of Ibrahim when the Kaaba was yet far away. He asked her of the person he had met in Mina. She said that it was her husband. "And the boy with him?" he asked. "He is my son." She replied, "I have seen that man had laid down the boy and was holding a knife ready to slaughter him," said the Satan. "You lie," said Sarah. "Ibrahim is the most merciful man. How can he slaughter his own son? By the Lord of the heavens and the earth, by the Lord of this great house, I have seen with my own eyes the man has laid down the son and readied the knife to slaughter him." "But why?" asked Sarah. "He is under the impression that his Lord has commanded him for it. Then he must follow the commands of his Lord," she said. After completing the rituals, she hurried towards Mina. Keeping her hands on her head, she said again and again, "O Allah, do not punish me for what I have done to the mother of Ismail." When she came to Ibrahim and inquired about her son, she was shocked to see the scar of the knife. She fell ill and left for the heavenly abode. The narrator asked Imam about the place where Ibrahim carried out the slaughter. "Near the middle Al-Jamara," replied Imam, "and the ram descended from heaven on the mountain that is on the right of Mina Mosque. It used to graze there in darkness." "What color was it?" inquired the narrator. "Black and white," Imam said. "Big in size and with large horns." That trustworthy chains of reporters quote Imam al-Ridha that the Holy Prophet said, "I am the son of two slaughtering." Imam explained, the two slaughtering were Ismail the son of Ibrahim and Abdullah the son of Abdul Muttalib. Ismail was that forbearing person whose glad tidings were conveyed to Ibrahim. When he grew up enough to walk with his father, Ibrahim told him one day that he had dreamt that he was slaughtering him. "So I want you to think upon it and take a decision." "Dear father," said Ismail, "go ahead with your mission." He did not ask him to go ahead with what he had seen in dream. "You shall find me of the patient ones." When Ibrahim took him for the slaughter, the Almighty ransomed him with black ram that used graze and feed only in dark. It was capable of seeing and roaming in the darkness. It could also speak, and 40 years hence it had grazed in the gardens of paradise. It was not born from the womb. The Almighty had ordered be, and it won into being, so that one day it shall become the ransom of Ismail, and all the sacrifices that one performed in Mina until the resurrection day shall be the ransom of Ismail. This is the meaning of two slaughtering. 11. Sheikh Muhammad bin Babwa quotes the above hadith and says that there are different explanations of the term slaughtered one. Some say it was Ismail and some mention Ishaq, and it is not possible to reject the traditions received through proper sources. In reality, the incident occurred with regard to Ismail, but when Ishaq was born, he also desired to be made a sacrificial ram like his brother. He also wished to exhibit patience and obtain a lofty status like Ismail. The Almighty knew that he was sincere in his intentions, so ordered the angels to name him Sabi slaughtered one. This explanation is recorded through reliable channels from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq. Moreover, the claim of the Holy Prophet that he was the son of two slaughtered ones also fits because the uncle is equal in status of the father. This point is mentioned in Qur'an, and the Holy Prophet has said, "An uncle is like the father." So from this aspect, the statement of Holy Prophet is correct when he said, "I am the son of two slaughtered ones." He was the actual descendant of the actual slaughtered one Ismail, the metaphoric descendant of the metaphoric slaughtered one Ishaq. Zib al-Azim, the great sacrifice, can be explained in another way. Fadl bin Shaddan says that he has heard Imam al-Ridha say, when the Almighty commanded Ibrahim to sacrifice his son Ismail, and he obliged. The Almighty replaced Ismail with a ram. When Ibrahim came to know this, he became disappointed that he was not allowed to slaughter Ismail and that he was denied the rewards he would have earned for sacrificing his son for Allah. So the Almighty Allah asked him who his most beloved one was. He replied, "No one is more beloved to me than Muhammad al-Mustafa. Do you value life more or the life of Muhammad al-Mustafa?" "I love him more than my life," said Ibrahim. "Whom do you prefer, his son or your own son?" "His son," replied Ibrahim. "Would you be pained more to see him slaughtered by his enemies, or slaughtering your son with your hands be painful?" "My Lord, it would be more painful if his son is slaughtered by the enemies." The Almighty revealed, "O Ibrahim, a group claiming to be from the community of Muhammad Muslims, after his passing away from this world, would slaughter his son just like a ram is slaughtered, and they would become eligible for my wrath." After listening to this heart-rending prophecy, Ibrahim became sorrowful. He began a plaintive lamentation. Then Allah revealed, "O Ibrahim, I have taken this lamentation of yours as the ransom of your son Ismail, for you would have lamented in the same way had you slaughtered Ismail with your hands. So I bestow you with the best of the rewards that is given to those eligible for them due to their afflictions." This is the explanation of the word, "We ransomed him with a great sacrifice." 37:107. It is recorded in reliable traditions that the ram of Ibrahim was one of those creatures whom Allah created without the mother's womb. In a trustworthy hadith, people asked Imam al-Rida whether Ismail was slaughtered by Ibrahim or it was Ishaq. "It was Ismail," replied Imam. "It seems you have not seen the Almighty's words wherein he gave the glad tidings of Ishaq to Ibrahim after he has mentioned the incident of Ismail in Surah Al-Safat. So how can Ishaq be the slaughtered one?" According to a reliable tradition from Amr al-Mu'minin Ali, the slaughtered one was Ismail. A trustworthy source mentions that people asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq why the spleen of a slaughtered animal became haram, prohibited. Imam explained, when Ibrahim was preparing to slaughter Ismail, a ram was brought from the Bashir mountain of Mecca to ransom the sacrifice of Ismail. The Satan came to him to claim his portion in the slaughtered ram. Ibrahim told him that the sacrifice was exclusive for Allah, but Allah sent a revelation and said the Satan too has a share in it. Then he ordered Ibrahim to hand over to Satan the spleen, which is the organ where blood collects. The testicles are also haram because it is here that semen is produced. Hence Ibrahim gave the spleen and testicles to the accursed Satan. In a reliable tradition, someone asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq whether Ismail was older or Ishaq. Imam said that Ismail was 5 years older to Ishaq, and he was the slaughtered one. He resided in Mecca, and Ibrahim took him for the slaughter. Also, there was a gap of 5 years between the glad tiding of the birth of Ismail and Ishaq. Have you not heard the Quranic words that Ibrahim requested Allah, "My Lord, grant me of the doers of good deeds." 37:100. Allah accepted his requests, so he gave him the good news of a boy possessing forbearance. 37:101. That was Ismail through the womb of Hajar. Then a big ram was sent as a ransom for Ismail. And in a trustworthy hadith, Imam says that if the meat of any other animal had been purer than that of the ram, Allah would have sent it as the ransom of Ismail. One version of hadith mentions the name of Ishaq in place of Ismail. One more tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that Yaqub wrote to the Aziz chief of Egypt, "We all, albeit people of the house, are prone to examinations and tests. Our forefather Ibrahim was tested by the fire, and my father Ishaq was examined by the slaughter." In a trustworthy source is mentioned a tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that he said, Sarah told Ibrahim that he had become old, and had he invocated Allah to grant him a son to illuminate their eyes, the Almighty would have granted his request because he was the Khalil of Allah. Ibrahim prayed to Allah to grant him an intelligent son. The Almighty revealed that he would bestow upon him a wise son, and through him would examine Ibrahim's obedience towards himself. After 3 years again, Ibrahim received the glad tidings of Ismail. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is quoted in a good tradition that when people asked who was taken for sacrifice, he replied, "It was Ismail." In a reliable tradition, some people asked Imam about the period between the glad tiding of Ismail and that of Ishaq. "There was a gap of 5 years, replied Imam. The Almighty said it, so we gave him the good news of a boy possessing forbearance. 37:101. This was the good news of Ismail. And when Ishak was born to Sarah, and one day when he was 3 years and sitting in the lap of his father, Ismail came and pushing him aside himself sat there. Sarah witnessed this and said, Hajar's son pushes my son to sit in your lap. By Allah, Hajar and her son cannot live in the same town where I live. Take them away. Ibrahim loved Sarah very much and used to respect her rights. She was a descendant of prophets and his cousin, but her demand was very difficult to fulfill. Ibrahim could not bear the separation of Ismail. The same night an angel appeared in his dream and commanded him to sacrifice Ismail at Mecca during the Hajj season. Ibrahim rose with a heavy heart next morning. The season of Hajj neared. Ibrahim took Hajar and Ismail from Syria to Mecca during the month of Dhul-Hijjah in order to slaughter Ismail during the Hajj. He raised the walls of the Kaaba and with the intention of performing Hajj headed for Mina. After completing the rituals of Mina, he returned with Ismail and performed the circumambulating of the Kaaba 7 times. Then he turned his attention towards Safa and Marwa to complete the ritual of Say. When he reached between Safa and Marwa, he told Ismail, My son, I dreamt that I was slaughtering you during this Hajj. So what do you say? Father, go ahead with whatever you have been sent for, said Ismail. After completing Say, he took Ismail to Mina, and that was on the day of sacrifice. As he lifted the knife, he heard a voice, O Ibrahim, you have fulfilled your dream and obeyed my command. Then a big ram was given in ransom of Ismail and its meat donated to the poor and needy. Imam al-Rida was asked why Mina is called as Mina. Imam said that because it was here that Archangel Gabriel told Ibrahim to ask Allah for his wish to Mana. Hence Ibrahim expressed his wish for a ram that he can slaughter as the ransom of Ismail. The Almighty accepted his wish. 1-2. What? There is no contradiction in above traditions. Ibrahim was given the status of Khalil because he had all the perfect qualities. The traditions regarding the friendship are mostly those that exhort the perfection of moral qualities. According to the writer, this proves that the incident of Nimrod and the gnat is correct, but he could not find it in a reliable tradition. 3. There is no contradiction in these traditions. It is possible that all this has occurred. Ibrahim must have recited the invocations and made the Holy Prophet and Imams as his intercessors. As a result, the Almighty sent for him the garment and ring and ordered the Bikulo, fire, door. It is well known among the historians that Nimrod was also seated with his personal assistant in the box. This part contains some controversial points, and even though he has explained them in Baqir al-Anwar, it is necessary to mention them here also. The apparent meaning of the ayats is that Azar was the father of Ibrahim, and the same is well known among Sunnis. However, it is famous, or rather a unanimous opinion of the Shia scholars, that Tariq and not Azar was the father of Ibrahim, and that Tariq was a Muslim. The greatest scholars of Shias have defended this opinion by the traditions that all the ancestors of the Holy Prophet until Adam were monotheists. They were also either prophets or their legatees. Since Ibrahim is one of the ancestors of the Holy Prophet, it is necessary that his father must be Muslim too. The genealogists also agree that Ibrahim's father was Tariq. Therefore, whenever the Qur'an or hadith mention Azar as the father of Ibrahim, it is only a metaphor because he was the uncle of Ibrahim. Referring to one's uncle as father is an Arabian custom. It is also possible that Azar was Ibrahim's uncle and after his father's death married Ibrahim's mother. Since he brought up Ibrahim under his care, he is referred to as his father. Some of the traditions that cannot be justified may have been narrated under dissimulation taqiyya. Secondly, the Almighty says in the incident of Ibrahim, then he looked at the stars, looking up once. Then he said, Surely I am sick of your worshipping these. According to the explanatory traditions, when the people were leaving for celebrations, Ibrahim looked at the stars and said he was sick. Then he broke the idols. Why did he make such a statement? Was it true or false? According to some, Ibrahim had intermittent fever and thus looked at the stars and said, It is the time for my repentance. I will be having fever and hence cannot go out. Others say that since the people were practitioners of astrology, Ibrahim also studied the stars before stating that he had fever, whether truly or just as an excuse. Because an untrue statement can be spoken as an allusion, with the intention of a true statement, it can be spoken as Toriyah. It is not considered a lie and is permissible. Rather, in some demanding circumstances, it becomes obligatory to ward off danger to one's life or property. Some scholars have also explained the ayah in a way that Abraham looked at the stars that are created by Allah and said that he was sick of the fact that people should worship the stars and idols. The apparent meaning of some authentic tradition shows that the statement of Ibrahim was spoken for some special reason. Ibrahim spoke by way of Toriyah, and hence the people failed to understand the true meaning. Thus some people asked Jafar al-Sadiq as to how Ibrahim said, "I am sick." Imam said that Ibrahim was not sick, but he did not lie. What he meant was that he was sick in finding a correct method to defeat the false religion of those people. Another tradition states that he said, "I will be sick." And as a person is helpless in death, he is helpless in sickness also. In yet another narration, it is said that when Ibrahim had the premonition of the tragedy of Imam al-Hussein, he became sick of sorrow. The third objection is that when it is proved that all prophets are infallible from birth, then how Ibrahim said, "This is my Lord," when he beheld the star, because apparently it is disbelief kufr. What is the actual meaning of this statement? This can be justified in a number of ways. Firstly, there is something as contemplation. A person presumes something and wonders. If it is so, then he thinks upon it and takes a decision. Thus we have an authentic tradition from Imam Jafar al-Sadiq wherein people asked him if Ibrahim committed kufr when he saw the star and said, "This is my Lord." Imam explained that the statement of Ibrahim cannot be called kufr since he was in search of truth and wanted to expound the philosophy of Tawhid, and that if any person were to make such a statement now, it would be kufr. In another reliable tradition, he says that if anyone says it in search of truth, he would be like Ibrahim. Secondly, though it was an assertion, it could be construed as an assumption. Moreover, Ibrahim said this because if he had right away testified to Allah's oneness, the people might have abandoned him right away without allowing him to complete the proof. So he sought their support in the beginning and then proved that it cannot be so. This convinced the people. Lending support to this argument is the tradition of Imam Jafar al-Sadiq that he said the statement of Ibrahim was not his own, but what people used to believe. He only repeated it. Thirdly, the words of Ibrahim can be rhetorical. This is saying the opposite of what he means. Al-Mamun asked Imam al-Currency's sign at the exegesis of the same ayah. Imam said, "At that time there were three kinds of people. Some worshipped Venus, some worshipped the moon, and some deified the sun. When Ibrahim came out of the cave where he was hidden since birth, the sun had already set, and Venus shone on the sky." He made a rhetorical statement. It was not an assertion. After Venus set, he said, "I do not like those who set." Because setting and receding into concealment is a sign of a temporal being. It is not a sign of permanence and omniscience. Then he looked at the luminous moon and said by way of rhetoric, "This is my Lord." When it has also set, he said, "If my Lord had not guided me, I would have gone astray." Imam says, he meant to say that if he had not been in the guidance of Almighty, he would have been among the infidels. When it was morning and the sun arose, Ibrahim said by way of rhetoric, "Is this my Lord? For it is larger than Venus and larger than the moon." When the sun also set, he addressed the three groups and said, "O people, keep away from those whom you associate with Allah. I have turned my face toward the one who originated the heavens and the earths. I am sincere in dissociating from all false beliefs. I am not a polytheist." It is also possible that Ibrahim intended to convince the people of the fallacy of worshipping objects that had temporal characteristics of the Venus, moon, and sun, whereas the one who deserved to be worshipped is the one who created the heavens and the earth. The arguments that Ibrahim employed were revealed to him by the Almighty himself. As we read at the conclusion of this incident that Allah says, "And this was our argument which we gave to Ibrahim against his people." Surah An'am 6:83. After Imam al-Currency's sign concluded his speech, Al-Mamun said, "O son of the messenger of Allah, may Allah reward you for this. You have untied the knot in my heart." In another authentic tradition, it is mentioned that Ibrahim was born during the reign of Nimrod the son of Canaan, and those four kings have reigned over the entire earth. Two of them were believers, Suleiman and Dhul-Qarnayn, and the other two were infidels, Nebuchadnezzar and Nimrod. Nimrod was informed that a male child was to be born that year. He would destroy him, his religion, and his idols. After securing this information, he appointed female spies for expectant ladies and ordered all newborn boys to be killed that year. The mother of Ibrahim was also pregnant that year. The Almighty fixed the fetus of Ibrahim of the back of his mother instead of the belly. When he was born, his mother hid him in a cave below the surface of the earth and closed the entrance. He grew up unlike other children, and his mother visited him occasionally. Thus, when he came out of the cave for the first time, he saw Venus shining on the sky. He had not seen a more beautiful star. "This is my Lord," said he. The moon arose after some time. When Abraham saw the moon, he said, "It is bigger." "This is my Lord." When the moon set, he said, "I do not associate with those who set." Then it was morning and the sun appeared. "This is my Lord." He said, "It is bigger than all the others." When the sun also set, he turned away from all of them and faced the Lord of the worlds. This hadith contains all the points of justifications. Moreover, there are some other reasons that I have explained in Baqir al-Anwar. Abraham's statement upon the disappearance of Venus that he did not consider it as his Lord is significant for the fact that when a star arises, it is more luminous and bright, but at the time of setting it loses its luster and becomes dull. Therefore, the people used to worship it at the time it arose. Abraham wanted to point out the fallacy of the people in worshipping something that is inconsistent. One should worship only that which is ever present and able to benefit its creatures without any conditions attached. Something that is constant in bestowing benefits. Also, that something which is subject to change is itself temporal. It is also possible that Abraham wanted to call their attention toward this particular phenomenon because they were aware of the effect of the star at the time of its rising and knew that it weakens by the time it is setting. Therefore, Abraham presented a convincing argument that something which is itself imperfect cannot create perfect things. Apart from these, there are also methods to prove the same points, but they are beyond the scope of the present book. The fourth objection concerns the breaking of idols by Abraham and then claiming that the largest of them has done it. For it is a lie, and a prophet can never lie. This doubt can also be explained in a number of ways. First of all, the statement of Abraham was conditional because he said, "The biggest of them did it." Ask them if they can talk. Surah Anbiya 21:63. It means that if they were capable of talking and deserving of worship, they could have performed such an action. Actually, it was a great insult to the idols that those who cannot talk and cannot protect themselves and neither cause benefit nor harm, then how foolish it is to worship them. Accordingly, when Ja'far al-Sadiq was asked for the tafsir of this ayah, he said, Abraham said, if they could talk at the conclusion of his statement. It means that if they can talk, the largest one has done it, otherwise not. Hence, Abraham did not make a false statement. Secondly, accusing the largest idol for the act was metaphor. Abraham had broken the idols because the people venerated them. Since they respected the largest idol more, it was entitled to greater blame. It is common in Arabic language to associate the verb with something other than the doer of the action. Thirdly, the biggest of them is the second phrase of the ayah, preceded by he has done it. The first phrase could mean one who did it. He has done it. If what you say is true that they are gods, the biggest of them is present, ask him who did it. Fourthly, falsehood is a statement that is against reality and bereft of any wisdom. Abraham said that for hidden wisdom, to defeat the people in logical reasoning. Accordingly, there is an authentic tradition from Ja'far al-Sadiq that a person who says something untrue for the sake of correcting someone cannot be blamed for lying. Then Imam recited the above ayah and said, by Allah, the idols didn't do it and neither Ibrahim uttered a lie. And in another tradition, Imam says, Allah likes the lie that is uttered like Ibrahim for reforming the people. He said he had done it, the biggest of them, for educating the people. He proved that they did not possess the power of reasoning. Different traditions mention different species of birds. This could be due to dissimulation taqiyya and narrated on the times of Sunnis. It is also possible that the incident occurred more than once, though it's unlikely. Secondly, how Abraham was the victim of doubt regarding the power of Allah to give life and death. This controversy can be cleared in a number of ways. First, he wanted to see the actual process, though he believed in it. When some people asked Imam al-Rai currency sign A, was Abraham in doubt when he said, but that may be at ease? Imam replied, no, he was not in doubt, but he wanted to increase his faith in the Almighty. Imam has also, I think, Second, Though he believed in the raising of dead, he wanted to witness the process with his own eyes. Third, as mentioned in a tradition mentioned above, he wanted to be sure he was the appointed Khalil. Fourth, that Nimrod had challenged him to enliven the dead and warned him of dire consequences if he didn't. So Ibrahim desired to obtain his heart's ease and also comply with Nimrod's challenge. But only two of the reasons are mostly likely ones. And Sheikh Muhammad bin Babawayh has related that Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Tayfur told me regarding the ayah, "O Lord, show me how you enliven the dead," that the Almighty told Ibrahim to visit one of his exalted servants. When Ibrahim paid him a visit, he said that there is a person by the name of Ibrahim and the Almighty has taken him as his Khalil. Ibrahim asked what was the proof of this. The man replied, "Allah will enliven the dead for him." Ibrahim suspected that he himself was that Khalil, and to make sure requested Allah to give life to the dead. The Almighty asked him if no faith had in it. He replied that he had faith but wished to put his heart at ease. But I and that Khalil he also wished to have miracle as the other prophets had. So he requested the Almighty to raise the dead to life. The Almighty ordered him to kill a living being. Ibrahim slaughtered his son Ismail. The Almighty ordered him to slaughter 4 birds: peacock, pigeon, wild duck, and a cock. Peacock symbolized the embellishments of this world. Pigeon stood for the increasing hopes, for it had a long lifespan. The wild duck indicated jealousy, and the cock was a symbol of sensuality. So the Almighty told him that if he wished to enliven his heart and put it to ease, he must purify his heart from the 4 things and kill them by himself. Because even if one of them remains in the heart, it cannot be at ease. The Sheikh says that he asked him as to why the Almighty asked him, "Do you not believe?" When he was aware that Ibrahim was a believer, Muhammad bin Abdullah replied, because the request of Ibrahim apparently indicated doubt, and the Almighty wished to clear him of all blame. So Ibrahim said that he was not at doubt, but wanted to strengthen his faith. Or other reasons as mentioned above. Since the words of Ibn Tayfur are not hadith, they cannot be relied upon like we rely on authentic traditions. But since the Sheikh has mentioned them, I too quote the same. It is despicable if one wishes for a long life merely to obtain the worldly pleasures. However, it is meritorious if he prays for a long life in order to perform good deeds that will benefit him in the hereafter. It is the love for Almighty, an exclusive love for Him. Therefore, many supplications contain words asking for a long life. But the perfection of character lies in that a man should be satisfied with divine decree. If he knows that Allah wants death for him, he should similarly accept it. But if one does not know what Allah expects of him, he should pray for a long life so that he can gain the Almighty's recognition. It will signify his love for Allah. The prophets prayed for a long life only until the time they knew Allah is satisfied with their entreaties. If they had preferred a long life more than Allah's satisfaction, they would never have put themselves in perilous circumstances. These traditions differ with regard to the age of Ismail. The disparity could be due to dissimulation taqiyya or the fact that some traditions were issued to correct others. We have included some incidents from the life of Ibrahim, Ismail, and Ishaq in our account of loose section. This hadith proves that the son Abraham took for slaughter, and the incident that is mentioned in the Qur'an concerned Ishaq. There are vast differences among the Shia and Sunni scholars regarding this matter. The Jews and Christians apparently believe it was Ishaq. The Shia traditions mention both Ismail and Ishaq, and the majority of Shia scholars believe it was Ismail, because the majority of reports support this view. The apparent import of the Quranic verse is also this as explained in the background of traditions. If there is no agreement who was taken for slaughter, we can reconcile the traditions by saying it happened for both of them. It seems that the name of Ishaq is mentioned on the basis of taqiyya, or it had been the prevalent view among the scholars of opposing schools. The unanimity of the people of book cannot be depended upon. Moreover, a rabbi came to Umar ibn Abul Aziz who questioned him concerning this topic. He said the Jew and Christian scholars know that it was Ismail, but due to jealousy they deny it because Ishaq is their ancestor, whereas Ismail is the ancestor of Arabs. They wish to confine the merit to their ancestor and not for yours. Aladdin, the writer says, The second sacrifice was that of Abila, as mentioned in the account of the Holy Prophet. Refer to volume Roman 2:12. I have quoted only a few traditions that prove the sacrifice of Ismail instead of Ishaq in this chapter, though there are many more. If Allah wills, we shall see many other narrations in the account of Lut's section and account of Lut. Commentators of the Holy Quran generally believe that Lut was the nephew of Ibrahim. He was the son of Haran, son of Tarak. However, some believe he was the cousin of Ibrahim, i.e., the son of his mother's sister. According to the second view, Sarah was Lut's sister, and this is a stronger view. We have already mentioned in foregone discussion that Lut was one of those prophets who was born circumcised. Sheikh Ali ibn Ibrahim says that when Nimrod threw Ibrahim in the fire, the Almighty caused the fire to become cool by His absolute power. Thus Nimrod started fearing Ibrahim. He told Ibrahim to evict his city, as it was now no more possible for him to reside in the territories of Nimrod. Ibrahim had already married his cousin Sarah, and Lut had also accepted the faith of Ibrahim. Lut was a young boy at the time. Ibrahim owned some sheep, and that was all he possessed from the economic point of view. Ibrahim departed from the city of Nimrod and took Sarah with him hidden in a casket, as she was extremely shy and modest. When Ibrahim set out from the town, agents of Nimrod tried to confiscate his sheep, saying he should surrender all that he had earned in their king's territory because he had opposed the king by declaring a new religion. Ibrahim said the king's judge shall decide the matter. This judge was named Sandum. Ibrahim and the officials went to Sandum. The officials told him that since Ibrahim has opposed the king in the matter of religion, he should not be allowed to take away from there any property that he has accumulated in that particular place. Sandum supported the argument and told Ibrahim to surrender whatever he was carrying. Ibrahim said if the judge did not deliver a just judgment, he would drop dead. Sandum asked him what the reality was. Ibrahim said the judge should also order Nimrod officials to return the years of his life that he had spent in acquiring the property, and he would surrender all that he had earned. Sandum supported the stand of Ibrahim, and the officials had to set him free. Nimrod wrote to the neighboring kingdoms that Ibrahim must not be given refuge anywhere. Ibrahim passed a toll station of Nimrod, where an official was posted to collect tax from those who passed that way. Sarah was hidden in a casket among the luggage of Ibrahim. The toll officer calculated the toll of all the goods and finally reached the casket. He ordered Ibrahim to open it in order that he may calculate the tax payable on its contents. Ibrahim told him to assume the contents in any way he liked for the purpose of calculating tax. However, the toll officer insisted on opening the casket and did so forcibly. He saw Sarah in it and was dumbfounded by her beauty. "Who is this lady?" he asked. "She is my sister," replied Ibrahim, wanting to say that she was his sister in faith. She was his cousin's sister, hence Ibrahim was not lying when he said so. The agents carried the casket to the officer, who tried to touch Sarah. Sarah prayed for Allah's refuge from him, and his hand became lifeless. The man, pained by this, exclaimed as to what calamity had befallen him. Sarah told him it was due to his evil intention. He said now he had changed his intention, therefore Sarah should pray that his hand be restored to normalcy. Sarah prayed to Allah to restore the man's hand if he spoke the truth. The Almighty cured his hand. The officer had a slave girl whom he gifted to Sarah. The slave girl, named Hajar, was later to be the mother of Ismail. Ibrahim continued his journey with Sarah and Hajar and halted at a village that fell on their way. It was situated at the junction of roads leading to Yemen. Ibrahim invited to Islam all those who passed from there. Ibrahim was already a well-known figure, and the people knew that Nimrod had tried to burn him and failed. So when the people visited Ibrahim, he entertained them at his residence. Ibrahim resided at a distance of 7 parasangs from the populated towns. These towns had flourishing agriculture and orchards. People who passed through these towns plucked and consumed some of the fruits. The natives did not like this trend and were always thinking of a way to stop this. One day Satan came to them in the form of an old man and said that he can teach them an action that if they practiced it, no traveler would ever dare to approach their town. "What is it?" asked the people. "Whenever a person happens to pass through your town," said Satan, "you should have intercourse through his anus and confiscate his belongings." Then a young handsome man appeared in the town. People caught him and sodomized him. They enjoyed the evil act so much that they started having sexual relations amongst themselves. The men joined with men and became needless of women, and the women had sexual relations amongst themselves. thus becoming needless of males. Abraham received complaints of this evil practice and dispatched Lot in order to warn the people of divine chastisement and to stop them from indulging in such actions. When Lot reached Sodom, the people asked him who he was. "I am Lot," he replied, "the cousin of Abraham who was cast into the fire by Nimrod, but he did not burn. The Almighty ordered the fire to be cool and a medium of safety for Abraham. He is residing at a short distance from here. Hence fear Allah and stop this evil practice. If you do not, the Almighty shall destroy you." The people were fearful and could not muster the courage to harm him, but they continued to rape travelers who passed through their village. Lot tried to save the poor victims. Lot married one of their women and had daughters with her. He continued to live among them for a long time, preached and admonished them, but they were not affected by his admonishments and told him to stop it or they would stone him to death or expel him from the town. At last Lot prayed for a divine chastisement for these people. One day Abraham was preparing to entertain guests at his residence when he had 4 visitors. The visitors, whose faces resembled human beings, saluted Abraham. Abraham informed Sarah that they had 4 more visitors who did not seem to be human beings. Sarah said they had nothing except a calf. The calf was slaughtered and brought to Abraham. The Qur'an mentions this in the following words: "Has there come to you information about the honored guests of Abraham? When they entered upon him, they said, 'Peace, peace,' said he, as strange people. Then he turned aside to his family secretly and brought a fat roasted calf." 51:24-26. But they refused to eat anything. Abraham became afraid. Sarah came to them accompanied with other women and asked them why they refused the invitation of Abraham Khalilullah. They told her not to fear. They said, "Surely we are sent to a guilty people that we may send down upon them stones of clay sent forth from your Lord for the extravagant." 51:32-34. The visitors said they have been sent to punish the people of Lot. When Sarah heard this, she was shocked and began to menstruate, although years had passed since her menopause. The Qur'an says, "Then we gave her the good news of Ishaq, and after Ishaq of Yaqub. She said, 'O wonder, shall I bear a son when I am an extremely old woman, and this my husband an extremely old man? Most surely this is a wonderful thing.' They said, 'Do you wonder at Allah's bidding? The mercy of Allah and His blessings are on you, O people of the house. Surely He is praised, glorious.' So when fear had gone away from Abraham and the good news came to him, he began to plead with us for Lot's people." 1171-74. Abraham asked Archangel Gabriel how could they punish them while Lot also lived in the same town. Archangel Gabriel said he knew better who lived there and that he would save Lot and his family except his wife, who shall remain behind to suffer chastisement. Abraham said, "Would you punish them even if there are 100 believers among them?" "No," replied Archangel Gabriel. "If there are 50? "No," replied Archangel Gabriel again. "If there is only 1 believer?" "No," repeated Archangel Gabriel. As the Almighty says, "But we did not find therein save a single house of those who submitted the Muslims." 51:36. Abraham persuaded Archangel Gabriel to return to Allah and secure forgiveness for those people. In a split second, the Almighty sent a revelation restraining Abraham from asking pardon for Lot's people, as the divine decree for chastisement has already been issued. The celestial visitors took leave of Abraham and came to Lot while he was irrigating his field. "Who are you?" asked Lot. "We are travelers," they replied. "Please give us shelter for the night." Lot told them that the natives of that city were evil, that they sodomized the travelers and looted their belongings. "It is quite late and we cannot go to some other place," they said. "Let us stay tonight, at least." Lot came to his wife, who was a native of that village, and told her that he had some visitors, but if she refrained from leaking the information to her townsmen, he would forgive her all her past misdeeds. She agreed to this. Now Lot's wife had a secret pact with her townspeople. If Lot had a visitor during the day, she would let out smoke from the top of the house, and if someone visited him at night, she would light a fire to pass on the information. When Archangel Gabriel and the angels accompanying him reached Lot's house, his wife hurried to the roof and lit a fire. The villagers saw the fire and converged upon Lot's house. Upon reaching the door, they said, "O Lot, have we not commanded you not to lodge any guests?" Then they tried to abduct the visitors. Lot refrained them from doing so and said they could take his chaste daughters in exchange. "Fear Allah," he said, "and do not humiliate me by misbehaving with my visitors. Is there not a single righteous man among you?" Traditions mention that by his chaste daughters Lot meant the girls of the community. A prophet is supposed to be the father of his community, Therefore the girls were his daughters. Moreover, a prophet restrains the people from haram acts and invites them to halal actions. Hence, he told them that their women were best for them. They said, "You know very well that we will have nothing to do with women. You also know what we desire." Lot was helpless. He said, "That I had the power to suppress you. Rather, I shall have recourse to his strong support." 1180. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq says, "The Almighty never sent a prophet to his people, but that he dominated the people. He had his own tribe and relatives among the people." Another interpretation of a strong support is Al-Kam Imam al-Mahdi and his 313 companions. Archangel Gabriel remarked, had Lot known what power was on his side. When Lot heard this, he asked, "Who are you in reality?" "I am Archangel Gabriel. What is your mission here?" "To destroy these people. Destroy them this very moment," implored Lot. "The time appointed for their destruction is tomorrow morning." "But morning is far," pleaded Lot. By now the people broke the door and rushed inside Lot's house. Archangel Gabriel hit them with his wings and blinded them. As Allah says, "By your life, they were wandering blindly in their intoxication." 1572. The people realized that divine punishment had descended on them. Archangel Gabriel then instructed them to flee the town with his supporters after a part of the night had passed. He told him that none of them should look back and added that should his wife look back, she would invite the same wrath as the townsmen. There was a scholar among the people of Lot. He warned the villagers that the wrath of Allah was upon them as repeatedly forecasted by Lot. He exhorted the people to surround Lot and not let him escape. As long as he is among the people, the chastisement would not descend on them. The natives surrounded the residents of Lot from all sides. Archangel Gabriel told Lot to escape from amidst them. "How can I do that?" asked Lot. "They have besieged my house from all sides." Archangel Gabriel planted a pillar of light before him and said that they should leave by its support and must not at any cost look back. Lot and his people left the town from underground. His wife looked back and Almighty dropped a stone upon her, killing her instantly. When the morning sun rose, each of the angels left the city by 4 different directions and dug the ground around the city up to its 7th layer. The town, which was in the center, was raised so prominently that the inhabitants of the celestial world could hear the cackling of hens and barking of the village dogs. The whole city was then turned upside down and it crashed on its inhabitants. The Almighty rained coated, multicolored stones on them from the first heaven or from hell. According to a reliable tradition, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said, "No one considers the acts of Lot's people homosexuality halal, but the Almighty kills him with a stone from the stones that rained on the people of Sodom. But the people are unable to see this stone." In a correct report, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says, "The Messenger of Allah sought Allah's refuge from miserliness every morning and every night, and we too seek Allah's refuge from miserliness." According to Imam, the Almighty commands us to beware of miserliness. Only those who refrain from miserliness achieve salvation. Imam warns us of miserliness and says the people of Lot were great misers with their food. As a result, the Almighty inflicted them with a terrible ailment of the private parts. There was no cure for this malady. Lot's people now inhabited the highways that led to Egypt and Syria. The caravan folk halted at their towns and the people provided them with food and assistance. But when the frequency of the guests increased, the people grew tired of their hospitalization and began to be miserly due to the evil of their hearts. Their miserliness caused them to mistreat the guests and to sodomize them without having any sensual feeling for this lewd act. By this act, they intended to deter other caravans from halting at their town so that they did not have to provide them with lodging and boarding. They also intended this to be publicized in other cities so that none would dare to cross their town. But soon they got addicted to homosexuality and their obsession increased to such an extent that they used to procure boys from other towns and pay them for this act. What malady can be worse than miserliness? Its consequences are more terrible than being a miser. It degrades a person to such an extent. The narrator asked if all the people of Lot were homosexuals. "All except for one Muslim family," replied Imam. "I think you have not heard the words of Allah. Then we brought forth such as were therein of the believers, but we did not find therein save a single house of those who submitted the Muslims." 51:35-36. Imam says that Lot preached amongst the people for 30 years and continued to invite them toward Allah and warn them of the divine chastisement. The people did not wash after passing stool, neither did they perform the ritual bath of Janaba. Lut was the maternal cousin of Ibrahim and the brother of Sarah, the wife of Ibrahim. Lut and Ibrahim were two prophets of Allah who warned the people of Allah's retribution. Lut was a generous and a kind person. He was very hospitable towards his guests and gave them refuge from the mischief of his people. When the people came to know that Lut had visitors, they said to him, "Have we not warned you against lodging guests in your house? If you do not desist, we shall insult them and insult you before them." Thus, whenever Lut had some guests, he used to hide them from the villagers. It was for this very fact that Lut did not have any relatives or tribesmen staying with him in that town. Lut was always hoping for divine wrath to descend on the people. He had a high station before the Almighty. Whenever Allah decided to send punishment, he observed the love and devotion of Ibrahim and the love of Lut and postponed the punishment. At last, Allah's fury intensified and he decreed annihilation for the people of Lut. As a requital of this punishment, he decided to grant Ibrahim a son who would be a source of comfort during the sorrow he was to experience as a result of the people's destruction. Allah sent messengers, angels, to Ibrahim to give the glad tidings of Ismail. The angels came to Ibrahim after nightfall and entered his house. Ibrahim was afraid they might be thieves. When the angels perceived Ibrahim's fear, they said salam to him. Ibrahim responded to their salam. The angels told him that they were messengers from Allah and asked him not to be afraid. They gave him glad tidings of a son. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says the glad tiding of a righteous son was regarding Ismail, who was born to Hajar. "Is it specifically for me?" asked Ibrahim. "Yes," they replied. "Do not lose hope. Is there any other purpose for your visit?" asked Ibrahim. They said, "We have been sent for a transgressing nation, that is the people of Lut. They are a group of sinners and we have come to warn them of Allah's wrath. But Lut is present in their midst," said Ibrahim. "We know better who is present where," retorted the angels. "Lut and his family members shall be saved except for his wife, who will succumb to the punishment." When these angels came to Lut, he did not recognize them and asked them their identity. They said, "Your nation doubts Allah's chastisement. We come with truth to warn your people of their impending doom. Indeed, we are truthful. After 7 days and nights, O Lut, you must leave the town with your family members, but none of you should look back. Your wife will glance behind and will be inflicted with the same disaster as your nation. You can escape to any place you like. After daylight, all the people of your town will be destroyed." On the morning of the 8th day, the Almighty again sent messengers to Ibrahim to inform him of the birth of Ishaq and to console him upon the annihilation of Lut's nation, as mentioned in the Qur'an. And certainly our messengers came to Ibrahim with good news. They said, "Peace, peace," said he, and he made no delay in bringing a roasted calf. But when he saw that their hands were not extended toward it, he deemed them strange and conceived fear of them. That they said, "Fear not, surely we are sent to Lut's people." And his wife was standing by, so she laughed. Then we gave her the good news of Ishaq, and after Ishaq of his son's son Yaqub. She said, "Oh wonder, shall I bear a son when I am an extremely old woman and this my husband an extremely old man? Most surely this is a wonderful thing." They said, "Do you wonder at Allah's bidding? The mercy of Allah and his blessings are on you, O people of the house. Surely he is praised, glorious." So when fear had gone away from Abraham and good news came to him, he began to plead with us for Lut's people. Most surely Abraham was forbearing, tender-hearted, oft returning to Allah. "Oh, Ibrahim, leave off this. Surely the decree of your Lord has come to pass, and surely there must come to them a chastisement that cannot be averted." 1169-76. According to authentic chains, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali says, "This nation, the Muslim, has 6 qualities of the people of Lut. 1. Shooting of pellets. 2. Throwing stones. 3. Scratching the armpits. 4. Dragging their garments on the earth in vanity. 5. Leaving the buttons of their shirt undone. And 6. Leaving the fasteners of the gown open." Another tradition says the people of Lut had the shameless habit of passing gas loudly before each other in their gatherings. Lut chastised them for this evil deed. In another authentic tradition, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says that the messenger of Allah asked Archangel Gabriel as to how the people of Lut were consigned to annihilation. Archangel Gabriel said Lut's nation inhabited a particular town. They did not wash their private parts after attending to nature's call. They did not perform the ritual bath either, and they were miserly. Lut lived among them for 30 years. He remained there as an alien without any relative or fellow tribesmen. He invited them to Allah, to have faith in him, to follow him Lot and to desist from lewd practices. He persuaded them to worship the Lord, but the people rejected his call and refused to obey him. Consequently, when Allah wished to send down his wrath upon them, he first dispatched his messengers angels in order to warn the people and exhaust all arguments. The people flourished economically, but their sins increased. So Allah commanded the angels to evacuate all the believers from Lut's city, but they did not find any except a single Muslim household. They were shifted out of town. The angels then told Lut to take away with him this family during the night. After midnight, Lut set out with his daughters. His wife rushed to her people to inform them of Lut's flight. When the sun arose the next day, the Almighty ordered, O Archangel Gabriel, the fate of Lut's nation has been sealed, so dig the earth up to its 7th layer and raise the center area toward the sky. Then await the command of Allah the Mighty to turn the city upside down and leave a manifest sign of Lut's house to serve as a lesson to those who pass by the town. Archangel Gabriel, I went toward the unjust group and hit my right wing on the eastern part of the town and my left wing on the western portion and dug the earth right up to its 7th layer. Only the house of Lut that was spared to serve as a sign for the coming generations. I raised the town so high that the people of the sky could hear the cackle of hens and barking of dogs. When the sun arose, I was ordered to topple the town on its inhabitants. I toppled it upon them upside down. Stones of baked clay rained upon Lut's people. Each of the stones were marked or were inscribed, O Muhammad, the same fate shall befall the people of your nation if they commit the sin of homosexuality. The Prophet asked Archangel Gabriel the location of Lut's town. Archangel Gabriel said it is in the vicinity of the Tigris River in Syria Tiberias. Where did the town and its people fall after you had turned them upside down? Asked the Messenger of Allah. Archangel Gabriel replied, O Prophet, they fell into the sea from Syria to Egypt. They became dunes in the sea. Another trustworthy tradition says the angels told Ibrahim that they have come to destroy the citizens of this town. When Sarah heard this, she was surprised at the paucity of the angels and the huge numbers of Lut's people, and she said, Is it possible for you to match the power and numbers of Lut's people? The angels gave her glad tidings of Ishak and after him Yaqub. She slapped her face and said, How could an old woman like me have a child? At that time she was 90 years of age and Abraham was 120. Then Abraham tried to intercede for Lut's nation, but it had no effect. Archangel Gabriel and the other angels came to Lut. When Lut's people learned that he had visitors, they headed towards his residence. Lut came and put his hand against the door. Under oath, he told them to fear Allah and not insult his guests. The people said, Have we not forbidden you to invite guests? Lut offered his daughters, saying, I am prepared to give them in legal marriage to you if you desist from my visitors. They said, We have no right on your daughters, and you know what we desire. Lot said, I wish I had a solid support with which to take refuge. Archangel Gabriel said, Would he but know what support was behind him. Archangel Gabriel called Lot to his side. They went inside. The people broke open the door and poured into the house. Archangel Gabriel pointed his finger at them, and they became blind. They groped at the walls and vowed that they would not leave a single person from Lut's progeny alive in the morning. Archangel Gabriel told Lut, We are the messengers of your Lord. Please expedite the matter, requested Lut. Yes, please hurry up, said Lut again. Yes, the appointed time for their nemesis is morning next. But it is too long for daybreak, said Lut. Archangel Gabriel advised Lut to take his belongings and children and escape to a particular town. Lut said his mule wasn't strong enough, but Archangel Gabriel persuaded him to load his things and leave immediately. At dawn, Archangel Gabriel descended to the town and with the help of his wing elevated it toward the sky. When it was at a substantial height, Archangel Gabriel toppled it upside down and broke the walls into bits and pieces. Lut's people heard a deafening sound and died as a result. 1. An authentic tradition of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that a person who decided to have a sexual liaison with another of the same sex is of the remainder of Sodom. I don't say that he is from their progeny, said Imam. He is from their essence. Imam further said that Lut's nation inhabited 4 towns that were turned upside down on them: Sodom, Sedum, Ladna and Amir. An authentic tradition mentions that people asked Imam how the townsmen learnt that Lut had guests. Imam replied, the wife of Lut came out of her house and whistled. People heard the whistle and gathered there. The sound is known as Sumek. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says in an authentic hadith that the nation of Lut were the foremost among nations, but the accursed Satan made tremendous efforts to mislead them. One of their peculiarities was that whenever they had to go out, the men went together, leaving all the women behind. When they returned from their farms and storehouses, the Satan destroyed everything. The people decided to keep a watch on the culprit and finally caught him. He turned out to be a handsome youth. They asked him if he was the one responsible for the wholesale destruction of their stocks. He owned up to the charge immediately. The captors decided to kill the young man, but for the time being entrusted his charge to a fellow citizen. At night, the young boy began to weep and wail. When the person who had been in his charge asked what was the matter with him, he said that his father used to make him lie on his belly. The man told him to sleep on him instead. The boy agreed, and during the night acted perversely, and the captors succumbed to his evil act. In this way, he taught the man to have sex with him. The man enjoyed the act very much. Later, the Satan escaped from his house. In the morning, the man went to his fellow citizens and narrated the details. The other people now wanted to experience this act, as they had never known such a thing was possible. As time passed, they indulged in sodomy and considered men sufficient for men. They waylaid travelers who passed through their town and forced this act on them. Consequently, travelers avoided that particular route. They abstained from women and were involved in physical relationships with their own sex. Once Satan saw that the practice of sodomy was established among them, he came to the women in the form of a lady and said, "Your men are busy with those of their sex. So come, let us have sexual relationship amongst us." So the women also began to indulge in this act with those of their sex, lesbianism. All the exhortations of Lut fell on deaf ears, and when finally all the arguments were exhausted, the Almighty sent Archangel Gabriel, Michael, and Israfil in the form or ordinary young men. They were dressed in robes and wore turbans. They came to Lut while he was busy on his farm. Lut saw them and remarked that he had not seen such elegant people. They said that their master had sent them to the chief of this town. "I think your mater is unaware of the evil habits of the people of this town," said Lut. "By Allah, they catch hold of men and indulge in such intense sodomy that they bleed due to this." They said, "Our master has instructed us to traverse the route that passes through this town." Lut advised them to wait until it was dark. They sat down near Lut. He sent his daughter to get them some food, water, and a sheet to protect them from cold. The daughter had just left when it began to rain, and soon the field was flooded. Lut was afraid they might drown, so he told them to get up and follow him. He walked holding a wall and told them to walk close to the side of the path. However, they said the master had instructed them to walk in the middle of the path. The darker it grew, the more thankful Lut was that they may not be seen by the people. During this time, the Satan caused the child of Lut to fall into a well. Due to the ensuing commotion, people gathered at Lut's door. When they saw the young visitors, they remarked, "O Lut, have you also acquired our practice? They are my guests, so do not insult me before them," said Lut. They said, "There are 3 of them. Keep one to you and hand us the remaining 2. Lut housed his guests in a room and said, "I wish I also had relatives and kinsmen to protect me from your mischief." The people intensified their efforts and broke open the door. Archangel Gabriel said to Lut, "We have been sent by your Lord. These people cannot harm you." He took a handful of dust and threw it toward the people, saying, "May their faces spoil." The people were blinded instantly. Lut asked the angels what Allah had commanded them concerning the people. They replied, "We have been ordered to subject them to a torment next morning. I wish you could destroy them this very minute," said Lut. "The appointed time for their annihilation is morning next. Is it too long for the day to dawn? If you want, we can hold any one of them captive. Then take your daughters, but leave your wife behind." Imam says, "May Allah have mercy on Lut. If he knew the identities of his guests at the time, he wished he had a strong support to take refuge, and he would have indeed realized that he had received support. For who can be a stronger support than Archangel Gabriel, who was with Lut in his room?" Allah the Almighty said to the Holy Prophet that the same punishment is for those of his ummah who practice the deeds of Lut's people. According to a reliable chain of authorities, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq quoted the Messenger of Allah thus: "When the people acquired the habit of sodomy, the earth pleaded to its Lord. The plea reached up to the sky. The sky wept and wailed. Its wail reached the throne, the holy throne. The Almighty revealed to the sky to rain stones upon them and commanded the earth to bury them beneath its surface." In another hadith, one of the Imams says that Allah sent 4 angels to destroy the people of Lut: Archangel Gabriel, Mikael, Israfil, and Karabil. The angels came to Ibrahim dressed in turbans and saluted him. Ibrahim did not recognize them, but due to their elegant appearance said he would serve them himself. Being a good host, he sacrificed a young calf for his guests. When it was cooked well, he served it to his visitors, but they paid no heed to it. Ibrahim became fearful. Archangel Gabriel took off his turban, and Ibrahim recognized him. "Are you Archangel Gabriel?" asked Ibrahim. "Yes," replied Archangel Gabriel. Meanwhile, Sarah entered, and Archangel Gabriel gave them glad tidings of Ishaq and Yaqub. Ibrahim then asked them the purpose of their visit: "To destroy Lut's people." They replied, "Would you destroy them even if there are 100 faithful believers among them?" "No, if there are 50 believers? Not even then." "What if there are 30 believers?" The reply was still negative. "And if there are nearly 20 of them?" "No," replied the angel. "Would you destroy them if there are only 5 believers?" "No." Finally, Ibrahim asked what the angels would do if there is only a single believer among the people. When they still replied in the negative, Ibrahim said that Lut was present among them. "We know better that he is present there," said the angels. "No harm would come to him or his family except his wife." 2 of the angels went to Lut from there. Lut was busy on his farm on the outskirts of town. The angels saluted him. They were wearing turbans. Lut noticed their pure countenances and saw that they were wearing white dresses and had tied white turbans. He invited them to his house. They accepted the invitation. Lut led the way and they followed. Lut was very pensive about taking them to his residential quarters through the midst of his people. He knew the habits of the people and hence would be responsible for whatever befalls his guests. He told them, "You are going towards a community that is the worst of creatures." The Almighty Allah had instructed the angels to desist from destroying the people until Lut testifies at least thrice for their evil deeds. Archangel Gabriel said that it was the first testimony. After walking for some more time, Lut addressed them: "You are walking toward the most evil creatures of Allah." "This is the second testimony," said Archangel Gabriel. Upon reaching the gates of the city, Lut uttered the same words again, and Archangel Gabriel reiterated that it was the third testimony. They entered the residential quarters of Lut. When his wife saw the handsome man, she rushed to the terrace and clapped her hands. When the people hearkened to the clapping, she let out smoke from the attic. People saw the smoke and rushed towards Lut's house. His wife told them that they had visitors and that she had never seen such handsome men. They tried to force themselves inside, but Lut resisted the attempt. Then occurred the incident that we have already mentioned in the previous narrations. Finally, the people entered Lut's house forcibly. Archangel Gabriel told Lut to leave them alone. Then he pointed towards them, and all of them were blinded immediately. According to a prophetic tradition related through authentic channels, one of the practices of Lut's nation was throwing stones at each other whenever there was a gathering. Some people narrate that they sat in groups by the wayside and pelted stones at the passers-by. Whoever hit the target earned the right to molest that traveler. Imam Al-Ridha says that one of their detestable habits was shamelessly passing gas loudly in gatherings. It is also recorded that these people indulged in sodomy openly and did not care if others looked on. There is a difference of opinion regarding the name of Lut's wife. Wala, Walfa, or Walha are some of the names recorded for her. 1. There is a difference of opinion among the scholars regarding Lu's section offering his daughters to the people. According to some, the word daughters indicates all the unmarried girls of Lu's section as nation, and since a prophet is the spiritual father of his nation, all the girls are his daughters. So Lu's section meant to tell the people they could legally marry the virgin girls of their town. There is another opinion that previously some people had asked for the hand of Lu's section's daughter, but he refused due to their infidelity. On that particular occasion, he felt helpless and even agreed to hand them his daughters in marriage. However, the people did not accept it. This is also justified in 2 ways. 1. In that particular Sharia, it was allowed for girls to marry disbelievers. 2. Lu's section may have made their acceptance of faith as one of the conditions of their marriage with his daughters. It is also recorded that 2 of them were leaders of Lu's section's nation. Lu's section offered them his daughter's hands so that the rest of the people would leave his progeny unharmed. Both of these 2 points find mention in the traditions related by us previously. An account of Dhul-Qarnayn Al-Rawandi mentions that his name was Ayash, and that after he was the first ruler whose kingdom included all the countries of the east and west. It must be clarified that there is a difference of opinion among the historians and commentators whether Dhul-Qarnayn was same as Alexander of Rome. According to authentic traditions, it wasn't so. Whether he was a prophet or not is another point of difference. Actually, he was not a prophet. He was an honorable personality who was guided by the Almighty. Why he is referred to as Dhul-Qarnayn is another topic of contention. There are many opinions in this regard. The first explanation is that he is named Dhul-Qarnayn, one having 2 qarns, is because at first the people hit him on his right side qarn of the head and killed him, but the Almighty raised him. And again, they hit him on his left side qarn and killed. Again, Allah gave him life. Second, he lived for 2 epochs. Third, he had a pair of horns on his head, or 2 projections from his head resembling a pair of horns. Fourth, his crown had 2 projecting branches. Fifth, both the sides of his head were extra strong. Sixth, he had conquered the earth fully and his dominion stretched to the 2 limits. Seventh, he had locks of hair hanging from both the sides of his head. Eighth, Allah had given him power over light and darkness. Ninth, he had a dream that he has gone to the heavens and was clinging to both the sides of the sun. 10th, Qarn stands for strength. Hence, Dhul-Qarnayn had 2 qarns, strength and power, and the possessor of great influence on his kingdom. And they ask you about Dhul-Qarnayn. Say, I will recite to you an account of him. Surely we established him in the land and granted him means of access to everything. So he followed a course, until when he reached the place where the sun set, he found it going down into a black sea, and found by it a people. We said, O Dhul-Qarnayn, either give them a chastisement or do them a benefit. He said, as to him who is unjust, we will chastise him. Then shall he be returned to his Lord, and he will chastise him with an exemplary chastisement. And as for him who believes and does good, he shall have goodly reward, and we will speak to him an easy word of our command. Then he followed another course, until when he reached the land of the rising of the sun, he found it rising on a people to whom we had given no shelter from it. Even so, and we had a full knowledge of what he had. Then he followed another course, until when he reached a place between the 2 mountains, he found on that side of them a people who could hardly understand a word. They said, O Dhul-Qarnayn, surely Gog and Magog make mischief in the land. Shall we then pay you a tribute on condition that you should raise a barrier between us and them? He said, that in which my Lord established me is better. Therefore, you only help me with workers. I will make a fortified barrier between you and them. Bring me blocks of iron. Until when he had filled up the space between the 2 mountain sides, he said, Blow. Until when he had made it fire, he said, Bring me molten brass, which I may pour over it. So they were not able to scale it, nor could they make a hole in it. He said, This is a mercy from my Lord. But when the promise of my Lord comes to pass, he will make it level with the ground, and the promise of my Lord is ever true. 1883-98. According to an authentic report, the people didn't have the knowledge of how to construct houses. Some historians say that they lived in the nude, as shall be explained later. As regards the location of the mountains mentioned in the above ayats, some scholars opine that they are the mountains of Armenia and Azerbaijan. The northern part of these mountains falls in Turkestan. Details concerning Gog and Magog state that the 2 giants were man-eaters. The translation of the above ayats is in consonance of the view held by commentators. Sheikh Muhammad bin Masud al-Ayashi has reported in his tafsir that Asbagh bin Nubata quotes from Amir al-Mu'minin Ali when people asked him about Dhul-Qarnayn that Dhul-Qarnayn was an exalted servant of Allah. His name was Ayash. The Almighty selected him after the deluge of Noah and gave him suzerainty over the surrounding areas of northwest Africa in the 2 centuries. The people hid him on the right and he was martyred by it. Then after 100 years, the Almighty raised him to life in the areas of east. This time the people hit him on the left side of his head and he was martyred. The Almighty raised him again after 100 years, and the lieu of the strokes he had suffered granted him a pair of outgrowths with a space between them, and gave him kingship, prophethood and miracle, then summoned him to the first heaven. When the curtains were removed from his sight, he beheld all that was in the earth, like the mountains, deserts, and passes. Dhul-Qarnayn saw everything, and the Almighty bestowed him complete knowledge, and he could discriminate between right and wrong. Allah strengthened his horns with a part of a heavenly cloud that contained darkness, thunder, and lightning. Then he was sent back to the earth and commanded through revelation, roam in the east and the west. We made easy for you the travel between cities, and we made the people subservient to your commands and instilled your fear in their hearts. Dhul-Qarnayn departed for the west end of the earth. As he traversed the lands, he raised a loud scream like the roar of a lion. His horns emitted darkness, thunder, and lightning, and all those who were inimical to him and tried to oppose were instantly killed. In a single day, he reached to the end of the earth before the sun could reach the west. Before sunset, all the people of the east and the west became subservient to his command, as mentioned by Allah. Surely we established him in the land and granted him means of access to everything. 1884. When the sun reached west, he saw that it was setting in a hot spring, and 70,000 angels are tugging at the sun with fiery chains on the surface of the sea toward the lands of east, in the same manner as a boat is towed. He went to the rising place of the sun, and it began to shine on the people of the east as described by the Almighty. Amir al-Mu'minin Ali says that he came across a people who were burnt by the sun. Their bodies and skins were scorched by sunlight. From here, Dhul-Qarnayn proceeded towards darkness and desolation until he reached a place between two great walls as mentioned by the Holy Qur'an. The inhabitants of that area complained to Dhul-Qarnayn that Gog and Magog lived between the two mountains and had wreaked havoc in the land. When the crops and orchards are ready for cultivation, they crossed the barriers and devoured everything. The people offered Dhul-Qarnayn annual tithes if he could construct a barrier to prevent the mischief of the two giants. Dhul-Qarnayn said that he was in no need of their tithe, but they should provide him labor for constructing the barrier. Collect ingots of iron, commanded Dhul-Qarnayn. The people mixed iron ingots from the mountain, and with these iron bricks constructed a wall across the chasm. Dhul-Qarnayn was the first person to construct a wall. Then he spread firewood on the ingots and ignited fire and left it for some time. Then he began to blow at it, and when the iron melted, Dhul-Qarnayn called for molten brass. The people brought copper from the mountains and spread it on iron. The copper melted and mixed with iron, and the wall was ready. Neither Yajuj Gog nor Yajuj Magog could scale it. They could not even make a hole in this wall. Dhul-Qarnayn was a righteous servant of Allah who commanded a high position and status. He loved the Almighty and worshipped him with sincerity. The Almighty assisted him and provided for him means in the cities and settled him there. He was able to extend his kingdom to the countries of east and the west. An angel by the name of Rakel had befriended Dhul-Qarnayn and used to visit him frequently. He used to converse with Dhul-Qarnayn, and the two shared their secrets. One day, Dhul-Qarnayn asked him about the worship of the inhabitants of the heavens and in what way was comparable to the worship of the inhabitants of earth. The angel said, Dhul-Qarnayn, the worship of earth is not equivalent to the space occupied by one stop in heavens. There are some angels in heavens that stand for prayers. They continue to stand forever, and similarly the angels that are in ruku genuflection remain in that position and do not even go into prostration. The angels who prostrate do not raise their heads. Dhul-Qarnayn was moved with this description and said, Rakel, I wish to live for such a long time that I can worship Allah to the extreme limits and as he deserves to be worshipped. There is a divine spring on the earth, known as Ain al-Hayat, the essence of life, said Rakel, and the Almighty has made incumbent upon himself not to send death to a person who drinks from this spring, till the person himself wishes for death. If you can reach this spring and drink from it, you can live as long as you like. Where is it located? Asked Dhul-Qarnayn. I don't know, but I've heard in the heavens that you had created a huge darkness on earth that neither man nor should ever just, and it's beyond that darkness with that Rakel. Where is this darkness? Persisted Dhul-Qarnayn. I don't know, said the angel, and departed for the heavens. Dhul-Qarnayn was very sad because the Rakel had informed him of the spring and the area of darkness, but had not told him where it was located. He summoned all the scholars and fuqaha jurisprudents who had studied the heavenly books and seen the relics of prophethood. Have you come across in the books of past rulers the fact that Allah has created a spring known as the spring of life on this earth? He inquired, and he has vowed that he will not cause to die anyone who drinks from the spring until the person himself desires death. He added, "We have no knowledge of it," confessed the scholars. Then he asked, "Have you studied in any book about a dark area impossible for the men and jinn to traverse?" When the people still failed to provide any information, he became sorrowful because he could not unravel the mystery of the spring of life. There was among the people a son of one of the legatees of some prophets. When he saw the grief of Dhul-Qarnayn, he said, "O king, you are asking them about something they have no knowledge of. I have the knowledge of it." Dhul-Qarnayn has elated, and he jumped from his throne in joy. He called the young boy towards him and said, "Tell me what you know." "Yes," agreed the youth, "I have read about it in the scripture of Adam that was written on the day different objects of the earth like the spring and the tree were named. It is mentioned therein that there is a spring called Ain al-Hayat, spring of life. It is related to the divine decree, in the sense that whoever drinks from this spring will not die until he requests the Almighty for death. The spring is located in darkness where neither men or jinn ever entered." Dhul-Qarnayn was pleased to gain this knowledge and said, "My lad, come closer, tell me, do you know where this darkness is located?" "I have seen in a book of Adam," replied the young man, "that the said spring is toward the east." Dhul-Qarnayn was pleased, and he issued a royal decree among the people and summoned the scholars, doctors of religion, and wise men. Around 1,000 doctors, scholars, and jurisprudents gathered. Dhul-Qarnayn prepared to begin his journey accompanied with these personages and carried vast quantities of goods and provisions. He began his journey in the direction of sunrise east, crossing the oceans, passing the mountain and cities, traversing the forests. For 12 years they reached the first darkness. It was pitch dark in the night and smoke. It was surrounding both edges of horizon. Dhul-Qarnayn alighted at the edge of this darkness and summoned the best of his scholars and advisors and told them, "I wish to cross this darkness." All of them bowed in respect to him and said, "You wish to undertake something no one has ever dared to do, not even the prophets and messengers or the kings and rulers. No one has attempted such a thing." Dhul-Qarnayn told them that it was necessary for him to cross and search for his aim. They said, "We agree that if you cross this darkness you will achieve your aim, but we fear if you are confronted with such an eventuality that will take away your rulership or cause your death, the people of the earth will fall into terrible misery. Apart from crossing this darkness, I don't have any other option," said Dhul-Qarnayn, and the people fell down in prostration and prayed, "O Lord, we implore you to dissociate us from this intention of Dhul-Qarnayn." Dhul-Qarnayn said, "O scholars, tell me which animal has the sharpest eyes." "The virgin mare," replied the scholars. Dhul-Qarnayn selected 6,000 virgin mares from his huge army and gave them to 6,000 of his best soldiers. He put Al-Qidr in charge of 2,000 riders and told him to take the lead. Then he ordered the first contingent to enter the darkness. He followed them at the head of the remaining 4,000 troops after instructing the remaining army to wait for him for 12 years at the same spot. If he does not return by then, they can go back to their cities or wherever they wished. Al-Qidr addressed Dhul-Qarnayn and said, "O king, we are traveling through darkness. What if some people lose their way? How shall we find them?" Dhul-Qarnayn gave him a spinel ruby that shone brilliantly as a torch and said, "Whenever someone is lost, you must throw this ruby on the earth. A sound will emanate from it, and one who has lost his way will be able to join you." Al-Qidr took this spinel ruby and marched forward into the darkness. Al-Qidr was leading the way, and whenever he moved ahead after a halt, Dhul-Qarnayn camped at that same place. One day Al-Qidr entered a haze and told his companions to wait outside and not to move from that place. Then he stepped down from his mount and tossed the ruby in the mist ahead of him. As he had dropped it in water, it didn't emit a sound and continued to drop through the layers of water. Al-Qidr was worried that it might not sound through the water, but when the gem touched the bottom and emitted a sound, that Al-Qidr followed its light. He crossed the layers of water and suddenly came upon a spring. Its water was white as milk, clear as ruby, and sweeter than honey. Al-Qidr drank the water, washed his clothes and bathed in it. After dressing up again, he threw the spinal ruby toward the companions. It released a sound and he followed it and joined his companions. Mounting the animal, he proceeded to his army. Dhul-Qarnayn passed the same spot, but he did not encounter the spring. He continued to walk in dark for 40 nights before reaching light, but it neither like the light of sun nor moonlight. It was one of the radiance of the Lord. Then he reached a red desert with soft sand and pebbles like pearls. Suddenly he saw a huge palace, almost a parasang 4 kms wide. Dhul-Qarnayn halted his army near the palace and entered it alone. He saw a huge iron bar, its edges hiding both ends of the palace. A black bird hung from this iron like a babil. Who is it? Asked the bird when it heard the footsteps of Dhul-Qarnayn. I am Dhul-Qarnayn, he replied. Was the earth insufficient for you that you had to leave it behind and travel right up to the gate of my palace? Asked the black creature. The scene and the words of the hanging bird terrified Dhul-Qarnayn. Do not fear, said the bird. Just reply to my questions. Dhul-Qarnayn agreed, and it asked if the quantity of bricks and arc has increased in the earth. When Dhul-Qarnayn replied in the positive, it shuddered and grew up 1/3 of the length of the iron. Dhul-Qarnayn was frightened. The bird again assured him and inquired further. He agreed to reply and asked if the people of earth have made technological progress. When he said yes, it shivered and shook and grew up 2/3 the size of iron. The fear of Dhul-Qarnayn increased, but it told him not to be afraid and to keep replying the questions put to him. This time, when Dhul-Qarnayn told it to proceed with its queries, it asked, Tell me, have people become accustomed to giving false testimonies? Yes, replied Dhul-Qarnayn, and the bird shook terribly, increased in size, and covered the iron. Dhul-Qarnayn was horrified. Again the creature reassured him and told him to continue answering its questions. When he gave a go-ahead, the bird asked, Have the people discarded the belief in the oneness of Allah? Have they stopped reciting La ilaha illallah? No, replied Dhul-Qarnayn, and the bird reduced to 2/3 its size. Dhul-Qarnayn was fearful. It said, Do not be afraid, tell me, and Dhul-Qarnayn agreed. Have people stopped praying? No, replied Dhul-Qarnayn. The bird reduced to 1/3 in size. Again, this frightened Dhul-Qarnayn. The bird told him not to fear. Keep answering my questions, it persisted. All right, go ahead, said Dhul-Qarnayn. Have people given up the practice of taking a ritual bath of janaba, discharge of semen, intercourse, etc.? No, said Dhul-Qarnayn, and the bird returned to its original size. Then Dhul-Qarnayn looked and saw a staircase going up the palace. The bird told him to go up. Dhul-Qarnayn ascended the stairs with terror in his heart. When he reached the top, he saw a ceiling that stretched as far as the eye could see. Suddenly he saw a handsome youth dressed in white. It was a man. He was in the form of a human being. Holding his head high, he peered at the sky, and his hand covered his mouth. To us, he asked when he heard the footsteps of Dhul-Qarnayn. It is Dhul-Qarnayn. O Dhul-Qarnayn, said the man. Was the earth that you left behind not vast enough for you that you came here? Tell me why you are holding your hand against your mouth, asked Dhul-Qarnayn. Dhul-Qarnayn, I am the one who would blow the trumpet. The day of the resurrection day is near. I am waiting for Allah's command to blow the trumpet. Then he extended his hand through an object like a stone towards Dhul-Qarnayn. Take it, Dhul-Qarnayn. When it is hungry, you will be hungry too, and when it is satiated, you also be satiated. Now go back. Dhul-Qarnayn picked the stone and returned to his companions and related the whole episode to them. He also showed them the stone and told them to find its weight. They brought a weighing scale, put the stone in one pan and another stone of similar size in the other pan. When they added another stone on the other side, yet the stone of Dhul-Qarnayn weighed down the scale. They went on adding stones to counter it, but even after putting 1,000 stones, the mystery stone was heavier. We cannot understand the mystery of this stone, confessed the people. Al-Qidr said, O king, you are asking them something of which they have no knowledge. I am having the knowledge about the stone. Inform me of it, requested Dhul-Qarnayn. What is the secret of this stone? Al-Qidr picked up the stone and put it in the weighing scale, and on the other side he kept a similar stone. Then he took a handful of dust and laid it on Dhul-Qarnayn's stone. Immediately its weight decreased, and it became equal to ordinary stone. Seeing this astounding phenomenon, the people fell down in prostration. They said, O king, it is something beyond our understanding, and we know that Al-Qidr is not a magician. Then how is it possible that we could outweigh the stone with 1,000 1,000 stones, whereas Al-Qidr outweighed it by putting a handful of earth on it. Dhul-Qarnayn told Al-Qidr to explain the mystery. Al-Qidr said, "O great king, indeed the commands of Allah have been promulgated among the people, and his kingdom is surely going to wreak havoc upon them. His command discriminates between right and wrong, and indeed Allah has tested some people by some others. He has put to test the scholar through another scholar, the ignorant through an ignorant, and the scholar through an ignorant, and the ignorant one through a scholar. Indeed I have been tested through you, and you through me." Dhul-Qarnayn addressed Al-Qidr, "May Allah bestow His mercy upon you. You say that Almighty tested me through you because you are more knowledgeable than I am, but you are under my command. Allah's mercy be upon you. Tell me the secret of this stone." "Okay. The angel with the trumpet has given you this stone as a parable. It means that the parable of human beings is as this stone, that even if 1,000 stones are brought to satisfy it, they will not suffice him. But when it was covered with dust, it became satiated and it became equal to ordinary stones. You are also like this stone. The kingdom bestowed to you by Allah is obvious, but you are not satisfied with it. You wished for something no one else had wished before. You entered the area no man or jinn had ever dared to enter. It is human nature not to be satisfied until he is buried." Dhul-Qarnayn wept at the words of Al-Qidr. "You are right," he said. "The parable is for me. After this I shall not aim for further conquests." Again they stepped into the darkness and started on their return journey. The hooves of the horses made a noise as if they were galloping on pebbles. The people asked Dhul-Qarnayn the reason for the mysterious sound. Dhul-Qarnayn told them to pick up as many pebbles as they can. "Those who gather them will be sorry, and those who do not will be sorry too," said he. Some people collected the pebbles, some did not. When they emerged from the darkness, they found that the pebbles were actually emeralds. Thus those who had not collected any regretted that they had not, and those who had collected regretted they had not collected more. Dhul-Qarnayn returned toward the city of Al-Jundal and continued to reside there until his last moments. After narrating the incident, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said, "May Allah have mercy upon my brother Dhul-Qarnayn. He did not commit any sin on the journey that he undertook. He had passed the Valley of Emeralds while heading into darkness. He could have carried off all the pebbles because at that time he was more attached toward earthly life. As he came across the emeralds on his way back, he was not inclined toward them because the world had lost all attraction for him." Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is quoted through authentic chains that Dhul-Qarnayn had constructed a casket of crystal glass. Then he carried a large quantity of provisions and along with the box boarded a hatch and set out to the sea. Upon reaching a spot in the middle of the ocean, he sat in the glass casket and ordered that he be lowered into the sea. He instructed his men to haul him back when he tugged at the connecting rope. He told them to continue releasing the rope if he did not signal, as far as the rope continues. He continued descending into the sea for 40 days. Suddenly he felt someone knocking at the side of his cage and saying, "Dhul-Qarnayn, where are you heading to?" "I wish to visit the kingdom of my Lord under the sea like I've seen his kingdom in the deserts." The person said, "At this very spot Noah had dropped his axe during the deluge. It is yet to reach the bottom." On hearing this, Dhul-Qarnayn tugged the rope and was hauled out. In an authentic hadith, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says that Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said that the spot where Dhul-Qarnayn witnessed the setting of the sun in a hot spring is located at the Jabalka. In another hadith of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, the Almighty had sent clouds for Dhul-Qarnayn. He created causes for him and made wide his sight. He could see at night just as well as he could see during the day. An authentic tradition says that Dhul-Qarnayn was a righteous servant of Allah. Causes were created for him. The Almighty bestowed him dominion of all territories. He was informed of the spring of life. He was told that anyone who drinks from this spring does not die until the blowing of the trumpet. Dhul-Qarnayn set out in search of this spring. He reached a place having 360 springs. Al-Qidr was leading the army. He was selected by Dhul-Qarnayn from among all his companions. Al-Qidr was the favorite of Dhul-Qarnayn and was summoned by him along with a large number of soldiers. Dhul-Qarnayn gave each of them a salted dry fish and told them to wash it in the springs. Each one of them was instructed to wash his fish in a particular spring and not to allow others to wash their fish. They separated and each man went to a particular spring and began to wash the fish. Al-Qidr proceeded to his spring and as he washed it, it became alive, slipped from his hand and dived into the water. When Al-Qudr saw this, he was amused. He took off his clothes and stepped into the water. After washing the clothes, he bathed in the spring and drank from it. Then he tried to catch the fish that had escaped from him but couldn't lay his hands on it. He returned with his companions to Dhul-Qarnayn. Dhul-Qarnayn ordered all the fishes to be taken back from his men. When the fishes were collected, Al-Qudr's fish was missing. When Al-Qudr was summoned, he reported that the fish became alive and escaped into the water. He said though he had dived into the spring a number of times to retrieve the fish, he had failed. "Did you drink the spring water?" asked Dhul-Qarnayn. "Yes," replied Al-Qudr. Dhul-Qarnayn tried all means to search for the spring but did not succeed. At last he said to Al-Qudr, "The spring was destined for you. All my efforts are in vain." In a number of traditions, Imams have said that they are people like Yusha and Dhul-Qarnayn who were not prophets, but they were having knowledge and could hear the angels. A number of traditions of Ali state that people asked the Messenger of Allah whether Dhul-Qarnayn was a prophet or a king, and whether his horns were of gold or silver. The Holy Prophet said, Dhul-Qarnayn was a king and not a prophet. His horns were neither of gold nor silver. He was a righteous servant of Allah. He loved the Lord and was loved by him. He performed many tasks for the Almighty and the Lord helped him in return. He was named Dhul-Qarnayn because he invited the people towards Allah. The people slashed one side of his head and martyred him, but Allah made him alive and sent him for a community. He again called them towards the Lord. These people hit him on the right side of his head. Therefore he was named Dhul-Qarnayn. Who went to an The Imam had not seen me before. He asked me if I was from the people of the well. I said I was from the followers of the door of the doors. Again Imam asked the same question and replied in the same way. When he asked for the third time, I said, "Yes, it is the same wall that Dhul-Qarnayn had constructed," he said. In a separate tradition, Imam said that Dhul-Qarnayn became a king at the age of 12 and ruled for 30 years. One authentic chain of narrators quotes the following hadith from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir. Dhul-Qarnayn went to Hajj with 6,000 riders. When he entered the holy precincts, some of his companions went to the Kaaba. When they returned, they told him that they had seen the most handsome personality. It is Ibrahim, the Khalil friend of Allah, informed the people. When Dhul-Qarnayn heard this, he ordered them to fit saddles on 60,000 horses as fast as it takes to fix one saddle. Dhul-Qarnayn said, "I would not ride. I will go to Ibrahim on foot." So he came on foot and met Ibrahim. Ibrahim asked him how he has spent his life and how he traveled until there. He replied, "Subhana man huwa bak la yagni. Subhana man huwa aliman la yansa. Subhana man huwa achathazan la yasquet. Subhana man huwa basiran la kabo. Subhana man huwa mailkan la yuramo. Subhana man huwa modij ban la yura. Subhana man huwa wasun la yudakalifos. Subhana man huwa kaman la yalhuwa. Subhana man huwa daman la yasua." The Messenger of Allah says in a reliable report that Dhul-Qarnayn was a righteous person whom Allah had appointed as his proof upon the people. He called the people toward the true faith and told them to refrain from sins. This slashed one side of his head with a sword and he disappeared from among them until they began to think that he has died, although he had gone into the wilderness. Then he appeared and returned to the people. Again the unjust people hit him on the other side of his head. "Indeed, there is a man among you like Dhul-Qarnayn," added the Prophet. 2. Then he said, "The Almighty Allah settled him in the earth and imparted him control on everything. He reached the east and west extremities of the earth. The Almighty would very soon give a similar power to one of my descendants, that is Al-Qam. He would also conquer the east and the west, and would not leave unconquered a single field, desert or mountain that Dhul-Qarnayn had. The Almighty will reveal the hidden treasures and mines for him, and instill his fear in the hearts of people. He would fill the earth with justice and equity in the same way as it would be filled with injustice and oppression." Authentic chains mention that Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said that Dhul-Qarnayn was not a prophet. He was an exalted servant of Allah. He revered the Almighty and was loved by him. He used to obey the divine commands, therefore the Almighty helped and assisted him and gave him authority on the soft and hard clouds. He mounted the soft cloud and traveled on it. Wherever he went, went he passed the people he conveyed his message so that they do not consider him a liar. Another authentic hadith says that Dhul-Qarnayn was given power between two clouds. He took for himself the soft cloud and left the hard one for Imam al-Mahdi. When Imam was asked to explain hard cloud, he said a hard cloud is the one that has lightning and thunder bolts. Al-Qaim will ride such a cloud and visit the 7 heavens and penetrate the 7 earths, 5 layers of whom are populated and 2 are uninhabited and useless. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says that when Dhul-Qarnayn was given authority, he took the soft cloud and could not take the rigid one because the Almighty had stored it for Imam al-Mahdi. We have already mentioned in the chapter of Ibrahim that the first 2 people to shake hands in this world were Ibrahim and Dhul-Qarnayn. Traditions also mention that 2 believer kings have ruled upon the whole world. One was Dhul-Qarnayn and the other Sulayman. Imam says that Dhul-Qarnayn was Abdullah, the son of Zahaka, son of Sa'd. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says that the Almighty did not send any prophet to rule the earth after Noah except the following 4: Dhul-Qarnayn, whose name was Ayash, Dawud, Suleiman, and Yusuf. Ayash became the king of all east and west. Dawud had his kingdom between Shamat, Astakra, and Fars. In the same way was Suleiman, but Yusuf ruled from Egypt and its desert regions. He could not exceed beyond that. 3. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq says in reliable narrations that when Dhul-Qarnayn passed the barrier and entered the darkness, he saw an angel standing atop a mountain. The angel was mammoth, measuring 500 hands. He asked Dhul-Qarnayn if there was no way he could have gone in the other direction. When Dhul-Qarnayn asked him who he was, he said that he was an angel and that the Almighty had posted him at that mountain, and the foundations, roots of all mountains were connected to that one. When the Almighty desires to rock a particular city, he commands me and I shake its foundations from here. Ibn Babawayh has mentioned a report from Wahab bin Munabba that he said, I have read in some books that when Dhul-Qarnayn accomplished the construction of the barrier, he returned with his army. On his way, he saw an aged person busy in prayers. Dhul-Qarnayn halted near him with his army until he finished his prayers. Dhul-Qarnayn asked him, Why were you not frightened of my army when it stopped near you? I was supplicating the one who has a much more powerful army than yours, and one whose kingdom is much greater than your rule, and one who is much stronger than you. If I had turned my attention towards you, I would not have been able to seek his favor. Dhul-Qarnayn asked him if he would accompany them so that he can involve him in his administration and seek his help in some affairs. The worshipper agreed upon the condition that Dhul-Qarnayn will bestow him 4 things. 1. A bounty that is never destroyed. Secondly, a physical condition that is not affected by any disease. Thirdly, a youth that will never transform into old age. Fourthly, a life that does not end in death. Who can have control over all this? Asked Dhul-Qarnayn. He said, I am with the one who is having power over all these things and controls all the affairs. You are also in his control. Dhul-Qarnayn then passed by a scholar. He asked Dhul-Qarnayn, Tell what are those 2 things that still exist from the time Allah created them, and 2 things that continue and 2 things that always come after one another, and those 2 things that are mutual enemies. Dhul-Qarnayn said, The 2 things that remain established are the sky and the earth. The 2 things in motion are the moon and the sun. The 2 things that follow each other are day and night. The 2 things that are enemies of each other are life and death. You may proceed on your way. You are a wise man, said the scholar. Dhul-Qarnayn was going around the cities when he came across an old man. He had collected human skulls and was turning them around in 2 hands and inspecting them closely. Dhul-Qarnayn stopped with his army and asked him why he was turning the skulls around. He replied that by this action of his he wanted to know which of them had been noble, and which of them stylish, which were the rich ones and who were poverty-stricken. I am studying these skulls for 20 years, but still cannot make out the difference, he said. Dhul-Qarnayn moved ahead saying, He only wanted to warn me, that's all. On his excursions around the earth, he reached a community of Musa. These people practiced utmost justice. Dhul-Qarnayn said, Tell me about yourself, for I have visited the east and the west, the deserts, mountains and plains, the light and darkness. But I have never seen people like you. Why have you made the graves of your dead right opposite the entrance of your houses, so that we may never forget death? they replied. Why have you not fixed doors to your houses? Asked Dhul-Qarnayn. Because we have no thieves and cheats. All of us are trustworthy. Why didn't you have any officers and administrators? We do not oppress each other, they said. Why are there no rulers amongst you? Because we do not fight among ourselves. Why are there no kings among you? Because we do not exploit each other. Why is there no disparity among the people as regards their economical condition? Because we consider all people equal and we distribute equally all the excess profits. And we have mercy upon each other. Why are there no disputes and controversies among you? They said, because we are loyal to each other and we do not have corruption. Why don't people murder and imprison each other? We have control over ourselves with correct intentions. We have guided ourselves with forbearance and self-respect. How come you have the same opinion and correct way of doing things? Because we never lie, and we do not backbite and criticize each other. How can you account for the complete absence to the poor and destitute among you? It is so because we distribute our wealth equally. Why are there no vicious and cruel people among you? Because we have made humility and lowliness as our symbols. Why are your lifespan greater than ordinary people? Because we fulfill the rights of each other and rule with justice. We do not oppress. Why do you never experience famines? Because we never forego repentance. Why are you never sorrowful or aggrieved? We control ourselves during calamities and console ourselves in difficult times. Why do disasters never strike you or your property? Because we do not rely on anyone but Allah, and we do not consider the stars as causes of calamities. We regard all affairs from our Lord. Dhul-Qarnayn asked them if they had seen their forefathers practicing the same things. Yes, they replied. Our elders were also kind to the destitute, behaved equitably with the beggars. If someone oppressed them, they forgave. If someone did evil to them, they responded with goodness. They did not pilfer the trusted property. They spoke the truth and refrained from lying. Because of all this, Allah improved their conditions. After having acquired all the information, Dhul-Qarnayn decided to settle among them. He remained there until the time his soul departed for the heavenly abode. His age was 500 years. According to Ali ibn Ibrahim, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said, the Almighty Allah sent Dhul-Qarnayn upon his people. The people hit the right side of his head with a sword, as a result of which the Almighty caused him to die but made him alive after 500 years and again sent him among the people. This time they hit him on the left side of his head. He was again martyred. Again after a period of 500 years, the Almighty gave him life and sent him to the same people. Allah bestowed him the kingdom that stretched from the east to the west. When he reached Ya'juj and Ma'juj, he constructed a barrier between them and the people who were troubled by them. The barrier consisted of molten iron, copper, bronze, and bitumen. It confined Ya'juj and Ma'juj to the valley. Neither Ya'juj nor Ma'juj would have died until they each had produced 1,000 sons each. They are the first to be created after the angels. Then Dhul-Qarnayn followed a cause. He followed a guide until he reached the place of the rising sun. He saw a community of nudes. They were ignorant of the method of wearing clothes. Then he went with a guy and came at the mouth of a valley. The people petitioned him against the atrocities of Ya'juj and Ma'juj and requested him to construct a barrier and confine them to the valley. Dhul-Qarnayn ordered them to collect slabs of iron, and he raised a high wall of these iron bricks across the mouth of the valley. Then he ordered a fire to be lit below the well that heated the iron pieces red. Then he ordered bronze to be melted and spread upon the wall. Thus the wall was complete. Dhul-Qarnayn said, "It is the mercy of my Lord. When his promise is fulfilled, he shall raise the barrier to the ground, and the promise of my Lord is true." Imam said that in the last period of time when the resurrection day would be near, Ya'juj and Ma'juj shall emerge from the barred valley and devour human beings. Then Dhul-Qarnayn proceeded toward the western extremity of the earth. He roared like a lion in every town and caused lightning, thunder, and darkness. All those who opposed him and were inimical to him were destroyed by these supernatural phenomena. He had yet to reach the western horizon when all the people of the east and the west accepted his suzerainty. Then he was told of a divine spring on the earth. It is known as Ain al-Hayat. If a living being drinks from this spring, he will remain alive until the blowing of the trumpet. Upon getting this information, Dhul-Qarnayn summoned Al-Qidr, who was the best among his companions. He sent for Al-Qidr along with 359 of the best soldiers. He then gave each of them a dried salted fish. and told them to proceed to a designated place that had 360 springs. Each of them was ordered to wash his particular fish in a separate spring. They set for the place commanded by Dhul-Qarnayn, and each one headed for one spring. When Al-Qidr dipped his fish in the spring, it became alive and escaped into the water. Al-Qidr was amazed and stepped into the water in pursuit of the fish. He drank some of the spring water. When they all returned to Dhul-Qarnayn, he said, "The water of that spring was in your destiny." Ibn Babawayh has narrated from Abdullah bin Sulaiman that he said, "I have come across the fact in some heavenly books that Dhul-Qarnayn belonged to Alexandria. His aged mother also belonged to the same place, and that he was her only son. He was known as Iskandari. Since the time of his childhood, he was kind, well-mannered, good-natured, and a person with pure character, till he reached adulthood. He dreamt that he had reached near the sun, and both its edges Qarn were under his control. When he related the dream to his people, they named him Dhul-Qarnayn, possessor of 2 Qarn side/edges. After this dream, he acquired more courage and became famous and powerful among his people. Since he was obedient to the Lord of the Scholars and he was a Muslim, the first thing that he decided to do was to call the people towards Islam. The majority of the people accepted Islam due to his dominant personality. He ordered the people to build a mosque. The people accepted his suggestion willingly. Dhul-Qarnayn said that the length of the mosque should be 400 hands and the breadth 200 hands. Each of the walls should be 22 hands thick and 100 hands high. The people asked him where they can obtain wood that can bear the weight of the walls, and a wood that shall serve as the foundation of these walls. The people also had no idea how they would be able to construct such a high ceiling. Dhul-Qarnayn told them that when they finished the construction of 2 wells, they should fill it with mud and earth until the upper edges of the walls. Then they should collect gold and silver according to the capacity of people. The gold and silver powder should be mixed thoroughly with the earth filled in the mosque. After this, the ceiling can be laid upon the walls. It may consist of copper or brass or any other material selected by the people. After the ceiling is complete, the poor and needy people can be permitted to carry out the mud from within. Since it would contain gold and silver filings, the needy people will be eager to participate in the emptying of the mud. Thus the people followed the directions of Dhul-Qarnayn. The mosque was built and the ceiling constructed. The needy people earned gold and silver and became self-sufficient. Dhul-Qarnayn divided his army into 4 battalions. Each battalion consisted of 10,000 soldiers. Then he spread them in different towns and decided to visit the different places. When his people learned of the intention, they came to him together and said, "Dhul-Qarnayn, by Allah we assure you, you shall never be deprived of our service. So do not go and settle in some other city because we are more entitled to your company. You were born at this place and bred and brought up here. All our wealth and property is for your sake. Order us whatever you want. Your mother has also become aged. She has more rights on you than any other person. It is not appropriate that you disobey and oppose her." By Allah, said Dhul-Qarnayn, "What you say is true. Your advice is reasonable, but my condition is that of a person whose heart, eyes, and flesh have been possessed. Murder is in front of him and he is chased from behind. He does not know where he is being taken and for what purpose. But come, let us all enter this mosque together and you all become Muslims. Do not oppose or you shall be destroyed." He summoned the villagers and the wealthy ones of Alexandria and advised them to frequent the mosque and consoled his mother on his separation. After these requests and advices, Dhul-Qarnayn departed from his city. His mother was aggrieved and wept much. Her weeping did not decrease even with the passage of time. A villager thought of a scheme to console the old woman. He organized a grand feast and commissioned a town crier to inform the villagers of it. All the people were invited, but on the appointed day it was announced that only those who have not suffered any grief can participate in the feast. Only those who are immune from every difficulty and distress may attend. The people stood up and said, "None of us are absolutely free of troubles and stress. All of us have suffered the sorrow of the death of some friend or relative." When the mother of Dhul-Qarnayn heard all these, she found it interesting, but she was unaware of the intention of the villager who had organized the event. After a few days, the same villager organized a feast. This time, he told the town crier to announce that only those people can attend who have some problem or the other. Those who are free from troubles cannot attend the feast, and neither can those who are not aggrieved or sorrowful, because one who has no trouble has no goodness. When the people heard this announcement, they remarked that the villager had previously acted miserly and that now he had regretted his mistake and wished to rectify himself and conceal his defect. The people gathered and this villager delivered a sermon. He said, I have not called you for a feast. I wish to speak about Dhul-Qarnayn and discuss the grief that we all experience due to his absence and the fact that we are not able to serve him. Remember Adam, whom Allah created by his powerful hands and blew his spirit into him. Then he ordered the angels to prostrate before him. He settled Adam in the garden and bestowed him with the virtues not bestowed on any other creature. Then he subjected him to the most severe calamity and sent him out of the garden. No difficulty is as serious as that of Adam. Then Ibrahim underwent the torment of being thrown into the fire and of obeying the commandments, but his son Yaqub faced the sorrow Yusuf bore the trouble of being Ayyub was subjected to a terrible disease. There was afflicted and a martyred as was arrested, except no one knows the number of people who had suffered to the other. Come, let us go and console the mother of Alexander. Let us see how much patience she has, because she is the most aggrieved one due to her son's separation. So all the people went to the old lady and asked if she had attended the gathering and heard the sermon. She said that she saw everything that had occurred and heard every word of the speech. There was no one among you who was more aggrieved than me, she said. Now Allah has given me patience and satisfied me. He has strengthened my heart. I have faith that my reward shall be proportionate to my grief, and also hope for your reward that you deserve in lieu of your sorrow for your brother. And I also hope for the reward that you have earned for consoling and comforting his mother, and hope that Allah would forgive me and you all and have mercy on you and me. The people witnessed the formidable patience of this wise lady. They returned to their homes. Dhul-Qarnayn continued to travel toward the west and had come quite far. Hence by this time his soldiers were weary and disheveled. The Almighty sent him a revelation that he was the proof of Allah upon all the creatures of the east and the west, and that it was the interpretation of his dream. My Lord, you wished to give me such a great responsibility, and except for you no one is aware of its greatness, said Dhul-Qarnayn. How can I face and vanquish the great army without proper manpower and equipment? How can I make them obedient to me? Where is the patience to bear their oppression? Where is the tongue to speak to them? How can I understand the various languages? Where is the hearing capability to listen to them? Where are the eyes to see them, and where is the courage to confront them? Where is the perception to understand their desires? Where is the wisdom to solve their problems? Where is the forbearance to bear their injustices and remain patient? Where is the justice to judge them? Where is the recognition Marifah to rule over them? Where is the army to conquer them? Verily, I do not possess a single quality. Hence bestow me power over them. Certainly, you are a kind Lord. You do not impose a duty beyond one's capacity, neither do you impose a burden exceeding one's strength. The Almighty revealed to him that he would be given the strength and power soon to carry out the responsibility entrusted to him. The Lord said, I shall expand your breasts so that you can hear everything, and widen your understanding, so that you understand everything. I shall bestow the power to your tongue so that you can speak to everything. I shall make the affairs easy for you. You will not lose anything, and I will guard your affair, so that nothing is hidden from you. I shall strengthen your back so that you are not fearful of any kind of danger. I wish to bestow such a personality that you will not fear anything. I will make your advice acceptable, so that you may not make a mistake. I shall subdue your body to you so that you can feel every type of emotion. I shall give you authority over light and darkness, and they will serve you as two armies. The light shall guide you and show you the way. The darkness shall protect you and gather the communities from behind you and bring them in front of you. Thus Dhul-Qarnayn set out with the message of his Lord. The Almighty helped him and fulfilled all his promises. He set out toward the place where the sun sets. No community came in contact with him but that he invited them toward truth. Dhul-Qarnayn was satisfied with those who accepted faith, but appointed darkness upon those who refused to believe. The darkness would darken their cities, villages, houses, and buildings. It penetrated and filled their nose, mouth, and bellies. They remained in a state of shock for some time and then ultimately accepted invitation towards belief. They came in submission to him at last. Finally, Dhul-Qarnayn reached the place where the sun sets. Here a group of people came to him, men, in the same way as he had with the people he had encountered before. Thus, he completed the conquest of the West. During his campaign, he met so many different tribes that only Allah knows the magnitude. He was bestowed with such strength and splendor that no one can achieve except by the grace of Allah. His army become peopled with soldiers of different linguistic areas, and various sensualities also struck his men. He traveled in the darkness for 8 days and nights until he reached a large mountain that had covered a large area. Suddenly he sighted an angel who clung to the mountain and recited, Subhana Rabbi min al-an illa muntahadaher. Subhana Rabbi min awwalidaniya illa akarha. Subhana Rabbi min mazal kafi illa ashah. Subhana Rabbi min muntahazala made Illinor. When Dhul-Qarnayn heard these words, he went into prostration and did not lift his head until the Almighty gifted him the strength to see that world. The angel asked him how he had achieved such power that he reached the place where no man has ever stepped. Dhul-Qarnayn said, I have received the capability to reach this place from the same one who has subdued this mountain to you, one who surrounds all the earth. You are right, said the angel. If this mountain had not been there, the earth would have shook with its inhabitants and smothered them. There is no mountain larger than this on the face of the earth, and this is the first mountain to have been created by Allah for this earth. The peak of this mountain touches the first heaven. Its roots reach up to the 7th layer below the earth and surround the whole earth like a circle. The root foundations of every city is connected to this mountain. When Allah desires to send an earthquake to a particular area, He sends a revelation upon me and I shake the roots of that area. Thus the area has earthquake. Before returning, Dhul-Qarnayn requested this angel to give him some moral advice. The angel said, do not be aggrieved for your sustenance. Do not postpone today's job for tomorrow. Do not shed tears on something that you have lost. Be helpful and hospitable. Do not be insolent. Do not be arrogant and oppressive. After receiving this advice, Dhul-Qarnayn returned to his companions. Then he directed his mighty splendor towards east, and whenever he came across people, he invited them toward Allah and guided in the same way as he had guided the people of the west. He made them obedient like the inhabitants of the western region. After completing the mission of east and west, he turned his attention toward the valley that finds a mention in the Holy Qur'an. He met a people who did not understand any language. Beyond the valley lived another community that was known as Yajuj and Majuj. These creatures resembled the quadrupeds. They ate and drank and had children. They had females and males, and their physical features resembled the human beings. But they were much smaller than human beings, like children. They did not exceed 5 spans. All of them were created and wore neither clothes nor shoes. Each had a hump like camels. It protected them from cold and heat. They had 2 ears. One of the ears who covered with hair from the outside as well inside, and the other ear had humps. Instead of nails, they had claws like animals and had fangs and jaws. When they slept, they spread out one ear and covered themselves with the other from head to toe. Their food consisted of fishes that rained from a cloud every year. This enabled them to lead a comfortable life. When it was time for the fishes to rain, they would wait in expectation like people await the rains. When they received the rain of fishes, their conditions improved and they prospered. They bred quickly and their population increased. The fishes lasted them a whole year and they did not feed or anything else. Their population increased so much that only Allah knows its magnitude. If they did not get fish in a particular year, there was famine. They used to starve to death and their progeny perished as a result. They walked like the quadrupeds and mated wherever they went. In the year they did not get rain of fish, they would head toward the towns and wreaked havoc wherever they struck and did not spare anything. Their scourge was worse than that of locusts and hailstorms. Wherever they attacked, the inhabitants deserted their homes and fled from that area, because no one could confront them. When they attacked a particular area, they covered it so completely that no one could stop them. No creature of Allah knew their population. It was not possible to look at them or go near them because they were extremely dirty and despicable. That's why they could subdue the people. When they rushed towards a town, they made a sound akin to a storm traveling at the speed of 100 parasangs and heavy rain. This was due to their sheer number. When they fell upon a city, their buzzing resembled that of the bees, or rather more intense that nothing could be heard beyond that din. All the animals fled the land ravaged by these creatures, for they filled the whole area and did not leave any space for other creatures. An astonishing fact was that each of them knew the time of their death, because neither the male nor the female died until it had produced 1,000 offspring. When the number of their offspring reached 1,000, they knew they had to die. It used to leave the herd and spread out its hands and legs to die. They appeared in the time of Dhul-Qarnayn and destroyed destroyed city after city. They aimed at each community and forced the people out of their homes. They did not turn from wherever they aimed, and neither did they look left or right. When this particular community heard their sound approaching, they came to Dhul-Qarnayn and petitioned him, saying, "We have heard that whatever you have been bestowed by Allah is like rulership and kingship. You possess a forceful personality and have been helped by darkness and light and the armies of the earth. We happen to reside in the neighborhood of Yajuj and Majuj. Between us and them is a mountain and nothing else. Between the two mountains is a pass. If they attack us, they will drive us out of our houses. We cannot withstand their attack. They have a teeming population. They look like humans, but they move about here and there and graze. But they can attack and kill like carnivorous animals. They eat anything that has life, including snakes and scorpions. None of the creatures can equal their population. We know that one day they would cover the whole earth and purge it of its entire people. They would spread corruption in the earth. All the time we dread their attack through the mountain pass. The Almighty has given you strength and might, not given to any other person. Shall we collect some donations to offer you tithe, so that you may build a barrier between us?" Dhul-Qarnayn said, "Whatever Allah has gifted me is better than your contribution, but you can help by providing manpower so that I can accomplish the task of constructing a barrier. Get me iron slabs. Where can we get so much iron and copper to build the wall?" They asked. Dhul-Qarnayn informed them of iron and copper mines. When they asked him as to how they could cut the metal, Dhul-Qarnayn guided them towards another mine that produced a material called salmor. Salmor was extremely white, and it melted any metal it came in contact with. The people made some mining tools with it, and the same types of tools were used by Suleiman to cut the slabs of stone for construction of Jerusalem. The jinn had brought these instruments for Suleiman. Thus the people brought to Dhul-Qarnayn all the iron and copper that was sufficient to build the barrier. The iron was melted and shaped like slabs. Instead of bricks, the wall was raised with these iron slabs. In place of cement and mortar, molten copper was poured between the iron slabs. There was a distance of 1 parasang between two parallel mountains. Dhul-Qarnayn first commanded that a foundation be dug for building the wall. The people dug until they reached water. The thickness of the barrier was 1 mile. After laying the iron bricks, they melted the copper into a thin liquid and poured it over that iron wall. It seemed as if it was a single piece. The barrier touched the mountains on either side. It shone like a red and black fabric due to iron and copper. Yajuj and Majuj come near this wall every year because they tour different areas. But when they reached the barrier, they could not traverse it and thus go back from where they had come. They will continue this practice every year until time for the resurrection day nears. One of the signs of the resurrection day is the reappearance of Al-Qaim of the progeny of Muhammad. The Almighty will open the barrier, as mentioned in the Holy Qur'an, when Gog and Magog are let loose, and they shall break forth from every elevated place. 4. 1. It is possible that he ruled for 30 years prior to his martyrdom or occultation, or it might have been after that. It was during the time when he ruled over the world that is referred in this tradition. Thus, it does not contradict the other traditions. 2. He meant Amir al-Mu'minin Ali. 3. Dhul-Qarnayn is mistaken for a prophet, probably because he was an undisputed ruler and is always mentioned among prophets. It is possible he had 2 names, Ayashi and Abdullah. 4. After this is mentioned all that we have narrated in the tradition of Wahhab. We have refrained from repeating it. However, we must know that all the things mentioned in these 2 narrations that do not match with the information of previous traditions are not reliable. An account of Yaqub and Yusuf. Abu Hamza Thumali narrates through a correct chain of traditionalists that one day he performed the morning prayers with Imam Zayn al-Abidin in a mosque of Madinah. After the prayers, Imam returned home. Abu Hamza Thumali accompanied the master. When they reached the residence, Imam instructed his slave girl, Sakina, that she must serve meals to anyone who came begging to his door, as it was Friday. Abu Hamza Thumali says that he asked, "But so many people pass by your house, surely all of them are not deserving?" "Oh, Thabit," said Imam, "I fear that if I am discriminative, I might spurn a genuine destitute. In that case, I may be inflicted with the calamity that befell Yaqub and his progeny. Indeed, we must serve food for the needs of his family." On the eve of a Friday, at the time of breaking the fast, a needy believer, who was also fasting, approached him with a request for help. He was very pious and had a high status near Allah. He came to the door and begged for food, but no one heeded his request. 1. Feeling disappointed and surrounded by the darkness of night, he turned and went away, saying, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, we belong to Allah and to Him we return. That night he went to bed hungry, and he remained hungry the next day too. But he maintained patience and continued to chant the praise of Allah. Yaqub and his family ate to satiation that night, and in the morning there was food left over from the previous evening. The Almighty revealed to Yaqub and said, "You have insulted one of my servants to such a degree that my penalty is to target you. Therefore, expect my retribution for yourself and your family." Yaqub, the most beloved and respected to me from the prophets, are those who have mercy on the poor and destitute, and one who seats them near himself, and one who feeds them and is a hope of refuge for them. Yaqub, why did you have no mercy for my poor servant? He is diligent in worship and satisfied on the little he gets in the world. Last night he came to your door with a request for some eatables to break his fast. You did not offer anything, and he complained to me and went to sleep hungry. But he recited my praise and again fasted the next day, whereas you and your children went to bed satiated, and the surplus food remained with you. Oh Yaqub, it seems you are unaware that my wrath is more swift for my devotees than on my enemies. My kindness and favors are for my devotees, and my deception and tests are for my enemies. I swear by my might that I shall send a calamity upon you, and make your sons the victims of a disaster. I shall make you involved in sorrow and pain. So be prepared for my wrath, and be content with it. Be patient in the calamities. Abu Hamza Thumali said, "May I be sacrificed for you." When did Yusuf have the dream? On the same night when Yaqub and his sons slept satiated, whereas the beggar slept hungry. Said Imam, that night Yusuf had a dream, and he related it to his father the next day. "Oh my father, surely I saw 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them making obeisance to me." 12:4. When Yaqub heard the dream, the revelation of the imminent calamity had already descended on him. He said, "O my son, do not relate our vision to your brothers, lest they devise a plan against you." 12:5. Yusuf did not heed the warning seriously and told his brothers of the dream. Imam said that the first calamity to strike Yaqub and his sons was the envy of the brothers of Yusuf. On the basis of what Yusuf had related of his dream, and the excessive affection Yaqub had for Yusuf, they hatched a plot among themselves. They discussed that their father loved Yusuf and his younger brother more than he loved them, even though they were stronger and deserving. They served him with all sincerity, whereas Yusuf and his brother did not shoulder any responsibility. When they said, "Certainly Yusuf and his brother are dearer to our father than we, though we are a stronger company. Most surely our father is in manifest error. Slay Yusuf or cast him forth into some land, so that your father's regard may be exclusively for you, and after that you may be a righteous people." 12:8-9. The brothers came to Yaqub that very moment. They said, "O our father, what reason have you that you do not trust in us with request to Yusuf? And most surely we are his sincere well-wishers." 12:11. Please send him with us tomorrow, they requested, so that he may partake of the fruits in the forest and enjoy himself. We shall take care of him. Yaqub said that when Yusuf was out of his sight he was aggrieved. He could not bear the separation of Yusuf. "I fear the wolf may devour him." Yaqub tried to make an excuse, fearing that the promised calamity may descend with regard to Yusuf, because Yusuf was his favorite child. But Allah's decree came to pass, and Yaqub failed to obviate divine trial. He entrusted Yusuf to the brothers in spite of the foreboding. When they left with Yusuf, Yaqub followed them and took Yusuf and embraced him, then returned him to the elder brothers. They began to move on quickly lest Yaqub again follows them and take Yusuf away with him, and took him far away into the forest. The eldest of them suggested that Yusuf need not be slain in order to separate him from his father. He could be cast into a well so that some passers-by may fish him out and carry him away. So they took Yusuf to well and pushed him inside, thinking he would soon drown. When Yusuf reached the bottom of the well, the brothers heard a voice, "O sons of Yaqub, convey my salams to my father." When the brothers heard this, they decided not to leave the place until they are sure Yusuf is dead. They waited until late night and returned home lamenting and said, "O father, we had left Yusuf with our belongings and went hunting. When we returned, we found that a wolf had carried him off. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, we belong to Allah, and to Him we shall return," said Yaqub and began to weep. Knowing that the foretold calamity had descended, he maintained patience and resigned to the divine decree. He told his sons, "What you say is not true. Nay, your souls have made the matter light for you." 12:18. The Almighty would never allow Yusuf to be devoured by a wolf before I witnessed the realization of the true dream of Yusuf, he added. Next morning, the brothers decided to check the condition of Yusuf, whether he was alive or dead. When they reached the place, they saw that some travelers had gathered around the well. The group had previously deputed one person to get water. He had tossed the bucket in the well, and Yusuf clung to it and was pulled out. When the bucket rose to the surface, the traveler was astonished to find a cherubic boy sitting on it. He called his companions and showed them the child. Yusuf's brother stepped forward and said, "He is our slave boy who fell into the well yesterday. We came to pull him out today." Saying this, they took Yusuf aside and issued a dire warning that if he did not support their claim that he was their slave, they would kill him. Yusuf agreed to save his neck. The brothers again approached the group of travelers and offered to sell Yusuf to them. One of them purchased Yusuf for 20 dirhams. The brothers of Yusuf were same as the travelers. They were unaware of the true value of Yusuf to have sold him for such a paltry sum. The buyer of Yusuf took him to Egypt and sold him to Aziz, the emperor. As the Qur'an says, "And the Egyptian who bought him said to his wife, 'Give him an honorable abode. Maybe he will be useful to us, or we may adopt him as a son.'" 12:21. The narrator says that Abu Hamza Thumali asked Imam about the age of Yusuf when he was cast into the well. Imam said it was 9 years. Some reports mention 7 years, and it is considered more likely. The narrator asked about the distance between the house of Yusuf and Egypt. Imam said it was 12 days' travel. Imam also said that no one could equal the elegance and beauty of Yusuf. When he reached maturity, the king's wife became infatuated with him and tried to lure him towards adultery. Yusuf explained to her that he belonged to a family that did not indulge in fornication. One day this woman bolted the door and told him not to fear, and she lay down before him. Yusuf disengaged himself from her and rushed to the door. Zuleika ran after him and pulled at his shirt and tore its neck. The king arrived at that moment and saw them in this condition. Zuleika tried to shift the blame on Yusuf and said to the king, "What is the punishment of him who intends evil to your wife except imprisonment or a painful chastisement?" 12:25. When the king decided to punish Yusuf, he said, "By the God of Yaqub, I never intended any evil with your wife. She herself did cling to me and was persuading me to sin. I ran away from her. You can ask this child which of us was guilty, as he has witnessed the scene. Someone brought an infant to her. The Almighty bestowed him the power of speech, and he said it. Oh, king, check the garment of Yusuf. If his shirt is torn from the front, he went for her, and if it is torn from behind, she had been in his pursuit." When the king saw the infant speaking, he became afraid. The garment of Yusuf was called for and found that it was torn from behind. He told Zuleika that it was her evil plot. "Surely it is a guile of you women. Surely your guile is great." 12:26. Then he told Yusuf to ignore the matter and keep it confidential so that no one may come to know of it from him. But Yusuf did not heed the suggestion, and the news spread around the town. Some women even taunted that the wife of Aziz is in love with her slave and is trying to woo him. So when she heard of their sly talk, she sent for them and prepared for them a repast, and gave each of them a knife, and said to Yusuf, "Come forth to them." So when they saw him, they deemed him great, and cut their hands in amazement, and said, "Remote is Allah from imperfection. This is not a mortal. This is but a noble angel." 12:31. Thus, instead of cutting the fruit, they cut their hands. Zuleika castigated them of having blamed her and said the attractiveness of Yusuf was responsible for her misdemeanor. The ladies dispersed from the gathering. Later, one of them sent a message to Yusuf and invited him. Yusuf refused and entreated Allah that he preferred imprisonment to a life of sin. He prayed to Allah that if he did not foil the plot of women, he might surrender to their overtures and became a sinner. The Almighty saved Yusuf from the guile of the women. When the affair spread among the Egyptians, the king, instead of following the advice of the speaking infant, decided to imprison Yusuf. And whatever occurred therein is documented in the Qur'an. Ali ibn Ibrahim relates from Jabir that Yusuf saw the following 11 stars in his dream: Tariq, Haban, Sayal, Zulkatfain, Wabab, Qabis, Amudan, Filak, Masbi, Suzarub. According to an authentic tradition, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir was asked about the dream of Yusuf in which he saw 11 stars, the sun and the moon all prostrating towards him. Imam interpreted the dream and said it forecasted that Yusuf will become the emperor of Egypt. His 11 brothers stood for 11 stars. The sun denoted his mother, Rahil, and the moon represented Yaqub. When they reached him, they thanked Allah in prostration for having found Yusuf. They prostrated for Allah and not for Yusuf. Another chain reports the same Imam as saying that Yusuf had 15 brothers, Binyam and Benjamin, and Yusuf had the same mother. Yaqub was known as Israel. That means the special one of Allah, or the chosen one of Allah, or simply the chosen one. He was the son of Ishaq, the son of Ibrahim, the Khalil, friend of Allah. Yusuf was 9 years old when he saw that dream and related it to his father, Yaqub. He told Yusuf not to mention the dream to his brothers, or they would do something sinister to him. They will try to get rid of you because Satan is an enemy of man. He is about to show his enmity. Then he said, as you have seen the dream, there is hope in it that your Lord will exalt your status. In the light of divine knowledge, the dream that you say can be interpreted in a way that the Almighty will bestow the divine sciences and prophethood upon you, as bestowed upon your forefathers, Ishaq and Ibrahim. Indeed, your Lord is wise and knowing. Yusuf excelled his contemporaries in elegance and physical beauty. Yaqub doted on him and preferred him to other children. This caused jealousy to triumph over Yusuf's brothers. They discussed the matter among themselves as narrated by the Almighty in Qur'an. When they said, certainly Yusuf and his brother are dearer to our father than we, though we are a stronger company. Imam said it means a group. Most surely our father is in manifest error. 12:8. The brothers planned to kill Yusuf so the affections of Yaqub will be exclusively for them. One of them, named Lawi, said it was not necessary to kill Yusuf and they can separate him from his father and hide him where Yaqub cannot see him, and thus he will transfer his attention to the brothers. So they came to Yaqub and asked him why he did not entrust Yusuf to him. Even though they were concerned for his safety, they requested that Yusuf be allowed to accompany them the next day, so that he may graze the sheep and play about. They assured that they shall guard him. The Almighty put the words into the mouth of Yaqub and he said, surely it grieves me that you should take him off, and I fear lest the wolf devour him while you are heedless of him. 12:13. The brothers said, surely if the wolf should devour him, notwithstanding that we are a strong company, we should then certainly be losers. 12:14. According to Imam, a company Uzbek consists of 2 to 13 persons. Thus they set off with Yusuf and cast him into the well. Allah says, so when they had gone off with him and agreed that they should put him down at the bottom of the pit, and we revealed to him, you will most certainly inform them of this their affair while they do not perceive, do not recognize you. 12:15. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir says that Archangel Gabriel descended while Yusuf was in the well and told him that the Almighty says, we shall make you the emperor of Egypt with honor and dignity, and shall make your brothers needful to you so that they come to you for assistance and you can tell them what they had done to you, and they will not recognize you at that time. It is narrated from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that when revelation descended upon Yusuf in the well, he was 7 years old. Ali ibn Ibrahim says that when Yusuf was separated from his father and they decided to kill him, Lawi suggested that instead of killing him, he could be pushed into a well, so that some traveler will pull him out and take him away. They brought him to the well and ordered him to undress. Yusuf began to cry and requested them not to strip him naked. One of them took out a knife and threatened him with it. Ultimately, the clothes were removed and Yusuf was thrown into the well. The brothers returned home. Yusuf began to supplicate to his Lord, O the Lord of Abraham, Ishaq, and Yaqub, have mercy on my helplessness, weakness, and tender age. Just then, an Egyptian caravan has arrived in the vicinity of the well. One of them was sent to draw water from the well. When he dropped the bucket into the well, Yusuf clung to it, and when they pulled out the bucket, they found a young boy having an attractive physique and elegance as never seen in the world. The fellow travelers were immediately conveyed the good news of having received a handsome slave. They could sell him and add the proceeds to their capital. When the brothers learnt of it, they came to the caravan and said that it was their slave who had run away, and they secretly warned Yusuf that if he did not support their claim of his slavery, they would kill him. When the people asked Yusuf, he said under duress that he was their slave. They offered to purchase Yusuf. The brothers agreed to sell him upon the condition that they will take him to Egypt and never show him in this area again. Thus Yusuf was sold for 18 dirhams. The brothers sold him so cheap because they were unaware of the worth and position of Yusuf. An authentic tradition of Imam Al-Rida says, Yusuf was sold for 20 dirham and their value today is 1,270 dinars. It is quoted from the tafsir of Abu Hamza Thimali that the man who purchased Yusuf was Malik bin Zara. From the time he purchased Yusuf, there was prosperity in his economic conditions. He earned more profit during the trip. This continued until they resold him. The increase did not continue after that. Malik was much attracted towards Yusuf and saw in him the traces of nobility and his elegant countenance. One day, he told Yusuf to describe his genealogy. Yusuf said he was the son of Yaqub, son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim. On hearing this, Malik picked him up and began to weep. Then he told Yusuf that he had no children and wanted Allah to bestow him with many sons. Yusuf prayed for this man, and he had 12 twins in a row, all males. Ali ibn Ibrahim says that when the brothers returned to Yaqub, they smeared the shirt of Yusuf in blood so that they can say that a wolf had torn him apart. Imam al-Baqir says that they slaughtered a kid and smeared the shirt in its blood. Lawi said, brothers, Yaqub, the Israelite, is the son of Ishaq, the prophet of Allah, the son of Ibrahim, the friend Khalil of Allah. Do you think the Almighty will conceal the secret from our father? So what do you suggest? They asked. He said, come, let us perform ghusl and pray in congregation and invoke Allah that he conceal this matter from our father. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. They stood up and performed the ghusl, but according to the ritual law of Ibrahim and Yaqub, there was a stipulation of at least 11 persons to form a congregation. They were only 10. They said, we have no one to preside over the prayer. Lawi said, never mind, we shall regard the Almighty as the Imam of our congregation. They performed the prayers and pleaded to the Almighty to withhold the secret from their father. At the time of going to bed, they came lamenting to their father. Brandishing the blood-smeared shirt of Yusuf, they said that they were running hither-thither and engrossed in recreation, leaving Yusuf to care for their belongings. The wolf had tore him to pieces. They said, O our father, surely we went off racing and left Yusuf by our goods, so the wolf devoured him, and you will not believe us though we are truthful. 12:17. He said, nay, your souls have made the matter light for you, but patience is good and Allah is he whose help is sought for against what you describe. 12:18. Then he said, how vicious was the wolf upon Yusuf and how kind he was on his shirt. He tore apart Yusuf, but did not damage his shirt a bit. Then the travelers took Yusuf to Egypt and sold him to the Aziz emperor. When the Aziz beheld the elegance and beauty of Yusuf, he told his wife Zuleika to nurture the boy with love and care so that he may prove useful for them in the future. He decided to adopt him since he had no children of his own. Both of them showered their affections on Yusuf, and when he reached maturity, Zuleika fell in love with him, and all the women who saw him became infatuated with him. Even the men were attached to regard him with affection. His face shone like a full moon. Zuleika tried to entice him for physical relationship, and one day she bolted the door when they were apparently alone in a room. Then she urged him to fulfill her wishes as soon as possible. Yusuf sought the refuge of Allah from the vile act that she was forcing him in. Your husband, the Aziz, has reared me and regards me highly. Indeed, the Almighty does not bestow salvation on the transgressors, he reasoned. But Zuleika clung him passionately. Yusuf saw the face of Yaqub in a corner. He was biting one finger with his teeth and saying, O Yusuf, your name is included in the list of prophets in the heavens. Do not perform a misdeed for which your name may be written among the fornicators of the earth. In another tradition from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, when Zuleika decided to have sexual relations with Yusuf, there was an idol in the room. When she put a curtain on it, Yusuf asked the reason behind it. She said she was ashamed of the idol. You are ashamed of the idol that neither sees nor hears you. Shall I not be ashamed of my Lord who is manifest and informed about everything? Asked Yusuf. Then he disengaged himself and tried to flee. Zuleika pursued him, and at that moment the Aziz appeared at the doorway. Zuleika asked him what the punishment was for a person who intended evil with his wife, except imprisonment or a painful punishment. Yusuf pleaded innocence and said she herself harbored evil intentions on him. There was an an infant in the cradle at that time. The Almighty sent a revelation on Yusuf, and he suggested to Aziz that he asked the infant, who is a witness of all that had passed. He will tell you that I have not betrayed trust, said Yusuf. Aziz asked the child, and the Almighty gave it the power of speech to testify in favor of Yusuf. The little child said, if the shirt of Yusuf is torn from the front, Zulaykha speaks the truth and Yusuf is lying. But if his shirt has a tear at the back, Zulaykha is a liar and Yusuf is truthful. Aziz inspected the shirt of Yusuf and found that it was torn from behind. He told Zulaykha that it was her evil plot. And the guile of you women is great, he added. He requested Yusuf to keep the incident secret and ordered Zulaykha to repent for her sin as she was a guilty one. Then this incident became known and the ladies of the town castigated Zulaykha for her weakness. When Zulaykha learnt of their criticism, she invited them and arranged for them a repast. She handed a knife and a tangerine to each of the women and told them to slice it. The same moment, she ordered Yusuf to enter the gathering. When they saw the handsome Yusuf, they could not discriminate between the fruit and their hands, and instead of the tangerine, they slashed their fingers. Zulaykha told them excuse her because it were they who had accused her of misdemeanor, whereas the unearthly elegance of Yusuf was responsible. She said, I call him towards me and he refuses. If he does not submit to my wishes, I shall have him imprisoned. The ladies returned home, and before the night fell, each of them sent a messenger to Yusuf and inviting him. Yusuf was troubled and pleaded to Allah that prison was better than the predicament he was in, and that which the women were trying to entice him for. If you do not fail their attempt, I might fall in the trap. I will then be included in the ignorant ones, he prayed. The Almighty accepted his supplication and nullified the guile attempts of women. Zulaykha ordered that Yusuf be imprisoned. Allah says, then it occurred to them after they had seen the signs that they should imprison him until a time. 1235. According to Imam Al-Baqir, the ayat speaks about the testimony of infant and the tearing of Yusuf's shirt and Zulaykha's pursuit of Yusuf. Thus, when Yusuf refused to oblige Zulaykha, she began to plot against him, and her husband decided to imprison Yusuf. 2 young slaves of the king were also convicted with Yusuf. One of them was a baker and one a water carrier. Another tradition says that Aziz appointed 2 people to guard Yusuf. When the 2 of them stepped into the prison, they asked Yusuf what knowledge he had. He replied that he could interpret dreams. One of them said he had seen himself pressing the grapes for wine. Yusuf told him he would be released and go to become the royal barman and win the king's favor. The baker said he dreamt of having a bowl of bread on his head and birds were feeding on it. Actually, he had not seen any such dream. He was only making it up. Yusuf told him that he would be killed by the king and his corpse shall be hung at the gate where birds would feed on his grain. The man said, I lied to you. I had no such dream. Yusuf said, whatever I predicted would surely come to pass. Yusuf behaved kindly with the prison inmates. He visited the sick, helped the needy, and created an amiable atmosphere for his companions. At last the king ordered the release of the man who had seen the dream of grape juice. Yusuf requested him to put a good word to the king regarding Yusuf, but when this man had the opportunity, the Satan enticed him to ignore Yusuf's request. Thus Yusuf remained in the prison for many years after that. According to reliable traditions, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said that Archangel Gabriel descended to Yusuf when he was in the prison. He told him that the Almighty sends his salams and says that I have made you the best of my creations. Yusuf fell down and putting his cheek on the ground said, You alone are my Lord. Archangel Gabriel told him, The Almighty says that He has made you more lovable to your father than your other brothers. Yusuf touched his cheeks to the ground and said to Allah, You alone are my Lord. Archangel Gabriel said, The Almighty says that He brought you out of the well you had been pushed in it and were convinced that you would perish. Again Yusuf touched his cheek on the earth and said, You alone are my Lord. Archangel Gabriel said, Indeed, the Almighty had decreed this punishment for you because you sought the help of someone else. So you remain in prison for some more years. When the record was over, and he was permitted to do other urge the given a release, he got to sheaf and ground and Translation. O Allah, if my sins have degraded my face near you, I certainly turn toward you through the faces of my ancestors, Ibrahim, Ishaq and Yaqub. The Almighty forgave him and he was released from the prison. The narrator asked Imam if they could also recite the same supplication. Imam told him to recite as follows: Allahumma in kana dunubai kad akaka wajhi indaka fani atawajjahu ilayka binadyaka nabiyar rama as'allahu alayhi wa alahi wa alihi wa fatima wal atasain wal ima alayhimus salam. Ali ibn Ibrahim says once the king dreamt that 5 lean cows were eating 5 fat cows, and 7 dried ears of corn striking to 7 green ears of corn and were dominant upon them. He asked his ministers to interpret the dream, but they could not understand it. They said it was a nightmare and they did not know the interpretation of this nightmare. The person whose dream Yusuf had interpreted remembered Yusuf. When he was released, Yusuf had requested him to plead on his behalf to the king, but he had forgotten it. He was present in the court and 7 years had passed since his release. He told the king that he would soon provide the interpretation of the dream if he is permitted to visit the prison. So he came to Yusuf in the prison and said, "O Yusuf, O the truthful one, what is the interpretation of 7 lean cows eating 7 fat ones and 7 dried ears of corn on 7 green ones? Tell me so that I may inform the king and his officers. They may realize your special qualities, virtues, and understand the interpretation of your dreams." Yusuf said, "You should cultivate your lands very carefully during the next 7 years and store as much as you can. Do not thresh the crops to keep them safe from being spoiled with grain beetles. Consume less grain during this period, for the next 7 years there would be a year of plentiful rains. There would also be abundance in crops and fruit cultivation." The king's barman returned to the king and narrated the words of Yusuf. He expressed his desire to meet Yusuf personally, and a messenger was dispatched to summon Yusuf from the prison. When the messenger came to Yusuf, he told him to ask the king about the women whom Zuleika had invited for a repast. When they had seen me, they had cut their fingers. "Indeed, my lord is aware of their guile." Asked the king to summon those women and asked them about the matter concerning me and about Zuleika. They were aware of all the cause of my imprisonment that was due to my refusal to give myself to their desires. Aziz summoned the women and asked them concerning Yusuf and how they had tried to lure him. The women glorified Allah and said they knew Yusuf was blameless. Zuleika said the truth was manifested. Actually, I had attracted him towards myself while he spoke the truth. After this, Yusuf said that, "I only intended that the king should realize that I have not betrayed trust during his absence, because Allah does not guide those who betray trust, and I do not quit myself from evil. Indeed, the soul entices one towards evil a great deal, except when the Almighty directs His mercy towards me. Certainly, my Lord is beneficent and merciful." The Aziz said, "Bring Yusuf to me. I want to appoint him as a close aide." Yusuf came to him, and when he conversed with him, the king became aware of the light of guidance, knowledge, wisdom, and intellect that shone from his forehead. "From today," said Aziz, "you are my confidant and a trustworthy aide. You can ask for whatever you like." Yusuf told Aziz to entrust him with all the wealth and agricultural products of Egypt. "I assure that I would manage them with absolute honesty, and I know how it should be deployed." The king of Egypt put Yusuf in charge of the revenues and national wealth. The Almighty Allah says, "And thus did we give to Yusuf power in the land. He had mastery in it wherever he liked. We send down our mercy on whom we please, and we do not waste the reward of those who do good." 1256. Thus, under the directions of Yusuf, all the agricultural produce of Egypt was collected in granaries constructed with stone and mortar. All the citizens were rationed grain only sufficient for their needs. The excess of grains were stored without threshing in huge stacks. This process continued for 7 years. When the 7 years of drought arrived, the ears of corn stored in the previous 7 years were removed and sold at the rate prescribed by Yusuf. At that time, he was of a distance for 18 days' travel from his father. People from the adjoining areas traveled to Egypt to purchase their requirements from Yusuf. The respected father of Yusuf and his brothers were residents of an area that produced a large quantity of gum. The brothers of Yusuf used to carry a quantity of gum and barter it with grains of Egypt. Yusuf supervised these transactions in person, and Yusuf's brothers came and went into him, and he knew them, while they did not recognize him. 1258. Yusuf issued food grains to his brothers and gave little more than the measure. Then asked who they were. They said, we are the sons of Yaqub, the son of Ishaq, son of Ibrahim, the Khalil of Allah, the one whom Nimrod had cast into the fire, but he did not burn. The Almighty made the fire cool and the safety for him. Yusuf asked them the well-being of Yaqub and why he has not accompanied them to Egypt. The brothers said, he is an old and weak person. Do you have any other brother? Asked Yusuf. Yes, they replied, we have one more brother from a different mother. Yusuf said, bring that brother along with you the next time you come for rations. I give a full measure and also some extra quantity. Thus, if you do not bring your stepbrother, I would not be having anything to give you, and neither would I allow you to reach me. The brothers decided to try their best in persuading their father. Yusuf told his servants to put back the things his brothers had brought back into their luggage without their knowledge, so that when they return home, unpack their foods, they realize our generosity and come back again. The brothers of Yusuf came home and told their father the king of Egypt had ordered them to bring their brother along with them, otherwise they would not be entitled to any food stock. So let us accompany us, and we assure that we shall take care of him. Shall I entrust him to you, when I had already entrusted you his brother in the past? Verily, Allah is a greater protector and the most merciful. When they unpacked their goods, they found the commodity they had taken for exchange and told their father, no one can be more generous than the Aziz, who has been so generous for us. He has not even charged us the price. So if you allow, we shall take our younger brother with us and take care of him. If we take him with us, we can claim for an extra share, because whatever we have brought is not sufficient for our needs. Yaqub said, I will by no means send him with you until you give me a firm covenant in Allah's name that you will most certainly bring him back to me, unless you are completely surrounded. And when they gave him their covenant, he said, Allah is the one in whom trust is placed as regards what we say. 1266. When his sons prepared to leave, Yaqub told them that all of them should not enter from the same gate, lest they be victims of the evil eye, and enter by different gates, and I cannot avail you aught against Allah. Judgment is only Allah's. On him do I rely, and on him let those who are reliant rely. And when they had entered as their father had bidden them, it did not avail them aught against Allah, but it was only a desire in the soul of Yaqub which he satisfied, and surely he was possessed of knowledge, because we had given him knowledge. But most people do not know. 1267-38. When the sons of Yaqub set out for Egypt, Benjamin accompanied them but did not join them during meals. He also did not talk to them or mix with them. When they all reached Yusuf and saluted, he saw his brother and was delighted. When Benjamin was alone, Yusuf asked why he was sitting separately. He said, I had a full brother, and once these people took him out and did not bring him back. It was said a wolf had devoured him. I have vowed not to participate in any of their affairs until I live. Are you married? Asked Yusuf. Nes, do you have children? Nes, how many? 3 sons. What are their names? Wolf, Garment, and Blood. Why have you given them such names? So that I may not forget my brother, that whenever I call one of them I am reminded of my brother. Yusuf told the brothers to wait outside and retain Benjamin. They left the room. Yusuf called Benjamin near him, saying, I am your brother, therefore grieve not at what they do. 1269. And he said he wanted to keep Benjamin with him. Benjamin said the brothers will not agree to this, because at the time of departure they had given an oath to their father that they would bring him back. Yusuf said he would find a solution, and told Benjamin that he should not reveal anything to the brothers regarding whatever he witnessed. After Yusuf provided the brothers with requisite food grains and added some more to it, he told one of his servants to hide the gold bowl used as a measure in the pack of Benjamin. The cup was inserted into the luggage of Benjamin without the brothers having any hint of it. When they had packed their foods for departure, Yusuf sent a messenger and told them to halt. An announcer declared, O caravan, you are most surely thieves. They said while they were facing them, What is it that you miss? They said, We miss the king's cup, and he who shall bring it shall have a camel load, and I am responsible for it. They said, By Allah, you know for certain that we have not come to make mischief in the land, and we are not thieves. They said, But what shall be the requital of this, if you are liars? They said, The requital of this, that the person in whose bag it is found shall himself be held for the satisfaction thereof. Thus do we punish the wrongdoers. So he began with their sacks before the sack of his brother. Then he brought it out from his brother's sack. 1270-76. Thus Yusuf had Benjamin arrested. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq was asked how Yusuf ordered the announcement of, O caravan, you are most surely thieves, whereas they had not stolen anything. Imam replied, They were not thieves, and neither Yusuf make a false statement. What he meant by thieves was due to the fact that they had stolen him Yusuf from his father. They said, if he steal, a brother of his did indeed steal before, but Yusuf kept it secret in his heart and did not disclose it to them. He said, you are in an evil condition, and Allah knows best what you state. 1277. The brothers were infuriated, and yellow liquid oozed from their bodies. They pleaded with Yusuf to release their brother. It was a special characteristic of the sons of Yaqub that whenever they were angry, their hair stood on their ends and protruded from their garments, and yellow blood dripped from the tips of their hair. They said, O chief, he has a father, a very old man. Therefore retain one of us in his stead. Surely we see you to be of the doers of good. 1278. Yusuf said, Allah protect us that we should seize other than him with whom we found our property, for then most surely we would be unjust. 1279. When they failed to secure the release of Benjamin, they prepared to return to Yaqub, the eldest of them Lawi, according to one tradition, and according to another tradition Yahuda or Shammam said, do you not know that your father took from you a covenant in Allah's name, and how you fell short of your duty with respect to Yusuf before? Therefore I will by no means depart from this land until my father permits or Allah decides for me, and he is the best of the judges. Go back to your father and say, O our father, surely your son committed theft, and we do not bear witness except to what we have known, and we could not keep watch over the unseen, and inquire in the town in which we were and the caravan with which we proceeded, and most surely we are truthful. 1280-82. Thus the brothers returned while Yahuda stayed back in Egypt to lobby for Benjamin's release. He came to Yusuf and began to argue his case. Strong words were exchanged, and the matter became so serious that Yahuda became very angry. Whenever he lost his temper, a hair from his shoulder stood on its end and secreted blood. It continued like this until he was touched by one from the progeny of Yaqub. When Yusuf saw blood dripping from a strand of his shoulder hair, he had an idea. One of his children was playing with a golden pomegranate. Yusuf took it from his hands and threw towards Yahuda. The child ran to retrieve his toy and in the process touched Yahuda. The blood immediately stopped dripping from the end of hair follicle, and Yahuda's anger cooled down and a doubt arose in his mind. The child picked up the pomegranate again. Once more the dialogue between Yusuf and Yahuda became a heated argument. Again Yahuda was enraged, and again blood dripped from a hair of his shoulder. Yusuf repeated his trick the second time, and Yahuda's temper returned to normal. The same process was repeated a third time. Yahuda suspected the possibility that a descendant of Yaqub was in the palace of Yusuf. When the brothers of Yusuf reached home, they related the incident concerning Benjamin. Yaqub said, Nay, your souls have made a matter light for you, so patience is good. Maybe Allah will bring them all together to me. Surely he is the knowing, the wise. 1283. Yaqub blamed his sons for Benjamin's arrest and said they must have familiarized the Aziz with the law that thieves are to be taken as slaves. And he turned away from them and said, O my sorrow for Yusuf, and his eyes became white on account of the grief, and he was a repressor of grief. 1284. Yaqub became visually impaired and was very unhappy with these sons, but he did not manifest his anger. Traditions mention that someone asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq how much the grief of Yusuf's separation had affected Yaqub. Imam said, his grief equaled the combined grief of 70 women whose sons have expired. And Yaqub was not conversant with the phrase Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, we belong to Allah, and toward him we shall return. Therefore, he used to repeat the word Wa asafu ala Yusufa. Oh, the sorrow of Yusuf. Yusuf's brother pointed out to Yaqub that he had not despaired due to Yusuf's sorrow until he died or reached the verge of death. Yaqub said that he did not complain of his grief and the great sorrow, but he was aware of the mercy and grace of his Lord in a way his sons were not. He said, I only complain of my grief and sorrow to Allah, and I know from Allah what you do not know. Oh, my sons! Go and inquire respecting Yusuf and his brother, and despair not of Allah's mercy. Surely none despairs of Allah's mercy except the unbelieving people. 1286-87. A good chain of reporters convey a tradition wherein Imam Muhammad al-Baqir was asked, when Yaqub told his sons to go and search for Yusuf and his brother, 20 years had elapsed after Yusuf's disappearance, and his eyes turned white due to excessive weeping and were blinded. So, was Yaqub knowing that Yusuf was alive? Imam replied, Yes, he knew that Yusuf was alive, because Yaqub had invoked the Almighty at dawn and requested him to send the angel of death. The angel of death appeared to him in a beautiful form. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am the angel of death. You had requested the Lord to send me to you. What can I do for you?" said the angel. "Tell me how you capture the souls. Do you employ assistants for it, or use different means?" "I use different methods." Yaqub said, "I request you in the name of the God of Abraham, Ishaq, and Yaqub, tell me, has the soul of Yusuf reached you yet?" "No," replied the angel of death. From that moment, Yaqub became sure that Yusuf was alive, and he told his sons to go and search for Yusuf and his brother and not to despair of divine mercy, because no one despaired of divine mercy except the unbelievers. According to a tradition reported by Ali ibn Ibrahim, the Aziz of Egypt wrote to Yaqub, "I am having your son Yusuf as a slave, whom I had purchased at a little price. As for your other son, Benjamin, a missing object was found in his bag, and as a result I enslaved him too." Yaqub was appalled at this message and told the messenger to wait while he composed a reply. He wrote, "In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is a letter from Yaqub the Israel of Allah, the son of Ishaq, the slaughtered one of Allah, the son of Abraham, the Khalil of Allah. I am in receipt of your message that you have enslaved my sons. Indeed, the accursed Nimrod, who is a worldly king, had cast my grandfather Ibrahim into the fire, but he did not burn. The Lord Almighty commanded the fire to cool down and be comfort and safety for Ibrahim. Regarding my own father, Ishaq, the Lord commanded my grandfather Ibrahim to slaughter him with his own hands. When he complied with divine orders, the Almighty appointed a large ram as the requital of Ishaq. Indeed, I had a son whom I loved more than I loved anyone. He was the brightness of my eyes and a fruit of my heart. His brothers took him one day, and when they returned, they said that a wolf had devoured him. The grief broke my back, and due to excessive weeping my eyes became sightless. Yusuf had a brother from his own mother, whom I liked too. He came to you with his step-brothers in order to purchase grains. The elder sons returned and said he had stolen the king's cup and that you have arrested him and enslaved him. We are not from a family that indulges in thievery and greater sins. I request you in the name of the God of Abraham, Ishaq, and Yaqub to release my son and achieve Allah's pleasure." When Yusuf read the letter, he kissed it, touched it to his eyes, and wept profusely. In another tradition, it is mentioned that when Yusuf opened the letter, he could not control the flood of tears. He stood up, went home, read the letter, and wept much. Then he washed his face and returned to the court. But again grief overpowered him, and he could not control his tears. Again he receded into his private quarters and gave a free rein to his tears. When the tears receded, he washed the face and emerged from his chamber. He came out, addressed his brothers. "Do you know how you treated Yusuf and his brother when you were ignorant?" They said, "Are you indeed Yusuf?" He said, "I am Yusuf, and this is my brother. Allah has indeed been gracious to us. Surely he who guards against evil and is patient is rewarded, for surely Allah does not waste the reward of those who do good." They said, "By Allah, now has Allah certainly chosen you over us, and we were certainly sinners." He said, "There shall be no reproof against you this day. Allah may forgive you, and He is the most merciful of the merciful. Take this my shirt and cast it on my father's face. He will again be able to see, and come to me with all your family." And when the caravan had hardly departed for Yaqub's home, that their father Yaqub said, "Most surely I perceive the odor of Yusuf, unless you pronounce me to be weak in judgment." 1289-94. All those who were present said that Yaqub's old age has affected him. But shortly later the brothers arrived from Egypt and cast Yusuf's shirt on his face. So forthwith he regained his sight. He said, "Did I not say to you that I know from Allah what you do not know?" They said, "O our father, ask forgiveness of our faults for us. Surely we were sinners." He said, "I will ask for you forgiveness from my Lord. Surely He is the forgiving, the merciful." 1296-98. Ali ibn Ibrahim narrates that when the messenger of Aziz departed with the reply of Yaqub, Yaqub raised his hands in prayers and said, "Ya Asnal Shabbat, Ya Karim al-Malanate, Ya Karl Akhlate, Ya Kar Allahu Atani bi Ruh Minka wa Farij min Indaka." Archangel Gabriel descended and said, "O Yaqub, do you want me to teach a supplication that Allah may open your eyes and return your son to you?" Then Archangel Gabriel said, "Recite. Ya man la ya'lamu ahadan kaifa huwa illa huwa ya man saddle huwa bisamli wa lazal ars alal ma yuktara le. Now say he asnal asmali asini bi ratin minka wa farajan min ayandeka." It was not yet dawn of the next day when the shirt was brought and cast upon the face of Yaqub. He regained sight and was united with his son. According to another tradition, when Yusuf was imprisoned by the order of Aziz, the Almighty revealed to him the interpretation of dreams. When the two convicts related their dreams, he gave his interpretation, and to the one whose release he predicted, he said, "Put in a good word regarding me to the king." At this moment, his